Chapter 101 The Grand Assembly. A busy sight could be seen across the four peaks of the frozen kingdom as nobilities moved around rapidly, convening towards the huge hall at the center of King's Crown for a grand assembly. Many were apprehensive as they could see the signs of the full preparation of an all-out war, with battalions of mercenaries and adventurers being grouped with soldiers ready to move out. The throngs of humans and beastmen usually packing the streets below the four peaks were oddly silent as the air seemed to become stifling and oppressive. The demons that everyone was talking about were arriving. How many of them would be able to survive through this? The king's voice would address the entire kingdom. Magical devices that passed the sound waves from the floating king's crown all the way to the smallest niches of the frozen kingdom would get to hear the words of their ruler. The soldier, the mercenaries, adventurers, and the common people would all be getting addressed. In the large hall of King's Crown, Rourke was majestically sitting down on an extravagant white chair. Besides him were smaller but way less extravagant seats where two princes and a princess were sitting. They were the only ones sitting in the hall, as the rest of the nobles and powerful figures were standing upright on the left and right sides, leaving a clear path in the middle. There were golden stairs leading down from where the ruler of the kingdom was sitting, where many guards could be seen spread out. Among these guards were 8 battalion commanders that let out the powerful aura of epic rank, standing on either side of the king with their weapons ready to be drawn at an instant. King Rourke looked at these collections of people and recalled the reports he continued to receive about the advancement of the Demon Legion as well their defense line that continued to be pushed back. His powerful voice rang out in the large hall, and also throughout the kingdom. The first thing I will discuss is the issue of succession, where the ministers of affairs will note down my words to be inviolable from this moment on. Surprised looks were passed between the people at the mention of the succession of leadership. Wasn't it already decided that Crown Prince Aeneas would be taking the crown after his father retired? King Rourke looked towards his oldest son, and well as his daughter before he continued speaking. Strike out the name of Aeneas Belmont as the next ruler of the Frozen Kingdom. Boom, silence. Shock. Dumbfoundedness. The ministers scrambled to pull out an old .u. meant as the nobles moved around in shock. Nobles looked towards the face of Crown Prince Aeneas, who had a calm look despite the huge bombshell that directly involved him. The question on their minds was, what had occurred with the prince to cause this, and how was he not fazed by it currently? My son has failed to show the proper judgment of a future ruler these past few years, and has lost his right because of it. The one to succeed me in the event of my retirement, or death, shall be Adelaide Belmont. The nobles that did not think they could be more surprised received another shock, as one successor was named right after another was taken down. The king would not let them revel in their shock for long as one name was taken down by the ministers and another added in, where he continued speaking. Battalion commanders, swear fealty to the future ruler of the Frozen Kingdom. His powerful voice was addressed to the epic individuals that held the military power of the kingdom. They had risen together with the king, and were extremely loyal, with bonds being closer to that of brothers. The 8 epic individuals present nodded with impassive faces as they kneeled towards the icy face of Princess Adelaide. Boom, wild power flew out as the battalion commanders spoke imposingly. We greet the future queen. The scene would be etched down in history as the magnificent and powerful individuals swore their fealty to the future ruler. Power was everything in this world. Even if the legendary Rourke Belmont were to disappear from the face of this world tomorrow, as long as these epic battalion commanders were behind the new ruler, they would face no opposition. The face of Adelaide remained as icy as ever as she nodded, while the face of the one formerly known as Crown Prince still retained its calmness, forcing many people to wonder what was holding the face of this prince together. As for their younger brother who sat beside them, he was the only one showing emotions of shock among the 4 royalties present in the seats as he looked back and forth between his family members. With that matter being settled, we will move on to the next. The strong voice of the king rang out once again. The voice commanded the attention of all people as waves of legendary power emanated outwards, almost bringing the weaker individuals in the hall to their knees. In the coming days, we will be fighting for the livelihood of our kingdom. We are a peaceful kingdom, with no wars waged over the last decades. We want to continue developing and live in happiness, living behind all the misery that many humans faced. This world is rich with life, but we are only a minor part of it. Now, a force threatens to destroy all that we have built. Somber faces were apparent all around as the speech of the king continued. The shock of the change in succession was slowly put in the back of their minds as their attentions were brought back to the imminent threat they faced. We will fight to make sure that the misery they are trying to bring to our kingdom never reaches the fortress walls. The hate and war that these demons bring, we will shut it out. the strength of his voice seemed to be getting stronger as he continued, leading people and leaving them in a trance as they listened. My people, soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers, I promise you now that we will fight with all our power to ensure victory against the demons. Our strength lies in our resiliency, our unity, and our humanity. The buzzing of power could be felt as the powerful individuals in the large assembly hall and the common people listening throughout the kingdom felt their spirits and power being raised. Defenders of the frozen kingdom. The demons who despise you, want to enslave you, and take all of the work you have built over the years. Do not give in to them. You are the last bastion of humanity in this world of beasts. It is not an option for you to be taken down. So fight for the liberation of our people, fight for the free land that we have created, fight for humanity. The spirits and vigor of all the people listening rose to an all-time high as the king's speech finished. The king gave the command, and battalion commanders began moving out with their soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers as they prepared for the coming clash against the demons. Chapter 102 Trial of Supremacy. It seemed much of the knowledge that humans had of the floating landmasses they called nests were in the wrong. The landmasses were called spiritual lands by the knowledgeable ranks of beasts. With the dense essence that continued to birth monsters being a constant trial of power, it was a brutal trial where those that were defeated were used as the fuel for the victors to continue rising. After a significant time period has passed where higher-ranking beasts appear, the trial of supremacy will take place. This trial differed depending on what tier the spiritual land was, with Tier 1 blessed lands having trials most fit for those just entering the epic level. Only those at that level or lower could possibly participate in the trial, with anybody above it being qualified. The trial for a Tier 2 spiritual land was even more rigorous, where similar levels of power as Tier 1 were required. But the trials were much harder. I haven't yet found out the specifics for Tier 3 spiritual lands, but they were most likely a battlefield of legendary individuals. The current Skypeak nest I was in was a newly upgraded Tier 2 spiritual land, with 15 powerful epic beasts meeting the requirements to participate in the trial. Ever since the upgrade though, even though the chances of success had increased, it had become much harder and none of the beasts had been successful. This was where I came in. The transparent figure that I still do not know the name of had been monitoring the spiritual land she had upgraded, waiting for the rise of a legendary beast to bolster the defenses against demons. The ones who had opted to take the trial could not make it past the second stage. When I took down the white-furred beast who was a participant of the trial, it granted me the right to take his seat. The time after that, they just waited for me to come back, before the Emperor Penguin acted to transport me to this location. This was deep underground, at the center of the spiritual land. It was a wide expanse of frozen land that stretched out for miles and enclosed all around. I looked towards the evened-out surface around us, and then at the epic beasts in the surroundings. I then asked the transparent red figure still floating in the skies, what is the first stage of the trial? The first stage is to simply defeat an opponent of the same level during the trial. The trials after that will have increased levels of difficulty. If you agree to take on the first stage and onward, you are staking your life and you cannot back out. Even if you are defeated, you will have to remain and continue trying for years to come as your power grows. If it happens that you die, well, that's that. My thoughts quickly moved at this new information and I replied before long, bringing the cold blade in my hands close to me as I spoke. When do we start? I like that confidence. All the beasts here have tried and failed to pass the second level. It is simply too rare for a being with a powerful, unique skill to be born. So I have high hopes on you making my work here a success. At the wave of her hands, another rumbling ensued around us as a large golden door rose from the ground. This door will transfer you to the pocket in space where the trial will take place. I looked to the golden door, and then to the menacing beasts that were giving me contemptuous looks all around. This was especially so for the cold Emperor Penguin that had its head raised high and looking down arrogantly. Its eyes turned into cold slits as its voice rang out beside my ear. A human has never before qualified for this trial, and there won't be one that passes it. Pray that among your opponents, you do not meet me. The beasts backed away at the motioning of the transparent figure that I turned to and asked, what might be the identity of the one I've been speaking to all this time? The figure in the air stalled a bit as an elegant smile bloomed. My identity? You'll be worthy of finding out if you pass the trial successfully. Good luck, human. The transparent red figure remained still in the air as I looked towards the golden door and moved forward. She held no aura, but I could still feel bells ringing in my head whenever she made a threat earlier. But this trial, I was looking forward to the surprise it would bring once I've cleared it successfully. Guaranteed advancement to the legendary rank? Ha ha. Let's see what gifts you will be putting on my lap. I moved without hesitation and placed my large incarnation's hand on the golden door, my figure disappearing soon after. The transparent woman floating in the skies looked at the disappearing human that was transferred to a different space as her lips perked into a smile. She only had a small amount of her consciousness sent to these frozen lands to observe the invading demons as well as bolster the strength of the beings here. She thought it would be a pity if the small kingdom that the humans had created was wiped away so easily, so she was magnanimous enough to try and provide them reinforcements through the trials of supremacy. Who knew that the humans would shoot themselves in the foot and continue to reduce the number of beasts in the nearby spiritual lands that could have participated in the trials over these last decades, making her task of finding a talented one that could pass the trial extremely hard. By spending some of her treasures, she successfully elevated the tier of this spiritual land as well as the other two that have yet to find an owner in these northern lands. She was able to watch the production of a few powerful epic beasts in these three lands, but they still were not powerful enough. She was about to give up and see if any of the forces would have a powerful hero to spare amidst this war to send them to the north. That was her thought process until this human made his appearance. From a weakling to someone of significant strength, this very quick process was observed by her personally whenever he landed on the spiritual land. The fact that the world had blessed this human with a unique Deber-class ability made him very special. She hadn't seen a minor species favored with such a talent in the hundreds of years she has lived. If it appeared within the ranks of the mythical beast clans, that would be in the norm and she wouldn't bat an eye. But this was a human, so how would he fare against this trial normally meant for the most powerful of beasts? What made him all the more interesting was the fact that his mind was not encroached and consumed after he absorbed the essence of a being that had already consumed one of the demon's horrendous products of abyss magic. The power jewel. Her fair face turned stern as she recalled the terrible power the demons continued to show as the war continued. She would give them no leeway and completely decimate their forces as time passed. Not another inch of the beast world will they continue to lay a claim to. All of those invaders had to die. Chapter 103 Trial of Supremacy 2. I was transported into an environment of extreme heat as I found myself in the air, surrounded by molten flowing earth below me. The air was extremely stifling as gaseous vapors were released continuously, making this seem like the closest decision of hell that I had come across. I was still comfortably enclosed in the corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, as I floated in the air looking for the opponent of the first stage of this trial. A blinding light shined in the air as a large winged creature spanning more than 10 meters appeared. This was one of the more terrifying-looking creatures that I had seen among the beasts that were encircling me. It was something out of a human's wildest nightmare, a winged spider. For large wings proudly erupted from its back as more than 10 legs powerfully wiggled back and forth. Its ferocious face released a piercing scream as poisonous saliva spluttered all around. I began by summoning the Plague Bearer and activating Saint's Return, watching both the monstrosity of a beast come to being as well as a golden phantom appearing behind me releasing buffs and continuous heals. The spider moved first, releasing a spray of white from below its abdomen that formed into multiple long and sticky threads. The summon howled out as its wide wings flapped towards the enemy. My 8-meter-tall incarnation vanished from the spot and appeared in the air above the spider, the long blade tinged with icy coldness from absolute zero, striking down. The transparent red figure was observing the human and the origin of the beast that had been transferred into the first stage of the trial through a circular mirror that played the battle at high speeds. The rest of the powerful beasts were obediently sitting behind the woman like well-behaved children as they also looked on. The battle was not going in the favor of the winged spider, as it was besieged by powerful physical attacks from one side, and a poisonous beast belching out poison on the other. It had been retaliating this entire time with its many sharp legs and poison, as well as a destructive skill that formed multiple 5-meter-long bone spears to hone in on their target. The spears were all struck down by a swing of a sword or smashed into the body of the incarnation, causing damage that was seen to be healing rapidly after. Only a few minutes passed as they watched, and they observed the sharp legs of the spider being cut up as it also lost one of its wings. In the fiery environment that the two of them were in, a storm of cold was constantly spinning around the large figure of the human. With a stroke of his long blade, layers of ice would be left on the spider's body as the battle was drawing to a close. Its body continued to slow down and eventually, the long blade pierced it from its abdomen as it let out a long screech, dying from the strike that spread out destructive cold elements all over its body. The woman looked at all this carefully as her eyes shined with colorful lights. This human gives no regard to the usage of energy and constantly erupts with destructive attacks that take down his enemy. But, what is your strategy when you move on to the next stage? If you do not conserve your energy, how will you proceed from now on? She was curious about this human that continued to bring her surprises. Someone of her stature would not normally pay attention to an up-and-coming epic individual or watch them this closely, but she just had a hunch that this human could grow up to be a powerful piece. Her choice to send this consciousness to these frozen lands was only a whim, with the excuse of it being a loss if the lands and their inhabitants were given over to demons. The thought just passed through her mind, so she did it. Now it seemed like her hunch had brought her something unbelievable to play with once again. Wild energies revolved as a beast was transported back to their surroundings. It was the winged spider that was now severely weakened, with its origin severely damaged from the death that just occurred in the trial ground. The trial ground acted similarly to a dungeon that only appeared when someone was challenging for ownership of a spiritual land. The opponents that were contending for the same thing would have their origins sent to fight the other challenger. In the event of their death, their origins would be severely weakened, and if it repeated again in a short time span, they would face true death. The trial for this spiritual land was fairly straightforward, as many were, just a test of strength. A few minutes passed before the woman motioned forward as three new beasts neared the golden door obediently, and they disappeared. She had been directing the trial of this land ever since she caused its upgrade, as it would normally be automated by the spiritual land itself. Not many people could do the actions she was doing, as they would have had to pay a large price that wasn't worth the rewards of a Tier 2 spiritual land. Even after they did this, they couldn't obtain the spiritual land for themselves, as the trial for ownership was strictly set with its own requirements. This was why the other two spiritual lands in the north still had no owners, even if all the powerhouses of the beast world knew about them. The beasts that were naturally born in these lands would constantly fight to see if they can obtain ownership themselves. Figures from mythical kingdoms usually sent their promising up-and-coming powerhouses of epic or legendary rank to see if they were qualified enough at the same level to pass the trials of some of the spiritual lands spread across the beast world. They weren't things that could just be snatched away if you had enough power. You also had to meet the base requirements they set. Someone of her caliber would only be able to compete for a naturally formed spiritual land of a much higher tier. But with her power, something like this small upgrade was manageable. Now, she was curious how the human would face three beasts besieging him from all sides after he just finished a battle with one. The environment in the crystal mirror in front of her changed as the challenger and his opponents appeared in a grassland environment. Greenery was spread all around as the figures of the newly transported beasts became clear. The ones to face him in the second stage of this trial that many of these beasts had previously failed in were the fat walrus, an extremely well-built polar bear, and a sharp-toothed, aka mole rat. The beasts circled the figure of the human and his summon menacingly as they recalled how he had taken care of the winged spider. They had watched how he fought, but would it be of any use against this human? The woman watched interestingly as the scene began to play out. Would this human really be able to pass the trial of a spiritual land for the first time in history? Their species had always been weak, and would never stand out as the most powerful at any stage. There have been instances in history where they came across trials of spiritual lands, but none had survived to tell the tale. The treasures and wonders of spiritual lands were only ever enjoyed by beasts, as it was where many of them first came to consciousness and fought with all their strength, creating powerful legends of beasts over the years who created their own kingdoms. It would be interesting to see how the first human to own a spiritual land would build it. But all of that was fantasy unless this one did the impossible. So, how would you face beasts that normally have tougher bodies and more mana than the normal human of the same level? The battle began with the three beasts circling and throwing attacks on all sides while staying a distance from the human. The aka mole rat was throwing out deadly water spears that rotated at high speeds, while the polar bear threw out attacks that detached its sharp claws towards the human. Loud clangs could be heard as the human knocked off these attacks with a swing of his sword, freezing the water spears and extending claws while defending from the only beast that was fighting it out with him at close distance, the walrus. The poisonous summon was seen belching out a venomous breath that disrupted the tempo the beasts had created as the battle raged on. It was a deadly stage that even the most powerful beasts born in this spiritual land had not been able to pass, as they were eventually drained of energy while facing so many opponents. Would this human hold even more surprises? Maybe the Devour class unique skill he held would allow him to continue getting stronger with every defeat of his enemies. But would they give him the time to absorb and ingest the essence he devoured? The woman's thoughts were interrupted as the scene rapidly changed in the mirror. Tens of minutes had passed as the three beasts found their tempo and pushed the human back. They all suffered varying degrees of injuries as their bodies were filled with bloody and frozen gashes. But they were still standing. The change that had occurred rapidly shifted the state of the battle as an extremely large iceberg was rapidly falling from the skies towards the beasts, with what seemed like a rain of bone spears targeted at one of the beasts with the goal of taking its life. On top of all of this, multiple rifts had opened in the skies as destructive lightning and flames sn.a.k.e.d out towards the beasts. All of these attacks had a tinge of icy blue unstable energies surrounding them as they all honed in on their targets. The figure of the woman was surprised at this sight. The other two attacks aside, it was the spears of bone she had seen not too long ago used by a beast that surprised her. The human's unique skill was able to absorb the essence of and replicate the core skills of his enemies this quickly. Chapter 104 Movement of Forces. The surprise from the transparent figure did not last long as she focused on the impact of the sudden change in the battle that would have grand consequences. The iceberg, filled with extremely hard and jagged surfaces, smashed down into the grassland, heavily damaging the beasts. Boom! The bone spears that were aimed at the NAKED mole rat had completely skewered the body of the beast as the scene cleared. It let out horrible screeches as the pain registered itself, and a cold blade was all that it met as the incarnation of the human flashed at its position and took its life. The remaining two beasts came out of the changed land that was now filled with cold glaciers as they howled maddeningly at the human, resuming their attacks with increased vigor. The beasts and the woman watching the clear mirror showed different reactions at this development, as the arrogant Emperor Penguin had a cold light shining in its eyes as it watched the battle continue. The woman was more surprised at the fact that the human was able to replicate the skill of the winged spider. This quickly after defeating it not too long ago. She had watched as the collection of essence moved from the body of the dead spider in the trial and moved towards the human as it quickly disappeared in his body. She took this as his Devour class unique skill, where normally a significant amount of time would be required before the core essence of a being would be absorbed and the intricacies of its skills would reveal itself. Yet, this human had done this entire process while continuing to battle. Her interest in this human grew more and more as she watched the ensuing fight. Two forces were moving closer and closer to one another, with a battle becoming more and more imminent as time passed. The legendary King Rourke Belmont had begun moving his forces to be stationed between the snowy mountains of Vallon County and Shadow Dukedom, where the Legion of Demons was bound to pass as they neared the Frozen Kingdom. The battalion commanders of epic rank had taken up multiple defensive positions as they waited for the arrival of their enemies on the cold battlefield. Back in the Frozen Kingdom, the recently initiated royal guard that was formerly called Captain Reiner was on cloud 9 as he circled the manor of the former Princess Adelaide that was now the Crown Princess. He had never thought in his wildest dreams as a mercenary that he would come to guard such a noble person. Since the word of the king, the guards surrounding the snowy peak vastly increased as much of the forces of the kingdom were moved out to meet the coming enemies. Reiner could see the veiled face of the princess on the terrace of the manor that seemed to be staring at a direction outside the kingdom. He wondered, what thoughts would the princess be deeply thinking right now? Would it be of her family that was setting out to battle, or the people she would be in charge of in the future? The royal guard was wildly imagining many things that could have been passing through the mind of his revered princess, but he could never imagine that all of his guesses were completely off. Adelaide was repeating the last message that had come across the communication medallion that was connected to another person miles from here. The last message she received informed her that something unexpected had occurred, but it was something good that would boost their power against the demons even further. The Sir mentioned that he would try to finish it in as little time as possible, and then come to reinforce the battalions of the Frozen Kingdom against the demons. She had never once lost confidence in him, his actions continuing to show just how expansive his strength was. She even wondered if he was just over-preparing for the coming fight. The many things that had occurred were all due to the chance meeting they had some weeks back. Since then, a dangerous threat had been taken care of and she was given an even higher position. She smiled in wonder at her unique skill and the man that made it possible. Everything she gained would all be given to him, as she wouldn't have any of it without him. He was the person that had saved her from certain doom. Even now, the battle that many people were despairing at, she was not too worried about it. She didn't worry about the fate of her father, nor of her younger brother that was acting as a commander. She could care even less for the worm of an older brother that was taken along as well. Her gray and murky fate had slowly been changing over the past days, and so would the fate of the kingdom. She was even thinking further ahead past this battle as she sent commands to her people to start preparing a few things that would be instituted and used after the end of this battle. Her unwavering trust in one person was something impossible to find unless someone was uniquely in her position. Rourke looked to his first son that was riding on a horse beside him with a calm expression. He knew his son very well, and forced himself not to show any affection after the reprimanding actions he took. Stripping him of his right to rule was more than enough for now. You will follow me closely and learn how I command the forces. Your position in the future will be a battalion commander as soon as we get the resources to increase your rank. There was a brief silence as the king's voice rang out in Aeneas's ears before his reply came. Yes, father. The eyes of King Rourke turned into slits as he carefully looked at his son that seemed to have lost all emotions. Take this opportunity to learn and leave your mistakes behind. All I am doing is for the good of us all. This, you will understand in the future. The conversation finished as the king kicked his horse and moved forward, checking on the movement of his forces. Prince Aeneas followed close behind, a barely discernible whisper leaving his lips. I'll be doing what is best for all of us too, father. The human army moved to their positions as the demon legion continued to pass through the cold mountains. At the forefront were red beasts that carried many figures of demons. The 5-meter beasts had thick black fur and seemed like bulls. These were the demonox, that were commonly used as the mode of transportation for demons. Droves of them stepped on the icy ground as a low thrumming hum could be heard from the mouths of demons. Cool. Some were riding on the demonox, those of lower tiers were walking on the icy ground with an impassive expression, and others were high in the sky bracing the cold winds with no problem. Other beasts such as large, Komodo dragons, and mephitic turtles were dangerously carrying even more demons as they moved forward. With every step they took, the thrumming hum rang out again, scaring any nearby beasts and leaving behind an imposing air as the army advanced. The average height of these demons was 2 meters, with some exceptional ones slightly taller and bulkier. Most had fair faces with variations of horns pointing out from their heads. Their bodies were covered in dense red armor as they carried heavy weapons or unstable staffs in their hands. Among their forces, bulky orc commanders and goblin kings could be seen, with a variety of other powerful species standing by their side. Demon King Gremory was seated on an exquisite chair atop an even larger reptilian beast as he enjoyed being fed delicacies. The closer he neared the lands of the Frozen Kingdom, the more excited he became. He had to relieve his hunger multiple times because of it. He really was too excited as he looked forward to the show about to play. A malevolent smile appeared on his face as he thought of faces these humans would make as this play reached its peak. This battle couldn't arrive soon enough. Chapter 105, Making History. Powerful figures were watching the ending of a perilous battle with rapt attention. In the scene being shown on the wide glass mirror at the depths of one of the spiritual lands in the north, a large walrus was seen rolling with its last breath. In the destroyed grassland, the bodies of an Echidna mole rat and polar bear could be seen alongside poisonous puddles of pus and molten ground. The thick skin of the walrus was finally pierced as even with its resistance to the cold, frozen gashes were present all over its body as it vehemently moved even to its last essence. An excessively large incarnation holding a sword was shooting down like a star. The blade aiming true and bringing an end to the second stage of the trial of supremacy. The weakened bodies of the 3 beasts that were participating in the trial flashed out soon after as they breathed heavily, still recalling the feeling of the cold blade, poisonous breaths, powerful falling icebergs, and chasing lines of thunder and lightning. This was not to even mention the feeling of despair as they watched their enemy constantly heal from the wounds they inflicted as if it was nothing. Their origins were severely weakened as a part of themselves was taken with their deaths. This was something they could not control, and had to act as the defenders the moment they chose to contend for the seat of the champion. The transparent woman overlooking this particular trial was looking closely at the dissipating incarnation as the human grandly appeared in the trial space. His face looked somewhat weary, and yet seemed excited at the same time. She smiled at this sight and sent out a command. The final stage will start in an hour. You, and you. Her hands pointed to multiple figures of the beasts that were watching the matches so far as they rose up somberly. If this human were to really pass the trial of supremacy, the consequences for them would be huge. They would not allow this to happen. I was holding down my ever so increasing excitement as the fight between 3 epic beasts finally finished. I had gained 2 more epic skills that were in no way less powerful than the ones I continued to receive from this floating land that was actually a spiritual land. the beasts this time dropped a skill or an item each on top of the cores, making me assume the area I was transferred in was similar to a dungeon, as the repetition of getting 2 skill books or items from epic individuals did not repeat itself. This would be fine though, as there should be a ton of surprises I don't currently know, and would find out as soon as the next stage is finished. No new contenders or a change of scenery occurred, as it seemed like I would be given a breather. I've been making sure to hold back and not show all of my cards, as I wasn't sure if the powerful woman controlling things or the beasts could observe everything in here. Corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation was turned off as I observed the new skills and items while absorbing the epic cores to max my attributes. From these last 3 beasts, as well as the first, winged spider, I faced, I was able to gain 2 items and skills on top of a few cores. Bone spears, your knowledge of death is increased as the bones of the dead form at your command. Soul burn effect is applied to those struck. Bear Emperor's fur, the luminous fur of the Bear Emperor surrounds you and grants you protection. 300% defense. All body covering is applied. The items were even more exquisite. Rat King's mask has the effect of completely concealing your aura and changing your face. Prematic Guardian, forged from the extremely tough skin of a mammal, it never breaks from attacks of the same level. My excitement couldn't be kept down because of these new spectacular skills and items. I patiently waited for the final stage to arrive, as I was expectant of how many beasts I would face before passing this trial. Something like this could only be passed by the toughest beasts that dominated the epic stage with their defense and offense, and I was bulldozing my way through because I had just that and even more. I would be careful not to show too much to this powerful figure that attributed my quick rise of power to a unique skill. Even more of my attention was placed on this idea of a spiritual land. If the least of the rewards was something that helped beasts advance to the next rank, what other rewards were there? I didn't wait too long, as a bit over an hour later, the scenery around me changed once again. This time, a snowstorm was active all around as I appeared atop a frozen mountain. I looked forward to the next opponents as I activated my old and new epic skills together for the first time. The incarnation of the Corrupted Sword Saint descended as my body fully gained control of the massive 8-meter figure. Bear Emperor's fur was cast next, the incarnation undergoing a change once again. This time, sleek white fur sprouted out, fully covering the entirety of the large body. Even the horn on top of the head seeming like a furry white bump. The fur glistened in the light as Absolute Zero was also activated, increasing the glorious white sheen even more. I equipped the Prismatic Guardian shield and watched as it expanded to 5 meters, becoming the same size as the blade I held. I looked like a glowing white-furred beast as my large figure towered in the snowy surroundings while holding a long blade and a large shield. The environment even further improved, the roiling storm of destructive ice elements caused by Absolute Zero to go wild. I was fully ready as 5 figures flashed into the frozen mountains nearby. The Emperor Penguin was at the forefront as it looked at me with extreme caution. Its eyes that normally shone with arrogance fully alert. The other 4 were the Arctic Wolf, a white mamba that was larger than 10 meters with the most vicious yellow eyes I've come across, a snow leopard with glistening white fur, and a dangerous wood frog that shone multiple bright colors of light. The fight began rapidly, with the beasts not even getting near me and separating far from each other, circling me on the frozen mountain peak. The Emperor Penguin at the lead had his body shining in a dense silver light as its large flippers shone menacingly, its voice ringing out, "I won't be the cause for the incident of the first human owning a spiritual land. Prepare yourself, as we will be going all out." The cold voice was heard clearly from this sleek beast as the moment it finished, its large figure disappeared. I smiled at the encirclement of beasts as I felt all the skills wrapped around me. The large blade in my right hand glistened as I also disappeared through instant transfer, my first target being the poisonous wood frog. Chapter 106, Making History 2, Enfeeble, was the first skill that landed on the poisonous wood frog, unexpectedly slowing it down and causing it to lag, allowing the swing of my sword to pierce into its body and leave a gash. Each swing of my sword carried with it an S-rank skill I didn't think I would be using, Smoldering Sword Strike. That added another layer of damage to the already destructive sword. I flashed away in an instant as attacks from the other 4 beasts landed in the location I was just in. Crisis avoidance, working in full force, letting me know where they were all coming from. Instant transfer was used repeatedly as I flashed to the Arctic Wolf next, stopping the deadly ice beam it was about to shoot out once again. I used another skill I never thought I would have the chance to use to smash into the face of the wolf with the full force of my boosted physical damage by using the rank S shield slam I received and never used a while back. Boom. The strike reverberated out as the wolf's mouth lost a few teeth and became bloody. Corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, as physical damage and speed boosts were nothing to laugh at. I was watching the entire battlefield with constantly shifting, regal archer's eyes, as I saw attacks honing in my location again. This time the Emperor Penguin flashed right above me, letting out a deadly strike with its wide flippers. The other three beasts neared the location to land their attacks as I smiled and transferred away once more. Their attacks only met air, but not for long, as a humongous iceberg smashed into the location that I just left. Boom. The impact caused the beasts to become disoriented and lose their momentum as jagged glacial spears pierced onto some of them. And they were about to rise when the shadow of the 30-meter iceberg appeared again. Raya, a screech came out of the Emperor Penguin as a hazy silver light emanated outward from his body and covered the nearby beasts, transporting them far away in an instant. Boom, the iceberg smashed down to one unlucky white mamba that wasn't close enough to the penguin, without letting them have any time to recoup. The large white snake only felt pressure as above the broken glacial chunks, a poisonous breath barreled down towards it from the mouth of the plague bearer. The battle was fast-paced as I acted to be sure that no time was given while I flashed around all over the snowy plain. Thought acceleration was churning at full capacity as my white-furred figure flashed at the poison and injured white mamba, and the blade layered with destructive ice elements pierced its disoriented head from top to bottom. Squlch, a horrid sound came out as the blade jaggedly tore apart the head of the beast, the freezing touch spreading throughout the muscle and brain matter, finishing it instantly. I pulled out the large blade and stood upright, looking at the four remaining beasts at a distance. A dense essence of light had already flown in my storage pouch. That was one down. My next target was the snow leopard that had been shooting what seemed to be a combination of wind and ice blades to every point I appeared. They appeared as jagged crescent blades that exploded on impact. I instantly flashed to its location as my sword deflected the icy blades that appeared right in front of it. The plague bearer was getting ripped apart as it held off the three other beasts behind me, soon exploding in a shower of poison that showered everything nearby. It was fully summoned again in the next second as I continued to slash even faster at the leopard in front of me. All of its evading was for naught as the storm of destructive ice elements slowed it down, with every strike that landed wounding it even more. When it seemed to be making its last-ditch attempt and a green light surrounded it, Enfeeble was cast and the momentary delay would be all I needed. Bone Spears was casted as more than 10 extremely large spears letting out pulsating dark energy rushed towards the beast. Multiple rifts had also appeared behind it as flames and lightning pierced it from the back, with my sword coming down from the front. Boom, a whining sound was the only thing that was then heard as the second beast fell, essence filling up my storage pouch once again. The Emperor Penguin appeared a moment later as its flippers struck out again, the deadly light collected on it being able to slightly injure my large body that was layered with a ton of skills. I observed the other two beasts to be tangling with my plague bearer, so I simply sent another iceberg their way to keep them busy. Both my summon and beasts were smashed down, with the summon exploding right after to just increase the pain before it reappeared brand new in a few seconds. My frozen sword met the strikes of the penguin as we moved around at high speed. Each strike was deadly enough to shave off the surrounding landscape and leave behind restructured frozen landscapes as the penguin disappeared and reappeared multiple times around me. Any strikes of his that landed would quickly be closed up by the constantly active Saint's Return. The battle continued like this as the two other remaining beasts, the Arctic Wolf and Wood Frog, blasted out of the frozen glaciers. The sight that met them only caused them to despair as the plague bearer was right on top preparing another poisonous breath. While near them were the two bodies of dead epic beasts that were moving again, their eyes blank and bodies a deadly shade of green. The Emperor Penguin screamed again as it looked at this losing battle and the strikes that were not very effective, its entire body shining a silver light that formed into the shape of a blooming flower which exploded between us. Boom! The impact occurred around the same time as the moving corpses of the first two killed beasts wrapped themselves around the Arctic Wolf and Wood Frog, the explosion of the epic beasts taking the already injured ones to their deaths. The snowy battlefield was silent as the Emperor Penguin appeared above the skies where the poisonous explosion occurred. It was the only one left. Various injuries sn.a.k.e.d across its body as my large incarnation floated in the skies towards it. My incarnation that was filled with fur and looked like some sort of ferocious beast was leaving behind a trail of cold air as it moved. There was no place for the Emperor Penguin to go to as it looked to my coming figure unwillingly. Its body glowed with that silvery light as it dashed towards me at full speed. The destructive storm of ice around me raged as I unequipped the shield and held the long blade with both of my hands. The Dark Slayer sword style that came with the incarnation was active as I held the blade in a beautiful drawing stance. The poisonous summon appeared beside me as well as multiple rifts opening up behind me. The spears of bones filled with malevolent energies also appeared in mass, fully prepared for the silvery figure of the rushing Emperor Penguin. It was but an instant, but the impact let out a blinding light all around. Boom, Chapter 107, something phenomenal. Silence pervaded the surroundings as calm returned. The battle of 1 versus 5 came to a stop with the death of the Emperor Penguin. Wild energies flew about as rumblings ensued, golden light beginning to manifest in front of me as something began forming. Besides this golden light, I began feeling a connection forming between me and something that I didn't yet understand. When the connection was on the process of being established, an extravagant amount of information was squeezed into my mind as a scene similar to when I cleared a dungeon for the first time in this world repeated itself. The dense amount of information was quickly transformed into something legible, becoming a skill that appeared in my panel soon after. The skill read, Spiritual Land Management. Too many things were happening all at once as the connection I felt intensified, the essence around me that was flaring up gradually settling itself down. When everything finished, I found myself breathing hard as I realized the identity of the connection. I could feel a pulse of something spectacular resonating with me. This was the spiritual land? My shock only continued to increase as the golden light that was shining in front of me finished forming into an ancient-looking golden stone. It had a few crevices and cracks, but it floated imposingly in the air. This was the largest core I had ever seen, and my heart rate increased as I confirmed its identity, aged legendary core. I wasted no time as I quickly grabbed onto this huge core, watching the blinding light flow into my storage pouch and transform into a golden skill book, and a few smaller cores. Besides these cores and golden skill book, there were a few other skill books and items that I received from the deaths of the 5 beasts. I was planning on taking a look at them right then and there when I received a signal that I would be getting transported from this trial space in the next few seconds. The scene changed again as I appeared back into the flat frozen landscape where the transparent woman and the epic beasts were in. I observed the golden door I had previously touched to start the trial gradually fade away, as snowy white plants began to sprout out of our surroundings, the landscape changing yet again. The only difference this time is that I knew why it was happening. A sonorous voice rang out right then and there, "Huh? The first human to ever own a spiritual land has appeared through my hands." Good, her words confirmed the things happening were real as I thought to the connection I felt between myself and this floating landmass. It seemed like I had a tremendous amount of influence on everything on here. Making me entirely shaken and surprised, I looked towards the many epic beasts in the surroundings, the Emperor Penguin, and others appearing once again, although their faces were ashen and showing extreme weakness. The trial space really was something similar to a dungeon, with our origins being the ones sent in. So these beasts did not face true death when they died there. I smiled at this as many thoughts sprung around in my head. The beasts, seeing my gaze towards them, slumped down to their knees unwillingly as they bowed, their dense voices rushing out. "We greet the spiritual landmaster." I had a bright smile on my face as I continued to wrap my head around this fantastic situation. I placed my attention to the figure of the woman and said, "Thank you for all the help, it was all you really. You passed the trial that many of the beasts in this generation couldn't and showed how you excelled for people of the same stage. I'm curious to see how you will fare when you fully step into the legendary rank. As for this spiritual land, it is very complex and should take you a few weeks to get a handle on how to properly manage it. I'll tell you now that if you use it correctly, the benefits you will have will be boundless." The figure of the woman was gradually fading as her words rang out. "If you successfully pass the battle with the Demon King moving in the north, head towards the mythical Phoenix Kingdom. We could use a powerhouse of that level against the war with the demon forces there." As soon as her words finished, her figure popped away into nothingness, but not before I heard one last thing. "Oh, and treat these beasts kindly. They are one of the keys to upgrading your spiritual land." Her presence was fully gone as I looked around the changing surroundings where the colorful white grass had spread all around as light began to illuminate the center of the spiritual land we were in. I was excited to check the skills I gained from the death of the epic beasts and the legendary core, but the skill that took most of my attention after the figure that never told me their identity disappeared was the skill about managing the spiritual land. I looked for the skill that seemed to hold the most surprises this time, as a large panel appeared right when I focused on it. Spiritual Land Management, Frozen Plateau 2, Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D19 430, C69 43, B28 76, 341, S68, Epic 15, Plants Whitefall Trees. Available for planting, snowvine, sacred rye, features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, locked, architecture, locked, frozen barrier, locked, offensive maneuvers, locked, at hashtag, email protected, %, locked, time dilation, locked, email protected, hashtag dollar, locked, upgrade conditions not met. At %% carat hashtag dollar, this, I didn't even know where to begin as I looked through this skill. It was actually classified as a unique skill, but that wasn't the biggest surprise. I was looking through all the functions below the skill that seemed too amazing to even fathom. I confirmed the name of this Tier 2 spiritual land to be the Frozen Plateau, and the things I saw below it made my heart go wild. A multitude of beasts were shown in large numbers, as well as many other functions I would have to spend some time to get used to. The powerful woman that just left had mentioned that managing the spiritual land would be a strenuous task, but as I looked towards the things I could do with this newly gained unique skill, the possibilities and things I had yet to learn about endlessly opened up in front of me. But they would have to wait as I had to hurry to a battlefield that would decide the fate of the Frozen Kingdom. A stream of consciousness was rapidly tearing through the skies, returning to its main body thousands of miles away. It pierced through the clouds and neared a fantastical floating land that seemed like a paradise. The stream of consciousness was quickly absorbed into the main body of an enormous individual that floated in an expanse of red clouds. A magnificent golden beak shone dangerously as the yellow eyes of the beast flew open. Long and slender fiery wings were stretched out right powerfully as the beast rose. The body seemed to wreath with sparkling golden flames as a majestic, imperial phoenix made its appearance. It looked to the north where something interesting had just occurred before its attention soon moved away to other matters. It had done all that was needed, and now everything was left to their own devices. The large body disappeared in a blink as it dove down from the paradisical floating spiritual land towards another much larger floating landmass below it, where exquisite architecture became visible to the naked. The mind of the powerful, imperial phoenix, was now occupied with the messages of the movements of multiple demon legions in the surroundings of the mythical Phoenix Kingdom. The only thought that now passed in this hegemony's mind was, a holder of an ultimate skill of the 7 deadly sins in the lead? Oof. Let's see how you will fare against my never-ending flames. Time continued to move, with many pieces moving with it. Multiple hegemonies were fighting their own wars that stretched across the lands. The radiance of their battles, tragic struggles, and bountiful victories continued as something none of them expected was rising in the dark. 108, Sigil of Hegemony. I forcefully turned my attention from the newly appeared unique skill and looked through the loot of the recent battle, especially the reward of clearing the trial that also granted me ownership of a spiritual land. The first thing looked at were the epic skills and items that dropped at the last stage of the trial, adding to my collection 3 new skills and 2 items. The items were a resplendent armor called Unshattered Charity, and exquisitely inlaid boots called Tiger Eyes Roots. The skills were even more spectacular. Teleport, space begins opening up to your control. Can set up 3 teleport points, 0/3. Can teleport yourself or others to any visible location or previously set up teleport point. This skill came from the source of the Emperor Penguin, and it was a skill that I knew would be my all-time favorite from how I had been moving around so much. The other 2 were just as amazing. Life Steal, your health is restored based on a portion of the damage dealt to your enemies. Arctic Breath, chilled bodies are left in the wake of the icy breath that freezes all that it touches. All of the newly gained epic skills were so fantastic looking that I could not wait to test them in the field. Especially, Teleport, and Arctic Breath, it looked like I would have a tremendous amount of fun with these 2. Next up was one of the main treasures of this whole event, the huge core that broke down into a legendary skill book and a few cores. I looked through the description of the skill, and it left me dumbfounded. Sigil of Hegemony, a highly protective sigil establishes itself as far as 30 meters around you, empowering you and your allies while hindering your foes for 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds are required before the runic forces can be activated again. Absorbs half of all damage dealt while active. 200% casting and attack speed. 200% damage to enemies in sigil. 200% speed. Minus 50% enemy elemental resistances. Minus 50% enemy speed. I reread the skill description a couple of times as I learned the skill in stupefaction. This was a legendary skill that provided heavy damage boosts, absorbed more than half of all dealt damage, and even acted to weaken the enemy at the same time. It was such a killer skill that it made me want to test it on the weakened beasts still kneeling in front of me. The only thing that was a slight downside seemed to be that it couldn't be kept active all the time. After the pleasant shock from the skill passed, I looked through the connection with the spiritual land and how I would move from now on. There was a dense amount of information for me to sort through just to understand a percentage of everything to do with this treasure, but one of the few things I could make out was the obedience that the beasts in here would show to the master who gained control of the spirit land they were born in. Everything else would require me to spend a significant amount of time to sort through, so I pulled up the unique skill, spiritual land management, instead as I prepared to move back towards the Frozen Kingdom, Spiritual Land Management, Frozen Plateau 2, Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D19 430, C6943. B2876, I341, S68, Epic 15, Plants Whitefall Trees. Available for planting, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, locked, architecture, locked, frozen barrier, locked, offensive maneuvers, locked, at $at %, locked, time dilation, locked, at $, locked, upgrade conditions not met. At %carat $, it showed all the large numbers of beasts currently on the spiritual land that was called the Frozen Plateau, as well the tall white trees I continued to observe on the surface of this land. I honed in on the section of features, size regulation, unlocked. The size of the spiritual land can change as long as a large cost is paid. Movement, unlocked, defy common laws and allow for the movement of the spiritual land to your desired location. Anchor, unlocked, the spiritual land will hold firm wherever you decide to put it. The three features that were currently unlocked were crazy enough, and I couldn't wait to see how I could unlock the next ones after that. I looked at the kneeling epic beasts as my figure equipped all the new epic items on my body. The used to be arrogant Emperor Penguin was still kneeling unwillingly on the forefront as I asked, "How much power can you all currently exhibit? For the ones that participated in the trial, we have less than half of our power remaining. We will need at least a few weeks before we can return to our peak." The Emperor Penguin took the lead, answering with a heavy voice as he kept his sleek shining beak down. I looked at the large numbers of beasts that showed up on the panel of the spiritual land management, as many ideas passed through me. If I so chose, it looks like I have gained a constant supply of skills that I can select from. The other side was that I had gained a powerful force of many beasts that I could grow and cultivate. More epic beasts could continue to be born in this spiritual land, as well as possibilities of upgrading the current beasts to legendary rank or even further beyond in the future once I learn more about the tiers of spiritual lands and how to upgrade them. My figure disappeared from the underground space where the strongest beasts were in as I appeared in the skies of the outside world, with the frozen plateau floating grandly below me. The many grand, whitefall trees were visible all around as the lower-ranking beasts on the land looked up to my figure in the skies. Oh whoa! Sounds of many beasts rang out as they felt the new owner of the spiritual land appear in the air. I looked at the grand sight of the glimmering snowy land beneath me as I concentrated and used size regulation. For the first time, the floating landmass trembled as a blue light spread out to cover it, and I watched as it visibly shrank down from its large size and became smaller and smaller. I could feel a tremendous amount of essence multiple times than what I usually use to cast epic skills constantly going towards the activated feature of size regulation. The reserves of energy that continued to condense towards the center continued to be used for the maintenance and growth of the spiritual land, with me providing the required mana to use the features listed under the unique skill to effect it. I recalled the powerful woman's words about how complex attacks have taken care of. A spiritual land would be and smiled while I watched the continued shrinking of the land below me through a feature of the skill, spiritual land management. It looks like I might have just found another crazy skill that in no way fits the norms. While watching it shrink, I also activated the function of movement and watched as the land continued to shrink, until it eventually fit in the palm of my hands. The spiritual land that was larger than an entire city fit in the palm of my hand. I continued to be astounded by the fantastical things I never would have thought to be possible. What else would this amazing beast world have in store for me? Chapter 109 Unexpected Combination. After being amazed at the small floating landmass that I held in my hands, I used the third function that was also unlocked. Anchor was used as I sent a command again, spending an exorbitant amount of mana and watched as the spiritual land attached itself to the right side of my epic armor. I moved around in the skies and watched as no movements or issues occurred to the spiritual land. I even went as far as using teleport for the first time, watching as a silvery light quickly spread all around me, my figure disappearing and appearing a few miles away right after. Still, no problems had occurred. I laughed at this amazing sight as I carried the shrunken spiritual land with me towards the frozen kingdom while testing out teleport. The forces of the kingdom should have already moved out, and I didn't know if they had clashed with the demon legion or not. I flashed across the frozen plains at high speed until the heavily armed fortress walls of the kingdoms appeared in front of me. Not too long after, I arrived on the snowy peak with my usual covert skills activated, as well as the Rat King's mask, that provided another function of hiding my aura and figure. There were significantly more guards on the snowy peak as mostly humans and a few beastmen moved around. I found the princess on the terrace of the same manner, and she somehow also found out that I had arrived as her veiled face turned towards the skies I was at. I could feel the smile from the veil as the princess went towards closed doors with me following close behind. The updates I heard when she began talking to me privately were huge, to say the least. The discussion was occurring as I also took the time to finish absorbing the epic cores and start on the legendary ones that I recently gained. The forces of the Frozen Kingdom would be clashing sometime soon if they hadn't already, and I had to move fast to join them before too many casualties occurred. The other thing that caused me to be pleasantly surprised was the fact that this princess was now the future queen. A slight smile came to my face as I thought of the implications of this. I didn't want to spend too much time here while others could be battling this instant, so after knowing about the location of the forces being CLU.S.tiered between Valen County and Shadow Dukedom, I ended the discussion early while enjoying the icy look on Adelaide's face that seemed to portray calmness, but I could see worry at the same time. I couldn't help but reach out towards the delicate face and pushed aside the blue hair, bringing the crystal face fully into my view. Don't worry. I'll be sure to bring your family back safe and sound. The girl seemed dazed as my hand brushed past her face, and I flashed away with teleport towards the direction of the battle. I already set the Frozen Kingdom as one of the 3 teleport points I could come back to no matter how far I was. My direction was the battlefield as I prepared myself for the oncoming clash against demons. I looked through my constantly changing attribute panel at this time and was met with an unexpected surprise. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 410, Focus, Strength, 418, Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Flight 100, Instant Transfer 100, Pain Resistance 100, Recorder 100, Language Comprehension 100, Lion's Roar 23, Water Barrier 100, Pierce 100, Executor's Speed 100, Sense Heat Source 100, Silent Communication 75, Regal Archer's Eyes 100, Cook 38, A, Arctic Zone 100. Relegator's Spear 23, Immutable Regeneration 100, Abstruse Cover 100, Barrier of Illusion 100, Paladin's Blessing 11. Pursuing Infernal Lightning 1, S, Protection of the Wounded 100, Flash 79, Aura of Belligerence 88, Enfeeble 89, Phoenix Arrow 1, Shield Slam 8, Obfuscation 88, Rune of Defense 88, Dragon Scales 88, Budding Farmer 8, Ricocheting Shield 1, Bear's Fighting Style 1, Archer's Gamble 1, Lion's Heart 76, Speedster 76, Smoldering Sword Strike 25, Earthen Spears 1, Thought Acceleration 76, Crisis Avoidance 76, S, Saints Return 100, Devastation 95, Plague Bearer 100, Epic, Corrupted Sword. Saints Incarnation 38, Iceberg 25, Absolute 0-35, Bone Spears 9, Bear Emperor's Fur 14, Lifesteal 1, Teleport 5, Arctic Breath 1, Legendary, Sigil of Hegemony 1, Unique, Spiritual Land Management. Equipment, 3x Ring of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, Epic Kingslayer, Epic Rat King's Mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Unshattered Charity, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots. Skills that I had been actively using so frequently and a few that were always activated had long reached the required proficiency for combination. Abstruse Cover and Barrier of Illusion were quickly combined to give the rank S, Illusory Cover. The biggest surprise that occurred next was me putting the seemingly incompatible skills of Summon Plague Bearer and Saints Return that should have been polar opposites, and yet the skill combination shone a blinding blue light, an unexpected product coming out right after. Summon Holy Blight, a being that should not exist. Releases an aura that surrounds itself and the summoner, providing constant healing while releasing destructive and poisonous plagues on its foes. Among its tools are Noxious Breath, Zombie Master, and Two-Faced. The skill made me stop my constant teleportations towards the direction of Valen County and Shadow Dukedom as I gave it an even closer look. I couldn't help but summon the beast right away to see just how insane it had become now that it was epic. A Malachite runic circle twice as big as it was previously came to life, this time colors of gold were inlaid with the abundant green. The formation of this new summon was grand. As when the light died down, an even larger monstrosity that now neared 10 meters came to be. It now seemed like a humongous green humanoid with runic tattoos of gold all over its body. The wings on its back were now bright gold, filled with thick muscles that dangerously flapped in the air. Boo! It let out a deadly shockwave as it was released for the first time since its upgrade. The waves of power it released were much higher than even the Emperor Penguin at its peak. I didn't think my excitement could increase even more, but I was curious about its additional skill besides the ones that had a name change but still held similar functions with many more additions. I sent the command for it to use two-faced, and watched as an amazing sight opened up before me. The nearly 10-meter-tall green-gold monstrosity shrank down to 2 meters with a blinding light, and the result was as if I was looking in a mirror. A figure with long black hair and golden wings of light that held a face that was 99% similar to mine made its appearance. My face, or really its face, seemed to hold the most compassionate gaze as the whole body was letting out a sheen of golden light. This was the poisonous abomination? Ha! I laughed at the unexpected usage of the two-faced skill that this upgraded holy blight could use, and rushed towards where the battle was occurring with even more vigor as many ways to use my new skills played out in front of my eyes. As I continued to teleport across the frozen plains, I found that I was self-reflecting on the things I was currently doing. I began this journey because I felt weak and cowardly, and I wanted to change that. I moved with even more conviction when I received the information on the enemies that had caused all of the death and destruction that took away the lives of my family and many more people. Now, even though all of those reasons were still what carried me forward, I also found myself looking forward to even more of these fantastic things I continued to experience. The ability to cast the amazing skills that I continued to gain, magical environments like spiritual lands which held their own secrets for me to unravel. The foods and cultures I come across, and the many people I met along the way, even with the goal of getting back against my enemies, I also enjoyed and looked forward to experiencing all of these great things while I moved along in this journey. I was just touching the rank that was legendary at this point in time. Which rank would I reach months or years from now? There were too many things for me to look forward to and unravel, and I couldn't wait. Chapter 110, The Ilyud Trias King, Rourke Belmont. Sometime before, in the cold mountains between the Valen County and Shadow Dukedom, lines of soldiers, adventurers, and mercenaries were filling up a wide path between two large mountains. This path was the only way to pass through to even get near the counties and dukedoms surrounding the Frozen Kingdom. Unless you wanted to trek through the dangerous mountains, horses and other magical beasts were standing on the side of humans, patiently watching for the forces of demons to arrive. King Rourke was in an enclosed tent talking with a few battalion commanders when a blaring horn rang out through. Everyone inside the tent stood up imposingly as they looked at each other, knowing the battle was about to begin. King Rourke took the lead as his body began thrumming with wild energy, heading to the front lines and instilling a sense of power to any people he passed. A few miles away from them, large groups of beasts could be seen as a terrifying sound also began to echo. Goom. The sounds of their heavy steps were not the first thing that reached them, but the extremely clear droning sound that continued to come out every few seconds. Ghuuum. The defenders of the Frozen Kingdom were fully battle-ready as they saw their enemies come to full view, hearing one last droning sound before everything came to a standstill. The forces of the Demon Legion had stopped. They stood cleanly in their lines, multiple different ranks of see-throughs mixed in together. Large reptilian beasts and demonox could be seen carrying many of the demons that had more power. A few mephitic turtles stood imposingly as epic demon commanders could be seen on top of their hard shells that were fastened with luxurious seats. There were multiple demon commanders, many of them holding dangerously red glowing weapons. The largest beast on the Demon Legion side was a Komodo dragon, nearing 10 meters. On its back could be seen an expertly made tent where a gorgeous figure was now coming out of. Demon King Gremory, of the 56th rank, had made his appearance. He had a sly smile on his face as he pushed the scantily clad figures of succubi back into the tent on top of the beast as he stepped outside. His appearance was met with horror as he released a pressure that seemed to press down on the wills of all those standing against him. Demon King's Haki was fully activated as Gremory made his debut. He had an imposing air that made him seem like the most powerful in the world. The waves of legendary power making themselves extremely clear, fear, silence, as these two forces stared at one another, not a single force moved. Only the cold winds of winter that ravaged the mountains could be heard whistling by. King Rourke Belmont was at the forefront of the forces as his body began to burn up and began to expand. He released a blast of light that passed through the snowy fields and offset some of the terror released from the Demon King. His vigorous voice rang out right after. My people, HUT, the soldiers, adventurers, and mercenaries lined up behind him shouted strongly as they smashed their feet or weapons into the ground, making for an imposing air. A battle that decides our fate is here, HUT. The impact of their weapons or feet hitting the ground was getting stronger as the whole mountain range trembled when it occurred. Fight for your lives, HUT. Fight for honor, HUT. For the families back home, HUT. For humanity, whoa. The forces were screaming and moving at full speed as they felt their bodies strengthen to unbelievable degrees, reaching levels of power they had never crossed before. This was one of the skills of the great King Rourke Belmont, Trias ruler, majesty is in your blood. Your words carry great momentum to all the subjects that are fortunate enough to hear them. Applied effects are clear mind. Strengthen will and boost power, unique skill, Trias ruler. One of the main factors that allowed Rourke Belmont to rise through the ranks and obtain the loyalty of many powerful human forces, eventually uniting them under his rule. The addition of his capable wife, Annalise, had made it possible to preserve the human kingdom for the last century. His body had finally finished expanding, and he stood closest to the Demon Legion as they saw the ruler they would be clashing with today. Rourke's body stood more than 5 meters tall. A thin layer of stretched armor tightly hugged his body as it shone a golden light. He seemed like the personification of a man made of gold as multiple protrusions of his steeled muscles imposingly stood out. No weapons were in his hands as his fists shone dangerously, seemingly more dangerous than any sharpened blade. This was the legendary skill that all those who stood against him feared. Gold Man, overcome the limits of your body as it is strengthened to its utmost potential. 300% physical damage, 300% speed, 300% armor, 300% healing effects. The elusive power of gold follows all of your attacks. His gold figure let out swirls of wild power as his eyes found their target, and he disappeared from his location. The battle had begun. Boom. The scene was too fast to catch, but the Trias King has already reached the center of the Demon Legion, his fist directly clashing against the legendary Demon King Gremory. The Demon King had a wicked smile on his face as his palm met the glistening gold punch. The entire tent behind him was ripped to shreds as a gold force traveled all around the area. The weak succubi that were still in the tent atop the beast found their bodies becoming shredded as they turned into messy pulps of blood and gore. Demon King Gremory looked at the gold human in front of him with a curious smile, not caring the least about the deaths of all the playthings he brought with him. The demon commanders on their own beasts saw this clash, but they had full confidence in their leader and focused their rush to meet the battalion commanders of the human forces. Clashes began to occur between the two armies as all sorts of elemental attacks roiled out. Arcs of lightning could be seen in one location while huge waves of water smashed down and drowned the demon forces. Walls of earth constantly rose and fell as bubbling magma burned soldiers and adventurers. At the center of the Demon Legion, Gremory pulled his palm that had stopped the much larger fist back as he stretched his body, treating what was about to come as a light exercise. This was arrogance of an extreme degree. This was arrogance born out of trust in one's own dominating strength. The body of the Demon King lost its upper layer of clothing as his red chest and abdominal muscles made themselves prominent. The horn shooting from his head shone in a dangerous red light as he laughed. The King in the North. Entertain me with all your best, for I have been truly bored so far. The Trias King was not one to be told what to do, as even before the words finished, the tight golden body moved dangerously and a ferocious axe kick smashed into the head of the Demon King. Boom. Chapter 111 Pain. Blasts of gold and red could be seen appearing in and out of the huge battlefield as the strongest powers of legendary rank clashed against one another. The king of the Frozen Kingdom looked like a sculpted figure of gold as he displayed a graceful fighting style that used his skill, Gold Man, to the fullest. A vigorous fighting style was being used as all sorts of punches and kicks were thrown out heavily, blasting into the body of the Demon King. Rourke was dishing out purely physical attacks with extreme speeds that the smiling Gremory had to bring all his attention to blocking the strikes with his fair palms. Boom, their figures clashed once again as Rourke looked at the battlefield around him. The epic commanders were furiously clashing against their counterparts while trying their best to protect their regiments, but many deaths were occurring. The Komodo dragons would throw out blazing flames as an area of attack that burned tens of soldiers, while the mephitic turtles were throwing out poisonous beams of light that decimated the human forces. Rourke let out a roar as his body moved faster, keeping an eye on the Demon King as his figure quickly went to reinforce a struggling battalion commander. The commander was being overwhelmed by two epic ogres that were using their powerful maces to corner him. If he didn't get help soon, he would only face death. Rourke saw that the Demon King stood still at the position he left him in as he neared the battalion commander. Glad he could save at least one of his friends in this battle, he just missed the imperceptible smile on the Demon King's face. The two ogres were near his attack range as he prepared to intercept them, when a drastic change occurred as he felt a large impact. Boom! Seemingly out of nowhere, even with his eyes still kept on the Demon King behind him. Something of similar strength had smashed into him and pushed him back. His golden figure looked up in shock as he was met with a beast shining in blue color. It had the striking head of a lion, a pulsating red venomous tail, and wide outstretched wings. He could hear the laughs of the Demon King as he confirmed the identity of a legendary ranked beast in front of him, his face changing all color. This was a primal beast called upon from Demon King Gremry's unique skill, Primal Conjurer. The Blue Manticore roared furiously as another one exactly the same size as it with terrifying power also appeared, a Demon King in the back, two legendary beasts in the front. The king was cornered. A battle cry escaped his lips as his body flared up even more, pushing Gold Man to its fullest as he disappeared from the location and began to fight the two beasts. The battalion commander he had wanted to save? Only a pile of flesh remained as the two ogres finished him off. Pain, weakness, that was all Rourke felt. He looked around the battlefield at the many dying soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers. All they left behind were dying screams. Blasts of gold continued to clash with the two legendary beasts. Rourke was actually moving speedily in the air and avoiding the sharp stingers. The blue manticores were waving back and forth. The Demon King had a red cloud supporting him as he rose in the air, his voice ringing out, "Ha, you actually had the strength to hold out against the attacks of two primal beasts? Good, good. Look around you though, look to your people that are dying by the thousands." Gremry's mocking voice rang out as the king kept his focus on trying to tear down the defenses of the legendary beasts before their owner decided to participate too, but the words shook him as he observed the despairing state of the battle. His epic commanders were being pushed back, some of them dead. His two sons were far in the back commanding the forces and preventing more deaths, but nothing was changing the state of the battle. He didn't want this. He couldn't watch this. His body raged as essence was used up without reservation, his stature becoming even bigger and the gold energy inlaid in his attacks became all the more destructive. He could do it. He would take down these beasts first, and then he would save Guh. An unexpected situation had occurred where Rourke was about to go all out, when he felt a searing pain spread throughout his body. The momentary lapse gave an opening as one of the stingers of the Blue Manticore struck his arm. Boom, his golden figure smashed into the ground as he rolled out and breathed heavily. He didn't understand what had just happened as the searing pain he felt in his body became even more intense. What was happening at such a crucial juncture? The floating Gremry in the air was laughing wickedly as he neared the position of the fallen king. "Do you feel pain spreading throughout your whole body? You can't as easily move your essence?" His voice rang out in a mocking tone towards Rourke. There were dead bodies of demons and humans on the position they were at as Gremry looked down at the golden man who was glaring at him ferociously. "What the hell did you do? I'm sure my defenses were not broken through." Gremry looked at this valiant figure as the wicked smile on his face became even bigger. "Oh, but that is where you are wrong, little human. Your defenses were broken through long ago." Rourke tried to move his strength as he listened to the demon's mocking tone. But all he felt was more pain. His face turned ashen as he realized he couldn't put in any more power. He still did not understand, and could only watch in rage as the two primal beasts and Gremry came close and surrounded him. Yes. That's the expression I wanted to see. The king of a kingdom kneeling on the floor in despair, not even knowing what happened. "Are you not curious, little human?" The stingers of the two manticores acted like flexible joints as they wrapped around Rourke's golden arms and raised him up. His right arm that was stung before had turned a deadly shade of purple as it pulsed horribly. The forces of the Frozen Kingdom had noticed this development and were trying to break through the ranks of demons to get to this position. But the many large beasts, goblins, ogres, and orcs gave them no respite. The princes in the far back of the defense line had horrible looks, as the older one pulled out a communication medallion hurriedly. Gremry was about to continue berating the king in his mocking tone so he could see more of the despair in his eyes when he felt the buzzing of the medallion. His face warped even more as his twisted mind worked and he took the medallion out, looking at the raised figure of Rourke in front of him. Now yes, I could just easily kill you now and do the same for your forces, and then go on to enslave your people. Before that though, why don't we listen to something interesting? He neared Rourke with the medallion on hand as he placed some mana into it, the message sent across coming out, "Hey! You promised me my father's life, what are you doing?" The voice seemed desperate, but was easily recognizable. Rourke's face drained of all color as he heard this message and painfully turned his head over to where his two sons were being protected while commanding the soldiers. He felt the searing pain in his body that did not allow him to do anything as he heard the voice of his son coming out from the medallion of the demon. He wanted it to be a lie, an illusion from the magic of this demon, but his sharp eyes could see his desperate son in the distance holding a red medallion. This fuckng fool, what had he done, UGH? The pain in his body increased as the poison from the stung arm continued to spread, with the two manticores to his left and right twisting their grips even faster. Gremory seemed to have a flushed red face as he looked at the changing emotions on the king as well as the desperate voice that continued to come from the medallion. His mocking voice came out as he brought his palm to cover his flushed face. "Ah, I understand your plight. You gave your best and fought with all that you had, only for everything to fall apart as you realized a betrayal had taken place." The golden figure of Rourke was raised up as Gremory looked at him. "You may be asking yourself now, is this it? Is this really how everything I have built up crumbles down?" Gremory seemed to be in euphoria as he looked around at the bloody battlefield and the despairing faces as his face became malicious. "I'm here to tell you yes. All that you have built will crumble down, and nobody can do anything boom, what the fuck, Chapter 112 Debut. In the snowy lands between two mountains filled with death, a drastic change occurred. In the skies above the two fighting armies, a fair man dressed in white robes had appeared. Wings of feathery golden color were outspread behind him as he mercifully looked down to the despairing soldiers of the frozen kingdom. But this wasn't the figure that gave people the most shock. It was the appearance of something much grander that made the epic commanders on both sides of the army stop in shock. Nearing 10 meters tall, a large beast had instantaneously appeared and knocked away the powerful demon king. The two primal beasts that had their long stingers wrapped around a golden man found empty air as a silvery light passed and the man disappeared from their grasps. The beast held a powerful longsword as a storm of destructive cold elements swirled around him. A glorious blue sigil was spreading out from him as its power shook the people to their hearts. Glorious white fur covered him from top to bottom as a shining white horn at the center of its head pointed to the skies. The figure looked around powerfully as the demons reacted in a frenzy, Gremory recovering from the attack without a wound as the air cleared. What the fuck? He was surprised at the sudden intrusion that had stopped his fun as he looked towards the new participant. He found the large beast that let out somewhat threatening levels of power, and he was confused. Had one of the mythical kingdoms sent a powerhouse to protect the frozen kingdom? Gremory's face hardened as he thought of this and carefully observed this figure that could knock him away at a speed where he did not notice him. The beast seemed more interested in the mephitic turtles and droves of demons in the ranks of the demon legion. As a nostalgic expression actually came onto its face, a silvery light occurred and the beast disappeared, showing itself once again high in the skies. The primal spirits that Gremory had summoned were already on his tail as they observed the beast in the skies pointing his cold blade downwards. Vumum, a droning sound could be heard as the sky darkened. Like the veil of the night had appeared, the dark snowy lands found themselves even darker as humongous glacial lands appeared in the skies. Iceberg had been cast multiple times. The extremely tough glacial landmasses droned down towards the many forces of demons as complete fear and trepidation covered their faces. Gremory looked at this extremely unbelievable area of attack ability that would cause a tremendous amount of damage to the demon legion if not stopped. His body glowed red as he appeared on the lands beneath where the icebergs would fall, blazing hellflames, like the blooming of a flower. Densely packed red flames sprouted out with the demon king as the origin, going to envelope the glacial landmasses in the surroundings. Only a portion of them covered the numerous falling glaciers. Boom, a devastating impact occurred as thousands of casualties occurred for the demon legion. White steam spread out with the impact of extremely hot flames and frozen glaciers, obscuring the sight of many. Gremory recalled his two primal spirits as his eyes pierced the veil of smoke to find the figure of the newcomer. The other arrival that was floating in the skies with golden wings on his back pointed their hands down as a rain of golden light landed on the injured and fighting soldiers. Mercenaries and adventurers of the frozen kingdom, the light invigorated and healed those it touched as they began to fight back with increased vigor. On the places where the most death was occurring, where the epic commanders between the two forces were battling, new intruders also appeared. Multiple epic beasts had fallen down from the darkening skies. heavily landing on the ground and causing a stop to the battle as the commanders got a chance to see if it was friend or foe. A sleek emperor penguin could be seen at the forefront, the yellow, white, and black texture of its skin extremely clear in the snowy lands. A terrifyingly long snake that was the white mamba, and many more epic beasts landed on the ground and quickly targeted the demon commanders. Oh, the battle seemed to be taking a completely different turn as unknown reinforcements arrived and eased the hard battle that would have resulted in a massacre of the kingdom's forces. Things did not seem to be done though, as movements could also be felt from the dead bodies that spread across the battlefield. A cloud of green had permeated the ground from an unknown location that quickly entered the bodies of the fallen humans, beastmen, and demons. Everywhere the smoke passed, the bodies began trembling, before they rose up in a terrifying fashion. The skin of these moving corpses was blistering green as their blank eyes moved and landed on the forces of the demon legion. The defiled corpses moved unnaturally and with extreme speed and precision as they threw themselves on the bodies of demons. Some clawed or bit their opponents, spreading to them virulent poison and plagues that made their bodies shake and begin foaming before they died painfully, and then rose up with even more terrifying force a few seconds after. Others threw themselves in the midst of packs of the reptilian beasts and mephitic turtles, before their bodies exploded in a gore of poisonous green, causing even more mayhem. A large turtle that was shooting out poisonous beams of light had at one point been swarmed by the terrifying, defiled corpses, and not given a single second of rest as they continued sticking to its body and bursting open to release the noxious poison and plague. The turtles that had poison as their element found themselves feeling pain and their hard shells dissolving in the face of these attacks, giving them an unrecognized sense of terror. Eerie scenes like this began spreading throughout the battlefield, causing many to take a step back and ask, just who the hell were these newcomers that just appeared? Gremory was looking towards the large creature that carried a dangerous sword in the skies as his mind worked to identify it at high speeds. It didn't match any of the information he had on the beasts from the mythical kingdom, so he didn't know where this reinforcement came from. He looked at the two legendary primal beasts beside him as he breathed out cold air, adopting his usual twisted demeanor once again. It did not matter who this disruptor was, he would take them down regardless. Their body did not show the power of legendary rank, yet the strike earlier had been able to cause him significant damage. But there was only one of him. How would he fare against a demon king and his two primal spirits? Chapter 113. In Malevolent, there were too many unknowns with this new intruder, so Gremory activated multiple skills as he focused on the beast. Sweet Talker and Unveiler were activated as his magnetic voice rang out. Now who might our new friend be? Boom. Not even a second was given for his words to finish as the primal spirits felt a threat and pushed themselves in front of their master to stop a frighteningly cold sword. The destructive cold energies wrecked the area as the white-furred beast was pushed back. Gremory was now full of anger as this newcomer showed such blatant disrespect. You fumbling beast, you don't even have basic manners. Gremory was fully enraged as a beautiful play had been ruined. He had set it up for so long, and now it was all up in flames because of some beast. The faces of despair had already begun appearing, and he wanted to bring the father and son close to one another and watch what they would say. Would the father show hatred and disappointment to the son he loved for the downfall of their kingdom? Would the son be apologetic as he realized he had been tricked into poisoning his own father for nothing? All of these things he wanted to see, but now they were all gone. Things can never go the way I want. As he watched the other newcomers, especially the man with golden wings that was healing countless beings from the kingdom's forces as if it was nothing. He knew he had to finish off this beast quickly. As he was thinking, the beast was already clashing with one of the primal spirits. He was actually holding his own against a legendary spirit as the storm of ice elements caused freezing cold to accumulate on the body of the blue manticore, while its stinger parried the freezing blade. You think one puny beast can stand against a demon king? The enraged Gremory sent the command for the other primal spirit to join the fight as he placed his hand on his left chest. Since you ruined such a perfect play, I'll use you for my entertainment and see if I can observe. Those same faces of despair, multiple runic circles had appeared on Gremory's chest as he saw the white beast gradually be pushed back against the force of two legendary beasts. It seemed that just the primal beasts would be enough to take the white-furred sword-wielding beast down, but he still wanted to make this newcomer despair some more. The hand on his chest sunk in as he felt his own beating heart, and a guttural scream came out from his mouth as one of the demon's unique abilities, Abyss Magic, was used. Limit, break, ONG. A pillar of red shining light shot through the skies and then blindingly spread throughout the surroundings. When this light died down, the beings fighting could see that high in the skies, the Demon King had transformed. Gorgeous black wings erupted from his back as two powerful horns extended from both sides of his head. A slithering long tail erupted behind him as his body also continued to expand, quickly becoming more than 5 meters. His body let out crazy levels of power as the red light died down. A stifling pressure was pressing down on everyone in the surroundings as if the whole world was falling on them. This was the pressure from Demon King's haki. The terrible power shown above made many people afraid, but the nearly 10-meter-tall sword-wielding beast looked at this scene, as his eyes seemed to shine a dangerous light. The sigil of hegemony he had cast as soon as he arrived had already run out, and he was waiting to cast it again, yet his defenses were still firm as he pushed off the enemies in the skies. The primal spirits that were constantly damaging his Bear Emperor's hide and smashing into the Sword Saint incarnation were not able to notice the dangerous light that shone in his eyes as the man hidden at the center of the large incarnation looked longingly to the Demon King, as if he wanted to consume the entire demon whole. Noah had finally met the demons that were the true culprits behind much of the destruction that occurred in his homeworld. The first thing he did after recognizing the mephitic turtles he had fought before in the Blessed Empire was to send numerous icebergs their way. The next thing after that was him sending a command to the 15 epic beasts at the central area of the frozen plateau spiritual land, and then releasing them to the outside world. Many of them were still weakened with their origins eaten up, but they were still epic beasts holding powerful strength. They were the easiest to send commands to with their high ranks, so only these 15 beasts were let out of the spiritual land. They would help to reinforce the Frozen Kingdom's forces against the demons, while the Holy Blight that had taken the appearance of a graceful holy saint through the use of Two-Faced worked to heal and covertly caused even more chaos in the battlefield through the use of Zombie Master. Seeing the ferocious green zombies running below him rampantly gave way to many ideas and possibilities. After attacking the Demon King with extreme speed, 2 summoned beasts began pursuing him in the skies. The blue manticores he continued to clash against were genuine legendary beasts, every single one of their strikes with the deadly stingers pushing him back and dealing heavy damage that he quickly worked to heal. The connection with Summon Holy Blight was extremely strong, and he continued to receive constant heals and buffs as his large incarnation became damaged. When Sigil of Hegemony became inactive, he wanted to test how he fared against genuine legendary with the usage of his epic skills, but it seemed just that alone was not enough to bridge the gap. He was ready to activate the legendary skill as soon as the cooldown ended and start fighting back with heavy attacks once more when the situation changed. And the Demon King underwent a rapid transformation. The creature to appear at the end of it was a ferocious winged demon that nearly reached his incarnation size. The thick red arms of the demons were raised high as pulsating pillars of flames appeared on his palms, roaring to the skies. A malevolent smile came on the demon's face as a powerful voice rang out, "I'm gonna skin you alive and use your fur as at FUCKNG Reg." Chapter 114 Demon King Gremory Calmness. I tried to bring my mind to an exceptionally peaceful place and calm my emotions as I looked at the transformed Demon King in the skies. Hellish red flames erupted beautifully from his hands and rose into the skies, putting a different contrast on the lands that were filled with white snow. The temperature was visibly rising in the surroundings as the wide pillars of flames in his hands continued to dance in the air. My body was surrounded by a layer of skills, with Bear Emperor's hide fully covering and spreading throughout the corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, giving me an appearance of a ferocious beast. The swirling storm of destructive cold elements around me from the activated Absolute Zero went to further cement this look of a beast that came from the depths of frozen lands. It didn't matter what the demon thought my identity was as long as I took him down. The one thing I was extremely looking forward to was the possibilities of amazing skills from such a strong figure. I looked at the Demon King and the beasts he commanded as I realized I would be fighting against 3 legendary ranked opponents. If I still had only epic skills, the results of this battle would be disastrous to think about. I was now just waiting to once more initiate the spectacular skill I received as one of the prizes for clearing the trial of supremacy for the spiritual land as I moved across the skies. Sigil of Hegemony. A highly protective sigil establishes itself as far as 30 meters around you, empowering you and your allies while hindering your foes for 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds are required before it can be activated again. Absorbs half of all damage dealt while active. 200% casting and attack speed. 200% damage to enemies in sigil. 200% speed. -50% enemy elemental resistances. Minus 50% enemy speed. The skill had the craziest buff and debuffs I had ever come across, but also had something I haven't had with many of the skills I used so far, a cooldown. The Demon King, followed by his two blue manticores, floated dangerously in the air as the hellish flames that were shooting to the skies aimed themselves towards me. I could feel my heart already pumping excitedly as teleport was cast, and I appeared behind the transformed demon. My long sword was already stretched out right as I cast Sigil of Hegemony. Wah, a beautiful sound as if something was long released from its confines erupted out as a blue circle began to spread with me in the center. Runic formations I could in no way understand were layered on top of this expanding circle, going to cover more than 10 meters around me quickly, and still expanding. The moment Sigil of Hegemony was cast, I felt the strength and speed of my body become multiple times greater, accelerating the speed of my cold sword even faster to the 3 targets in front of me. I could see the arrogant face of the Demon King undergo a change as a thin protective covering erupted in front of him. Boom! Demon King Gremory, what? The sword beast in front of me continued to bring more and more surprises as it teleported behind me and used the same spectacular skill. A sigil of unknown origins spread out. The moment it passed through me, I felt my defenses and speed weakening significantly. I had battled for hundreds of years, and never thought I would be faced with something new after all this time. My bloodthirst began rising as the beast that I thought would die easily could actually put up a fight. Boom! The beast's cold sword met the protective layer of blood barrier, and actually broke through it, my 2 primal spirits using their stingers to stop it from piercing into my body. As I felt the chill of the blade near me, I found myself smiling towards this beast. You actually have the strength to back you up. Good, now, let's see how you fare against my attacks. Even though my defenses and speed were reduced, it didn't mean I couldn't dish out my killer attacks. Rending Flames was cast as claws of dense flames went to strike on the body of the white-furred beast. I looked forward to the scalding reaction, but I watched as more than half of the skill's power disappeared the moment it neared the body of the beast. The other half quickly dissipated from the thick fur surrounding it. Now what sort of skill is this? I was a collector of many things unique and weird, and this beast with his constantly changing skills would be a great addition to that collection. Now, let's see how many more attacks you can withstand. An intense fight was occurring in the skies above the 2 fighting forces as a Demon King with 2 primal spirits battled a powerful beast swinging a deadly sword. Bone spears with deathly cold energy could be seen exploding in the skies, as the sword-clad and unstable ice elements clashed with the tough stingers of the 2 spirits. In the fights below, and Emperor Penguin was looking at the beautiful sigil that had spread more than 30 meters in the air longingly. This was the stage it wanted to reach, the stage to be considered truly powerful. Its longing was replaced with ferociousness as the focus came back to the huge ogre commander it was trading blows with. While gazing at the fight above every now and then, many scenes like this were playing out in the snowy lands between 2 mountains as newly appearing beasts reinforced the Frozen Kingdom's forces. Someone that was putting in even more contribution was the white-robed man shining in gold that continued to send down lights that healed any that were injured. Many of the soldiers and mercenaries were sending reverent and thankful looks towards this saint, but they could have never imagined that this same saint was the one causing the most mayhem in the battlefield with the use of Zombie Master. Bodies that should have remained dead across the snowy fields were constantly rising and spreading dangerous poisonous fumes. Many of them remained in the ranks of the Demon Legion's forces where they fought against them until they exploded into clouds of poison. It was a terrifying sight where the numbers of green moving corpses were not decreasing over time as they constantly exploded, but were actually increasing as more and more corpses were created. This created a tough fight for those in the Demon Legion as they found themselves increasingly cornered with more and more defiled corpses moving against them. Chapter 115 Demon King Gremory 2. A game of cat and mouse was currently happening in the skies between 2 snowy mountain peaks in the northern continent of the beast world. Who the cat or the mouse was could not be clearly identified at this time, as the roles seemed to change over time. More than 30 minutes had passed since this chase began. It was 2 ferocious-looking beings flying through the skies, a silvery light appearing every now and then as one teleported a few miles away, only for the one chasing to catch up a few seconds later. The reason this chase was occurring was because a powerful sigil that was spread for more than 30 meters had caused a tremendous amount of damage for a winged demon and his primal spirits, and that sigil had disappeared after 30 seconds. This scene repeated itself multiple times in the past half hour. The disappearance of the sigil drastically reduced the power the white-furred incarnation was releasing, causing the current scene. The Demon King that had caught up to the white-furred incarnation that was Noah struck out with his strong arms as hellish red flames erupted out. Two primal spirits were not far behind as poisonous stingers appeared from behind looking for an opening on their target. Schluck, one of the stingers from the blue manticores, was able to pierce through, leaving a large gash on the shoulder of the incarnation which quickly closed up. This rate of healing so rapidly from an attack of a legendary beast could not be explained normally, as many skills came into play to cause it. First and foremost was lifesteal. Every single attack from Noah had the trait of absorbing health based on a portion of the damage dealt. The ferocious ice storm that continued to surround him, the cold blade that continued to smash into the bodies of the primal spirits and the demon king, even the attacks made by the summon that was called forth by him, all of these were his attacks. And he gained a portion of health from the damage they dealt. The battlefield was also largely populated by green defiled corpses at this instant that were ferociously decimating the demon legion. Just those attacks alone made it so that lifesteal was constantly working to heal and regenerate any damage. This wasn't to mention the constant buffs and heals that came directly from the Holy Blight. As Noah waited for the cooldown of the powerful legendary skill to finish, he rapidly moved across the skies, taking many hits that could rupture apart the corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, that was even protected by Bear Emperor's fur. The only thing that kept it apart were the constant heals that covered up all the damage in the blink of an eye. Amidst teleporting, deathly spears made of bones would appear and rush towards the chasing demon king, who was knocking them away with a swing of his arms that released hellish flames. The injuries on his body continued to mutilate, but he seemed to disregard them completely. A wicked smile was on his face as the red-winged demon spoke. "You do not seem to be familiar with demon kings, so let me enlighten you." Boom, an expanse of red sprouted out as the outline of a large spear formed out of hellish flames. The spear chased Noah's figure and exploded vigorously. "First, we hold massive reserves of mana. Whatever game you think you are playing by running around like this, the longer it goes, the more you guarantee your death. No being has ever competed and won against the mana pool of a demon king." Gremory's words seemed to be hitting air as Noah's beast incarnation came out of the explosion safe and sound. An expression of excitement appeared on the incarnation's large face as a powerful runic sigil was activated yet again. The manticores surrounding the demon king returned to his side as they guarded menacingly, watching out for the figure of Noah that had begun moving at extreme speeds once again with the activation of Sigil of Hegemony. Second, our bodies were born from the primeval essence of the demon world, granting us extreme resistance to all forms of damage. Surprisingly, this skill of yours can momentarily cause a drop in my defenses, which makes you a very interesting little beast to study. Vroom, a sound as if the arrival of the most terrible disaster appeared as Noah finally showed himself, appearing on an opening between the demon king that was surrounded by two legendary primal spirits as his incarnation's mouth opened unnaturally and a destructive breath roiled out. Arctic breath was cast for the first time. Pa. Pa. Pa, sounds as if popcorn was being popped rang out as the freezing breath surrounded the demon king and his summons. But this was a demon king. One of the ranked beings that was especially born from a large world. Despondency of spirit, a powerful yell came from the demon king as one of the spirits covered in ice exploded out, forming into a thin line of light that attached itself to Noah's figure. Boom, a resounding explosion rang out as the figure of the white-furred incarnation shot towards the ground like a ballistic missile. 1/3 of the incarnation's body could be seen decimated, as even with the absorption of half of all damage from the now active Sigil of Hegemony, could not stop the devastating damage from an explosion of a primal spirit. Noah's body was roughly breathing inside as the impact had spread across all the way to him. The epic items and layers of lower skills he had on reducing the rest of the damage as he suffered minimally. Only a few seconds were left to the recently casted Sigil of Hegemony, as his incarnation fully healed and he teleported to the skies. The voice of the arrogant and injured demon king rang out once again. "Lastly, our unique skills, our FUCK and G unique." A burst of raucous laughter rang out as a new primal spirit formed as good as new, the dangerously shining poisonous stinger and ferocious power of legendary rank that just exploded coming back as good as new. Demon King Gremory stood grandly in the air, surrounded by two blue manticores, letting out overwhelming power as his laugh resounded. Yet the curious thing that could not be explained remained. Why was he so nonchalant about his heavy injuries? Gremory came out of his stupor as he felt the movement of essence roiling above him, giving an interesting smile as to what the puny beast was doing now. Up above, multiple sizable icebergs had appeared once more, along with tens of 5-meter large bone spears pulsating dangerously, and an Arctic breath that roiled out while Sigil of Hegemony was still active. The horned incarnation that covered Noah's body stood firm in the air with a blade in hand as his voice rang out for the first time. You talk too much. Chapter 116 Catastrophic Consequences. Boom. Attacks that were reinforced by a legendary skill exploded in the skies above the snowy mountains, painting a devastating scene of power. When the skies cleared, the winged demon king and his primal spirits had sustained significant injuries. A deep gash lay on his chest as the muscles wiggled around eerily to heal themselves, but the deathly energy from the bone spears vastly reduced the speed of healing. A significant amount of time had passed since the battle began, and the Demon King was finally becoming worn out. I looked at this scene as I moved faster to end this fight that had been going on for far too long. I had a few more seconds before I could cast Sigil of Hegemony again. My mind moved quickly as I sent a command, and the golden saint that had been going around healing injured forces from the frozen kingdom silently disappeared. In a few seconds, something entirely new appeared in the air above me as a wicked form of a 10-meter-tall green-gold abomination stood by me. I ignored the primal spirits around the Demon King and focused only on him, now joined by my upgraded epic summon. The Demon King that was being besieged from all sides was actually laughing, even when injuries continued to accumulate on his body as I threw more bone spears and struck down with my freezing sword. You exceeded my expectations, I'll give you that. I continued to ignore his words as I focused on counting down the seconds until a specific skill could be cast. I would try my best to end it on this next one. A grayed out skill became blue again as I cast it right away and watched the runic sigil spread out all around me. My incarnation and summon received tremendous boosts while the enemies we were facing reduced in speed and defense. I wanted to use the next 30 seconds to the fullest as Arctic Breath was already leaving my mouth and bone spears were thrown out again and again. The skills that were only of epic rank showed extreme effectiveness when boosted by Sigil of Hegemony, and it looked like the defenses of the Demon King were finally wearing down after he was hit for so long. The summoned Holy Blight entering the fray caused the battle to be even more balanced as Noxious Breath was also continuously released. Onto the enemies, boom, I kept the primal spirits at bay as I watched my summon use its large body to smash the Demon King into the ground. Whatever attacks were thrown at the Holy Blight, they quickly healed as even more virulent poison was released from him. The Demon King neared his end. The one surprising thing was his nonchalant expression as his body continued to be poisoned and injured. Even when the Holy Blight, with its huge stature, exploded its body while clutching onto the Demon King and causing a tremendous amount of damage, he continued to laugh. This is definitely interesting. To be defeated by a beast I have never heard about, I'll have to thoroughly investigate this in the future. I continued to rain attacks on the body that had turned a deathly shade of green-red as the fight went on and replied to the dying demon. You still think you're coming out of this alive? A wicked smile was on his face as he looked at me once more, the hellish flames he usually released from his palms fizzling out as his primal spirits were kept at bay. The two summons of his were hard to kill, and caused heavy explosions when they died, only to appear a few seconds later. They were trying to break through the encirclement of my incarnation and summon, but we defended and absorbed their attacks, healing from them quickly while trying to end the life of this powerful opponent quickly. His twisted face spoke yet again. Here's the last thing about Demon Kings that I can tell you now, you gained the right to learn that much. Demon Kings never really die. Ha ha. Even if you kill me here and now, I will be resurrected by the demon world in a few months. That is a right that is rare across many worlds, only given especially to the rank rulers of the demon world. Now, when that happens, you better hope you're not in this same location, or the demon legions I will bring with me next time. The demon was maddeningly raving as I threw down more bone spears, being one of the skills that dealt a lot of damage as he couldn't heal from them easily. As for his claims, let's put them to the test. My large body glowed magnificently as another Sigil of Hegemony spread out, and I used the boost of speed and power to bypass the barriers the Demon King had set up around his body. My cold blade piercing through his chest, the primal spirits behind me trying to claw their way past the Holy Blight that continued to explode and push them away screamed out as they exploded too. The cold blade that passed through the chest of the Demon King vibrated as the destructive cold elements spread out with it as the center. The Demon King still had the same mocking expression on his face as he could feel the freezing feeling spread across his chest and completely overlap his heart. I'll see you in a few months, puny bios-argh. A painful wail rang out to the Demon King about to die as a red light exploded outwards, his face adopting a despairing expression as something seemed to have gone wholly wrong for him. What or why dash, RGH, one last scream erupted out as the red light exploded outwards even more, giving me a surprise as the red light exploded to become gold bundles of books, items, cores, and something else I had never seen before. I breathed out heavily as I looked at this scene that had never occurred before. The essence of the beasts I defeated usually gets pulled into one of my storage items where I would find the loot there. This time, an explosion of loot had occurred outside as the demon completely perished. The primal spirits that exploded before him were also nowhere to be found. We had moved away from the battlefield for quite a distance as we fought and flew. And I found myself near a peak of a snowy mountain as the yells and screams of the battle a few miles away continued. I sent the changed holy blight that was now adopting my face with his saintly aura caused by Two-Faced towards the battle to continue saving more lives as everything wrapped up, and I looked towards the explosion of loot in front of me. What kinds of rewards would fall out from a demon king? Chapter 117, Catastrophic Consequences. 2. While the battle was concluding in the snowy mountains between a demon legion and the forces of the Frozen Kingdom, a world-shocking notice passed through the minds of every demon king in existence, whether they were the highest-ranked demon lords carrying out conquest in large worlds, or the demon kings currently invading the beast world. A singular message passed through their minds. Something that rarely occurred and has not come to pass in the last hundreds of years had now taken place. A demon king had faced true death, shock, disbelief, apprehension. Lines of communication that went across the worlds were sent out as the demon kings looked for answers. Who had died? Which world were they in? And the most important thing, which powerhouse had they offended that they faced true death? To understand the shock of these demon kings, one would have to first know just how hard it was to actually kill one. For the demon kings invading the beast world, over the course of the months more than 3 demon kings had fallen. But neither of them faced true death. Every time a demon king was killed, their origin, no matter how injured, would be sent back to the demon world. The origin would act as a seedling and absorb the primeval essence of the demon world to eventually be born again after a long period of time passed. This was one of the core reasons why the demon world was able to wage war and dominate many other worlds. Their main forces seemed inexhaustible as time passed. It was a world that continued to rise through the ranks, and almost neared the upper echelons of prime worlds. Their strength was also their only weakness, where the 72 demon kings and the upper-ranked demon lords were very careful when they waged war across worlds. Many things would be considered. What level was the world they were invading? Were there any beings there that could truly threaten their lives? This was the crucial question that was always looked at first before any demon kings or demon lords descended onto other worlds. Over the past hundreds of years, a complete list of worlds not to get in conflict with had all been documented from past events where a demon king had faced true death. Worlds that focused on and were proficient in soul systems were left alone. Worlds where inhabitants increased their strength by unlocking the secrets of the universal laws were left alone. Only recently growing worlds that had not yet established their place in the universe were targeted. This allowed the demon world to roam free and rampant, and prevent the true deaths of their strongest forces. From the time when their conquest began until now, only 2 demon kings had faced true death. Now, there was a third. There used to be 72 rulers of the demon world in total, and now only 69 remained. Where had the demon king fallen? Which grand world had one of them stepped into that caused such a huge incident? Communications were sent back and forth across worlds as the rulers of the demon world confirmed their positions. In a matter of a few minutes, all of the remaining 69 checked in. The only one that was missing was rank 56, Demon King Gremory. Even more shock came from the realization of this, because Gremory was in a world that was neither weak nor powerful, but it definitely did not have powerhouses or such powerful systems of strength that would allow for its inhabitants to cause a demon king to face true death. The demon kings currently in the beast world were the ones that felt even more apprehension because they knew the situation of Gremory very well. He was a powerful demon king of legendary rank. With many skills at his disposal, he was the one in charge of occupying the kingdom and the northern lands of the beast world where the weakest kingdom resided. Yet, he had actually faced true death there. Communications continued as the demon kings and higher-ranked demon lords quickly moved the information around. An impossibly cold voice rang out through the channel of communication that was established across worlds. This was one of the highest-ranked rulers of the demon world, someone ranked in the top 10 speaking. The ones remaining in the beast world, focus your forces in the region where this incident occurred. A few more demon kings that are in nearby worlds will come to reinforce you soon enough. Move carefully. This could be a serious threat that is just now budding in this world, or something entirely different. Information is key. Find out everything behind this incident first. Then we will see how to move forward. A momentary silence passed as another demon lord of high rank chimed in. Once the information is known, strengthen the attacks on all the forces in that world and take over everything as soon as possible. Treat this threat with extreme caution. More words were passed around as the demon kings grasped the situation of the beast world and planned. A terrible threat had possibly appeared that could shake the core foundations of the demon world. It had to be nipped as soon as possible. A demon lord that had remained silent through all of this also had their voice ring out, making a few of the high-rank rulers surprised. The one that talked was a demon lord that kept to themselves in a dominated world where they alone ruled. This ruler caused many of the lower-ranked demon kings to feel fear from the cruelty of their actions and power. Well, I doubt someone of my rank would be needed to crush this possible threat, but why don't I go down myself? Silence. There was complete silence in the communication channel as the first cold voice that gave out the orders replied, "That won't be necessary." The beast world is not highly developed and still has strict universal laws protecting it from the descent of high-tiered beings. Even trying it would deplete treasures and essences we've collected over the past 1,000 years. It is not worth it. So be it. Don't regret this in the future. Aureas, you go and do reconnaissance where this incident occurred first. Your skills are a perfect fit for this. There was a period of silence as the rulers of the demon world felt the connection have one less being on the other end. This was a demon lord that caused fear to permeate through the bones of lower-ranked demon kings. It was a demon lord that took over a world and completely massacred its inhabitants just to build up an army. This was the necromancer of chaos, the one who gained the title of destroyer. Rank 8 Demon Lord, Barbados, Chapter 118. Rapid changes. In the next week that followed certain events, movements could be seen across the beast world that made many powerful figures apprehensive. There were a variety of demon legions that were spreading out from the former Draconic Kingdom and waging war to the remaining 3 mythical kingdoms. Multiple demon kings were leading their forces against these powerful kingdoms that held powerhouses of legendary rank, and some mythical ranks at their forefront. These powerhouses found the forces of demons shifting around with extreme urgency these few days, causing them to tighten their own defenses and wonder what they were planning now. The demon kings had their own headaches as they had to soon move pieces towards the northern lands while keeping their positions and defending from the attacks of beasts. Another factor that became a problem to consider was that who would be the one to head out to the location where one of them faced a true death. None of the demon kings were cowards, but the reality that a being with the power to truly kill them existed gave them great feelings of apprehension. It was a feeling they were not used to before. Talks and arguments took place as specific demon kings were chosen to lead their legions towards the northern lands in the coming weeks. They would begin marching out the moment more information was gathered and their forces were reassembled as they returned even more firepower on the fronts where they were waging war against the mythical kingdoms. Demon King Aureas would be the one to head towards the northern lands first, her unique skill making her ideal for carrying out reconnaissance. Information would be key for them as they moved forward, deep in the center of the taken-over Draconic Kingdom. The sin of Lust, the 32nd-ranked demon king Asmodeus was calmly sitting on a throne of a grandiose castle. The throne was open to a large hall where lines of minotaurs, ogres, and enslaved dragons were present. Asmodeus had his eyes closed as he furiously used the ultimate skill that granted him glimpses of the future as he tried to predict the best possible ways to move from now on. On the face of his ultimate skill, who could possibly stand against him? Outside of the castle was a terrifying presence standing guard like a dutiful dog. The being standing guard was a humongous, bone dragon. Many people wouldn't recognize this figure if they tried, but those close could see glimpses of who the being used to be. Although he was now mostly bones, his power seemed to be just as domineering. This was the being that used to be the ruler of the Draconic Kingdom, now standing guard dutifully for the invaders that took his life and enslaved his people. The terror of demons had yet to truly reach the minds of the beings in the beast world, as they now began to move seriously. A few days had passed since the terrible battle between 2 snowy mountains that took the lives of thousands. At some point during the battle, the Trias king had disappeared from the clutches of the enemy in his silvery light and appeared behind the defense lines where his soldiers swarmed to protect him. He, along with many of the injured individuals fighting on the Frozen Kingdom side, had all received healing from the saint that appeared in the skies during the battle. Thousands of lives had been saved through his hands, and yet, nobody knew where he was. As the powerful beast continued to clash with the demon king some distance from the battlefield, the saint had disappeared from everyone's eyes. This wasn't the only one to disappear. as the epic beasts that reinforced the battalion commanders were also gone as soon as the battle was finished. The horrifying corpses that were moving in the battlefield to decimate the demon legion also rushed to the mountains soon after, leaving behind a field of blood and gore, but not a single corpse in sight. No matter if they were human, beast or demon, not a single corpse remained on the battlefield. This sort of power caused much apprehension and reverence on the forces of the Frozen Kingdom as many questions plagued their minds. What was the identity of the saint that saved so many lives? Where did the sword beast that clashed against the demon king come from? There were many questions with no answers as the process of healing was taking place in the Frozen Kingdom. The Ilu Trias king was heavily injured in the battle, the result causing him to lose his right arm even after the constant healing lights fell from the saint. What many people didn't know was that the biggest loss he received from the battle was the loss of his first son. The older prince was jailed in a secret location under the orders of the king as soon as the battle finished. The trusted battalion commanders did not raise any questions as they did what they were told. The powerful king has lost a limb, and also lost much more, as the shock of stupidity and betrayal from his own blood made him despondent. Was he such a bad father that his own son would plot to take down everything they had built? No. There had to be something else. The king was searching and grasping for straws as time passed, trying to understand the sequence of events as much as possible. This was the terror of demon kings, where even though they had won the battle, it still felt like they lost something much more. A shattered family where a son acted against his own father. Who else can enact such a scene? As problems were solved, new ones arose. The damage the demons had caused on the counties and dukedoms before they reached Valen County and Shadow Dukedom were plentiful, destroying many of the farms, warehouses, and homes of common people. There was also the death of thousands of the kingdom's elite forces, which caused a reduction of much of the workforce to clear dungeons for their resources and reduced adventurers of high skill that were required to cultivate the freezing lands of the Frozen Kingdom. Many people found money and food becoming tight as more and more refugees from surrounding counties and dukedoms rushed into the kingdom. People wanted protection from the onslaught of demons, and they wanted food that was quickly becoming scarce as the kingdom worked to provide during these times of war. If nothing changed, hundreds of thousands of people could die from the hunger and cold. Against all of these depressing events, it was the queen-elect that had been moving rapidly across the kingdom that made many nobles turn their eyes. Even before the huge battle between the demons had taken place, Princess Adelaide had begun commissioning for new plots of farms to be prepared and seeds to be sown. Many were wondering why the princess was doing this, as anything planted right now would take weeks if not months to cultivate and be ready for harvest. This was especially so for the lands in the frigid environment they were in. Many of the nobles were calling for the kingdom to reach out for help towards the mythical beast kingdoms they hadn't had many relations with. They pointed out the powerful beast that had come to their rescue as the sentiment that during these times of war, the beast kingdoms were becoming more accepting of working together with humans to survive against the invaders of their world. Uncertainty was in the air as the people in the kingdom were in a period of mourning these past few days, while also gaining hope from the powerful strength of the beings that saved them. The Ilu Trias king and many of the people of the Frozen Kingdom wondered. Where were they now? Chapter 119 Loot. I was in the center of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land as I looked over the bountiful things that had come out from the death of the Demon King. As soon as the red light faded and piles of loot were beside the large body of the Demon King, I transferred everything into the central area of the spiritual land so I could check them all out without interruptions. The battle had finished, with the holy blight I sent out being able to handle much of the cleanup. The few hours after that were spent with me looking over the rewards of the very long battle. There were a great many things that brought a lot of surprises, but first and foremost were the skills. Demon King's Hockey. Your strength displays itself outward, placing tremendous pressure on those you are facing. Memory Plunderer. Dip into the abstract and plunder the memories of your enemies and certain objects. Primal Conjurer. 2 primal spirits of the same level are called to your side. Currently available spirits: Troll, Manticore, Dullahan, 2 brand new legendary skills and a unique drop from a single Demon King. The unique skill aside, just the 2 legendary ones made me want to go hunting for more Demon Kings right away. 2 of them were very straightforward. But Memory Plunderer was one that made me do a double take as it was one of the skills that weren't the usual offensive or defensive, but something entirely different. Skills like these usually gave me the biggest surprises. Next up were new things that I hadn't come across before. Power Jewel X2, a condensed form of powerful abyss magic. Can be used to increase the firepower of skills by corrupting them with this terrible magic. Ruler's Medal 56, grants you the highest authority in the 56th region of the demon world. These two items made me ponder for quite a while as I observed them. The ruler's medal was a star-shaped medallion that was extremely heavy on my hands. And I found it shocking to come across something like this from defeating a single demon king. The G power jewel was something I could more easily understand, as I had come across them before with the epic mercenary I fought. The corrupted tag on the Sword Saint incarnation finally clicked as I saw the description of the jewel. I opened my huge panel to see which skills would be great to boost in damage. If they could come close to the usefulness of corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, I would have much more power in my arsenal. I hadn't yet begun absorbing the cores I gained from the Demon King, so my attributes were still the same as of right now. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter. Vitality, 410, Focus, Strength, 418, Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Flight 100, Instant Transfer 100, Recorder 100, Language Comprehension 100, Lion's Roar 23, Water Barrier 100, Pierce 100, Executor Speed 100, Sense Heat Source 100, Silent Communication 75, Regal Archer's Eyes 100. Cook 38, A, Arctic Zone 100, Relegator Spear 23, Immutable Regeneration 100, Abstruse Cover 100, Barrier of Illusion 100, Paladin's Blessing 11, Pursuing Infernal Lightning 1, S, Protection of the Wounded 100, Flash 100, Aura of Belligerence 100, Enfeeble 100, Phoenix Arrow 1, Shield Slam 8, Obfuscation 100, Rune of Defense 100, Dragon Scales 100, Budding Farmer 8, Ricocheting Shield 1. Bear's Fighting Style 1, Archer's Gamble 1, Lion's Heart 100, Speedster 100, Smoldering Sword Strike 56, Earthen Spears 1, Thought Acceleration 100, Crisis Avoidance 100, S, Devastation 100, Epic, Corrupted Sword Saints Incarnation 49, Iceberg 38, Absolute 0-35, Bone Spears 27, Bear Emperor's Fur 28, Lifesteal 16, Teleport 25, Arctic Breath 16, Legendary, Sigil of Hegemony 12, Demon King's Hockey 1, Memory Plunderer 1, Unique, Spiritual Land Management, Primal Conjurer. Equipment, 3x Spearing of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, Epic Kingslayer, Epic Rat King's Mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Unshattered Charity, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots. There were many skills that had reached 100 proficiency that were prime for combination, and that was the next thing I would be doing as soon as I learned about the new things I've obtained. First, I placed a small amount of mana into the E-Power Jewel, while looking at my panel, seeing two skills become grayed out and many more starting to shine bright red. Unique skills were grayed out, and it seemed the E-Power Jewel couldn't be applied to them. Every other skill was blinking red as if asking to be selected. I looked to my most powerful skills aside from unique and selected, Sigil of Hegemony. A flash of red occurred as the E-Power Jewel melted in my hands and flew into my body. I felt a rumbling of essence as I watched the flickering of the legendary skill until it soon changed. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, a highly protective sigil establishes itself as far as 30 meters around you, empowering you and your allies while hindering your foes for 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds are required before the runic forces can be activated again. Absorbs half of all damage dealt while active. 300% casting and attack speed. 300% damage to enemies in sigil. 300% speed. Minus 75% enemy elemental resistances. Minus 75% enemy speed. Restrict movement is applied. The skill now had even more boosts to damage, speed, and much more. Something even more spectacular called restrict movement was also added on top of it. I quickly thought about the powerful enemies I continued to face as my power continued to grow like this. I had just boosted a legendary skill with the powerful jewel that the Demon King left behind. Its rank hadn't gone above, but its power was now even greater. With my constant use of the skills that increased their proficiency before I combined them, it meant my power would continue to get closer and closer to the next rank. With all of these factors put into place, I left the other, power jewel, behind for now as I felt the movement of the Holy Blight and epic beasts near the snowy mountain where I finished off the Demon King. Rushing along with them were hordes of terrifying green corpses that moved erratically. I transferred all of the beasts and defiled corpses into the frozen plateau spiritual land. There were many things for me to do, and I had to go through them slowly to make sure there were no mistakes. With the end of the battle outside, there should be a period of peace as everyone recovered from this battle, although I didn't know how long that peace would be. I knew that killing a Demon King would have huge after effects, I just didn't know how extreme the retaliation would be. The Frozen Kingdom might even be faced with even more demon legions after this. I used spiritual land management and saw the changes occurring as the defiled corpses were transferred in. The Emperor Penguin and other beasts were transferred on top of the spiritual land where the snowy, whitefall trees were abundant as they rested from the battle. The Holy Blight was like a sheepherder as it stood in the skies and commanded the defiled corpses to stand in neat rows in between the whitefall trees. The sight was terrifying as the count of the defiled corpses reached a few thousands. I remained underground in the center of the spiritual land below as these things continued above me, sending out a command to my summon and the epic beasts to just be on standby as I wanted to figure out my new skills and look a bit closer at the spiritual land and its functions before I head back to the Frozen Kingdom to see the aftermath of this battle. The first thing that had been itching in my mind was Memory Plunderer. The description mentioned that memories of enemies and certain objects could be read. I thought for a bit as I reached out to the remaining power jewel and activated the skill. A red light flashed, but nothing occurred. I didn't give up and reached out to the large body of the Demon King I kept with me as I activated Memory Plunderer once again. The same red light flashed, and it continued to become brighter. Chapter 120 Memories. It was as if a film was playing out, and yet I was in the film at the same time. I felt extremely nauseous as it continued to go at an extremely fast pace, putting a ton of information that wasn't mine in my head. The memories were many, but they were sparse. I felt a stinging pain in my head as the memories continued to play out. And the pain intensified until my sight turned black. I woke up feeling extremely groggy, not sure how much time had passed since I blacked out. For the first time in quite a while, I actually didn't feel well. My body was almost always surrounded by many support and defense skills, which on top of my strengthened body, made me feel in top shape all the time, yet now, the nauseousness had not gone away as my head continued to thump. Memories that were not mine continued to play out as I adopted a somber expression as they were registering. My somber expression soon turned to apprehension, and that apprehension soon turned to fear. Fuck, shit. Damn, I tried taking deep breaths to calm myself down. I was feeling deep emotions that the memories carried, and had to remind myself that they were not mine. The life of the 56th ranked Demon King Gremory had sparsely laid itself out in front of my eyes. Only bits of memories from the hundreds of years he had lived played out, seemingly to be the most important ones that held significance to remember, but over the course of hundreds of years, these sparse memories were a lot. It was the things contained in these memories that brought me apprehension that soon turned into fear, memories of demon kings and demon lords, of powerful beings and grand worlds, of the carnage and mayhem that the demons carried out, of secrets, many, many secrets that only someone in the position of Gremory's caliber had access to. Breathe. I had to breathe. There was a ton of information, and facing all of it for the first time threw me off. The skill, Memory Plunderer, was incredibly powerful, and it became even crazier when the memories were of someone like this. Not many beings in the universe had the chance to kill a demon king and also have a skill that allowed them to take away their memories. Gremory had used this skill on his defeated enemies to obtain and use an extravagant amount of information over the years. Much of this information was now passing through my head. A few minutes passed as I felt all the colorfully shining activated skills as the nauseousness died down and I felt like myself again. The fear I had been feeling slowly reduced as my expression became somber. The enemies I faced were truly powerful. I didn't even want to think of those that gained the title of Demon Lords as of right now, as my power in no way reached where they were at. Just the demon kings on the beast world currently were enough for me to worry about. Memories of different worlds were placed aside as my focus narrowed down to the most important things I had to keep in mind. I calmed myself as I forced my memory to recall that it had barely been 2 months since I awakened. Barely 2 months, and I was already at the position I was at right now. It didn't matter how powerful my enemies were if I continued growing at this rate, or became even faster with the gaining of new skills. I had nothing to worry about. I realized the period of peace I thought we would have might not even last 2 weeks as some memories clicked with recent events. The biggest thing on hand was the death of Gremory. The consequences from it were much grander than I thought. Recalling the expression and fear he felt before he died, I connected it to one of the mysterious powers of the demon world, the fact that its demon kings and demon lords were resurrected when they died. Power from the demon world recalled their origins the moment they were killed, and only time would be required before they return as good as new. Very few powers in the many worlds could cause the 72 rulers of the demon world to actually die. And it seemed like the system of power instituted from my world could do it as well, damn. This was purely a conjunction from the new memories I held and the sudden change of reaction from Gremory, who was confident about the resurrection that would take place after. Those were his only thoughts I could grasp from the last few minutes of his life, everything closer to his death remaining a blank darkness. This conjecture was most likely true, which meant things were about to get very dangerous. Another ruler of the demon world had faced true death, and in the hands of someone unknown in a developing world in some corner of the universe, thought acceleration was working to the fullest as I compiled everything from the memories that would have the most immediate impact. The first was the demon kings spread out in the Draconic Kingdom, as well as the ones targeting the surrounding mythical kingdoms. I was finally able to learn more about the beast world with the memories from Gremory, coming to understand the other three mythical kingdoms standing strongly right now. The demons had actually not made any more progress after the victory with the Draconic Kingdom. The other kingdoms, having formed alliances as powerhouses, were sent back and forth to stop the advancement of demons. Neither the demons nor the mythical kingdoms placed too much attention on the small frozen kingdom in the frigid north, leaving the brunt of the fights away from here. The advent of Gremory and the help from the transparent red figure that came to the northern lands to strengthen the forces here was only a cause and effect from the continuing war. But now that a demon king had died because of this recent battle, the north would become the center of attention. I continued to keep myself calm as I organized all my thoughts. The mythical Phoenix Kingdom in the west, the mythical White Tiger Kingdom in the east, and the mythical Tortoise Kingdom in the south. Small bits of information about the powerhouses there were in Gremory's memories, as well the demon kings they faced. I also got the information of the demon king that was put in charge of sending the enslaved forces of beasts to recently found small worlds. The name Belial floated in my head as I had found the direct culprit that sent down destruction to my homeworld. But all of this had to be put behind for now. The most pressing matter was the swift reaction these powerful rulers of the demon world would take towards something as monumental as the true death of someone in their ranks. I had to be completely prepared. The enemies I faced were truly terrifying to think about, but so was my speed of progression. My emotions were fully reined in under control as my mind was made up. It didn't matter if entire worlds were my enemies, I would move past them. As for something that could quickly raise my strength, well, there were many ways to go about it. With such an abundant amount of information in my head, I didn't even need to wait for my enemies to come to me. I knew many of their secrets that I am sure they would have no idea I would be able to get my hands on. Memories of the unique and ultimate skills of demon kings and demon lords passed through my mind as the next thing I looked to was the Frozen Plateau spiritual land. What were you really, and how can I best use you? Chapter 121 Spiritual Lands. Gremory himself had very little knowledge of these spiritual lands, as the demons classified them as the beast world's unique treasure that promoted the strength of its inhabitants. Some major worlds had exceptional unique treasures that made them powerful and stand out in the universe. One of the examples being the system of 72 rulers of the demon world that were near impossible to truly kill. The beast world had spiritual lands as its unique treasure, or so the demons thought. Spiritual lands were one of the things that stopped their advances into the mythical kingdoms from continuing, as the powerhouses defended themselves with hordes of beasts as well as many other features from higher-tiered spiritual lands. The Frozen Plateau spiritual land I had obtained was currently still very small in size, hidden amongst piles of snow as the beasts, and thousands of defiled corpses were safely staying inside as if it was our own small world. I could feel my connection to the spiritual land and some of the intricacies involved in controlling it. Using the unique skill, spiritual land management, made the very complex intricacies of the spiritual land very easy to handle, but I still didn't have enough information. Since Memory Plunderer worked on the body of the Demon King, I wanted to give a try to another object. Nothing occurred when I activated it with the Yi Power Jewel, so let's see if this object that was a spiritual land would be any different. I prepared myself for another potentially headache-inducing experience after just coming out of the first one. I placed my hand on the clear ground of the frozen plateau as I felt the strong connection intensify, and I activated Memory Plunderer once again. A red light shined again, and became even brighter as this spiritual land became the first object that I could obtain memories from. This was a very abstract concept as I pondered on objects that could be considered to have memories. It was much hazier than the memories of the Demon King, and they came in small amounts as I saw some of the history of the frozen plateau, many things about its formation, plants, beasts, and the continued condensing of essence that made a lot of fantastical things possible pass through my mind. Soon enough, The scene of the transparent red woman came out as I watched how she underwent the process of upgrading it from Tier 1 to Tier 2. My mind brightened up at this inflow of amazing information as I saw the possibilities of moving forward and how to use this treasure to give me the best returns. The ways of upgrading also made themselves somewhat clear, and it seemed the beasts born from spiritual lands were one of the requirements for upgrading to higher tiers. As the memories continued to come in and consolidate, I opened the Spiritual Land Management panel. Spiritual Land Management, Frozen Plateau 2, Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D23, 620, C8753, B4876, 411, S79. Epic 19, Plants Whitefall Trees. Available for planting, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, locked, architecture, locked, frozen barrier, locked, offensive maneuvers, locked, at hashtag, email protected, %, locked, time dilation, locked, email protected, hashtag dollar, locked, upgrade conditions not met. At %carat hashtag dollar, the numbers of beasts had increased as the defiled corpses that the Holy Blight controlled were placed into the ranks of beasts, no matter if they used to be demon, beast, or human. After going through some of the memories, I started with the plants, as they were actually one of the important factors. Plants, whitefall trees, fond of the cold nature, they leave behind a beauty that many creatures enjoy. Time until maturity 5 months, snow vine, plants that thrive in the cold. A collection of snow vines growing together is conducive for the growth of all ice attribute beings. The fruits they yield help cultivate the power of beasts born in the spiritual land. The effects are heavily reduced for anyone else. Time until maturity 8 months, Sacred Rye, a grain that very few get the chance to enjoy. Slightly strengthens the body, boosts mana sensitivity momentarily, and relieves negative effects. Time until maturity 1 month. The plants that could be cultivated in spiritual lands were one of the main ways to raise the power of the beasts that were born from the condensing of essence in this land. Once the ranks of the beasts were raised, as well as another factor being met, the tier of the spiritual land would be upgraded and more functions would become available. I started off slowly and selected Snowvine first, as it was the one that directly boosted the beast's power. A spectacular scene played out after where fields of empty snowy lands on top of the spiritual land were presented in a blue holographic outline in front of me. I sent my command to the spiritual land while using the unique skill, Spiritual Land Management, and I was shown the amazing sight of tens of large seeds condensing in the air and shooting down into the snowy earth on the field I selected. A blue flash of light passed as everything returned to calmness. And on the section where plants were listed was a new change, Snowvine, time until maturity 8 months. This fantastical and game-like sight made me sigh in amazement as I wanted to try out even more things. The first thing though would have to be the non-standard skill I gained from the Rank S dungeon some time back though. I sent a command and my figure was transferred into the snowy field where the snowvine were just planted. The seeds were spread out wide on a large acre of land as it seemed the plants would be similar in size to the whitefall trees that populated the spiritual land currently. I looked at the clear field of land as I cast Budding Farmer on this frozen plateau for the first time. A blinding blue light flashed as essence condensed in the location and the skill finished, and I watched in wonder as the seeds that were just planted in the ground trembled before they sprung up. A tremendous amount of essence roiled about as all of this occurred. Saplings could be seen growing at a visible speed as the formation of beautiful collections of vines began to make themselves apparent. The vines were white in color, holding small pointy ends that shone dangerously in the light. Small blue fruits could be seen growing sparsely on the many vines that sprung up in the acre of snowy land. I checked the panel for the plants yet again, Snowvine, time until maturity 4 months. I had to shake myself out of my stupor as I saw the period of maturation for the plants go from 8 months to 4 months. Now the question was, if I continued casting Budding Farmer, just how much further can I bring down that time? Budding Farmer was cast multiple times after that, or I found the skill to be taking an exorbitant amount of mana that even the legendary Sigil of Hegemony had less energy usage than the skill that propagated the growth of plants. This was my first time coming across a lower ranking skill that took more energy than another skill 2 ranks above it. I visibly observed the continued growth of the snowvines in front of me as the blue fruits growing out sparsely shine more and more, becoming even larger. This process continued until I was presented with the sight of 5-meter tall white vines with large blue fruits standing gloriously in the formerly blank snowy field. I checked the plants section yet again, Snowvine, time until maturity 2 weeks, 2 weeks. From a period of 8 months that the fantastical plant needed, it was brought down all the way to 2 weeks. No matter how many more times I cast, budding farmer, on the now populated acre of land, I couldn't reduce this number anymore. It seemed some time still had to pass before such treasures could be ripened. Still, these were plants that could only be planted in this spiritual land, specifically for the purpose of raising the strength of the beasts in it. It was something that required a significant amount of time to mature, and yet I had brought it down to a period of 2 weeks. I looked forward to other surprises from these peculiar skills like budding farmer and spiritual land management as my figure moved to try out even more things. Chapter 122 Spiritual Lands 2. The next thing to look at was the other plant I could cultivate currently, sacred rye, a grain that very few get the chance to enjoy. Slightly strengthens the body, boosts mana sensitivity momentarily, and relieves negative effects. Time until maturity 1 month. Seeing this plant reminded me of the project that Adelaide had begun with, and the fact that I still haven't gotten back to the Frozen Kingdom after the battle ended. I didn't know how much time had passed when I blacked out from the extensive hundreds of years of broken memories from the Demon King, so I had to move quickly and take care of the important things in the spiritual land before moving out. The plant, sacred rye, seemed like it could be enjoyed by the beasts born from the frozen plateau and others without discrimination, as it still provided the same benefits. There were many more plants that I would be able to work with once the tier of the spiritual land was raised, and their effects would no doubt be even crazier. I looked through the many regions of the spiritual land as I played with a blue hologram of it through the use of spiritual land management. There were still many empty snowy lands that could be cultivated as the beasts in the spiritual land could be moved around. Even the wide expanse of tall, whitefall trees could be cleared out as they disappeared into particles of essence and drifted back into the frozen plateau. I was looking at multiple acres like this where I selected snowvine and sacred rye to be cultivated in mass. The fantastic formation of seeds that formed in the skies and then shot down like a bullet into the ground could never get old. The seeds for sacred rye were much smaller than the snowvine, with the required time for maturity also being lesser. I used budding farmer on all of these new acres of fields and watched the magical sights of the plants that quickly grew all around me. The sacred rye seemed mystical with its colors of blue and gold on the plants that grew around a meter. Similar to the snowvine, I could not continue to reduce the days for maturity completely, even though the maturity for the rye was significantly less. Snowvine, time until maturity 2 weeks, sacred rye, time until maturity 2 days. The time for maturity was significantly reduced from 1 month to 2 days for the sacred rye, still showing just how astonishing the capabilities of budding farmer were. The first time I used this skill in the outside world was when we visited the Shadow Dukedom. The plant there had taken a single cast of the skill to cause it to mature and ripen. The only limitation to appear were these extravagant plants in this spiritual land. The last thing I wanted to finish up before heading to the outside world was the absorption of the legendary cores the Demon King had dropped. There was a significant amount, showing just how thick the essence Gremory had collected over the years was. The process took me another hour as I felt the continued strengthening of my body. The attributes I had currently matched those of someone legitimately in the legendary rank. Even the support skills that were rank A and S did not make me feel as great as the increase in this power felt. The boosted vitality and strength made me feel like I had endless strength and could take on any hits. Although I always preferred to protect myself with even more defensive skills and barriers so that no hits even came near my body. Defense was the top priority for this life of mine that was connected to something huge. I looked around the spiritual land where I wanted to stay and do even more things, but I forced myself to go out and check the situation of the Frozen Kingdom first. I had to prepare for the movements that the demons would take after the true death of Gremory was registered and they began to move. I already had an idea of what would come as I continued to sift through the memories of the dead Demon King. The spiritual land would be of huge importance to me, not just with its magical features, plants, or beast, but because it provided a space where I could do whatever I wanted without prying eyes. The spiritual land effectively meant I had a place to spam my many destructive skills and do whatever I wanted without worrying about prying eyes from the outside world. I left my Holy Blight summoned as he waited dangerously in front of rows of green zombies in another section of the spiritual land. The zombies ranged from ferocious demons, all the way to valiant humans that had faced their death in the recent battle. This wasn't to mention the large disfigured bodies of a variety of Komodo dragons and mephitic turtles. The Holy Blight had gone out of its way to collect many interesting things. This wasn't to mention the many beasts that could be raised in this land, and the possibilities of me doing the cruel thing of taking their skills through instituting a dungeon-like scenario similar to the trial of supremacy that took place before I gained ownership. All of these functions were capable through the spiritual land, and I was looking forward to seeing how many more surprises there were after its tier rose from 2. The sleek Emperor Penguin was giving me a less unyielding look after the show of my power against the Demon King, its beak slightly lower than it was some time ago. I chuckled at the arrogance of this penguin as I looked favorably on the teleport skills that it provided for me. Its beak pointed even lower after it, and the many beasts that congregated around the spiritual lands felt the usage of large amounts of mana and then observed the fantastic growth of snowvine and sacred rye. Almost all of the epic beasts that were weakened and had some of their origin eaten up by me in the trial of supremacy CLU.S. tiered around the still maturing snowvines, as they looked towards the white-blue fruits vibrantly growing amidst the sharp vines. Even though they could only see LU.S. tour and enjoy the vibrant air the plants gave, none of them would be able to enjoy the resplendent fruits without my permission, as most of the things seemed to be settled in the frozen plateau for now. I began to move out. I flashed out of the miniaturized spiritual land and took it in my palms, using anchor to stably attach it to myself. I looked around the few miles around me using regal archer's eyes, as the scenes of the deadly battle played themselves out. Soldiers could still be seen in the surroundings of the snowy mountains. My figure was hidden with the many covert skills that I had active, at this moment looking like my normal self and not the bestial figure of a huge beast carrying around a large sword. I gazed around the snowy mountains a bit longer and then used teleport, disappearing and then appearing in a grand room in the manor at the center of Snowy Peak. Chapter 123, A Hero's Return. The Snowy Peak was much different than it used to be, as I could feel the presence of many powerful figures moving around. There were even more royal guards surrounding the large manor, many of them being rank S and a few rank As. My hidden figure walked around the manor, the guards passing by not being able to even spare me a glacé as I went towards a large hall in the manor where most people were condensed. The hall was full of nobles and ministers that busily moved around. A sense of frustration was in the air as some could be seen sending accusatory and unsavory words to others, with a few having a sense of calm trying to bring everything down. The commoners will soon begin rioting if nothing is changed. They never were a thankful bunch. Tisk, stop with that attitude. You're still holed up in your castle with reserves of grain and food that could last you weeks. You would never understand the feeling of not knowing if you will have something to put in your belly the next day. Nobles could be seen trading words back and forth as the talks continued. What of the heroes that took down the Demon King? If we could just get in contact with them, those powerful figures were most likely from one of the mythical kingdoms. Do you really think after doing all that they would still hang around to help your pompous ass? It seemed to be more arguments than anything effective actually being done, and frustration was in the air. At the center of all of this was a princess surrounded by even larger groups of nobles, as it looked they were pleading with her to do something. As I was walking in, the face of the princess that was impassive with a hint of tiredness lit up. She tried keeping her emotions under control as her clear voice rang out above everyone else in the room. Everyone, clear out for a moment. The voice was low, but resounded all around as it hushed the squabbling nobles who looked at her in a confused manner. When they saw she was being serious, the figures of people quickly scrambled out of the large hall. Only taking a few minutes before the huge doors were closed, I felt multiple shadow guards silently appear behind the closed door as a barrier that prevented any prying eyes erected itself around the hall. I found the impassive face of the princess to be showing more emotions than usual as an expression of distress moved to relief when my figure became visible to her. The princess seemed to almost be huffing as she stopped talking and breathed in and out, calming herself down before she talked again. Esteemed sir, I am glad you're back safe and sound, but do you know how many days had passed without a word from you? I was, the girl seemed to have a trace of anxiousness as she spoke. And I tried to calm her down by replying with a smile. I had taken a look at the communication medallion on the way here and found some messages from her, so I expected this. Something big happened after I took down the pest aiming its fangs towards the kingdom. How many days have passed? She looked to be surprised as her expression fully calmed down as if she understood. She seemed to have become her old self as she said, as long as something occurred and there was a reason, then all is well. It has been more than 2 days since the kingdom's forces came back from the war against the demon forces. When you weren't with them nor answering through the communication medallion. Even with the word that victory was ours, I couldn't help but worry. I looked at the girl that seemed to have gone through a flurry of emotions she would normally never go through and felt apologetic. Don't worry, it was my fault. I'll make sure to keep you up to date whenever something like this arises again. I'm curious to know the state of things at the moment though. Adelaide had fully calmed down as a slight happy expression came on her face, and I found her doing a curtsy once again. Let me first thank you for going out of your way to save my father and the people of this kingdom who have yet to know the hero that slew the Demon King. We owe you our lives. I scratched my nose at the sight of this beautiful girl bowing to me once again as brushed off the thanks and asked to fill me on the current state of affairs. I had to know if any movements were made, even though I was confident that my enemies would not move this fast. Besides the mourning that was taking place for all those that fell in the war, many were looking for the heroes that appeared to save the day. The gallant saint that rained down blessings which healed all wounds, the sword beast that pulled away the Demon King, and many others who disappeared just as quickly as they had appeared that day. The saint they were praising was an unholy poisonous abomination that was now standing guard over a small army of corpses in a spiritual land with the other beasts that also made their appearance. As for the large white-furred beast flinging around a cold blade while dishing out spectacular skills, maybe they would see it again soon enough. A small issue over the appearance of these heroes arose from the actions of the holy blight of raising all the corpses on the battlefield. Adventurers, mercenaries, and other soldiers had people they knew that fell in battle, and they couldn't even reclaim their corpses. This raised some negative sentiments amongst others, but it was quickly quelled down by the majority positive opinions of the heroes who had saved the kingdom. This issue made me think a bit about the actions I allowed the holy blight to take, as I wondered if I should have limited it just a bit. The other issue besides this was the fact that the kingdom was experiencing an inflow of many refugees from the surrounding lands as the perpetual winters of the north had become even harder to live in with the invasion of demons. Famine was on the horizon for many people if something wasn't done. At the mention of this, both the princess and I smiled. It seemed she had already made the plans, as we both recalled my actions that caused the instant maturity of the crops on an entire acre of land in an instant some time back. I've already put plans into progress to move forward. Whenever you are available and with your permission, I would love to start putting them into action. The girl had already had people clear out and cultivate many acres and fields of barren lands where produce would normally take quite a while to grow or not grow at all. Modes of transportation, farmers to harvest the products, and many more things that overlooked the entire process of farming and distributing the produce were all ready to be put into place. I gave Adelaide much deserved recognition for setting everything up so quickly and planning things this early. I even had my own surprise of the sacred rye. That was an extremely fantastical plant that would be ready in just 2 days. No, things like this are the least I can do while you continue to fight for us. After some time, I will go have another talk with my father to see if I can achieve something earlier and be able to move many more pieces. He hasn't been the same since he returned. A slightly sad expression appeared on her face as she talked about her family. Even with the powerful heals from my holy blight, the king that I saved from the clutches of 2 blue manticores and a demon king was still heavily injured. The cause was of course the son that had fallen under the demon's grasp. I had the sparse memories of Gremory, so I knew a bit more about the story behind all of this. A betrayed father and a stupid son, how would this play out? Chapter 124 Adelaide's ambitions. I didn't have any pity for the older brother that colluded with Demon King though, as he was rotten long before he fell under the influence of the demon's illusory magic. He was now jailed, with nothing to his name as his fate hung in the air. Adelaide had a cold expression as she talked about him, seemingly not caring the least bit if he lived or died. There were too many incompetent people in positions of power. With the miracles you continue to bring out, there are countless possibilities of moving forward. Adelaide was becoming more and more straightforward as time passed, and she continued to talk about the huge project she wanted to undertake. Agriculture moves the world. No matter if it is powerful adventurers or the common people, food is the number one thing. They spend their days risking their lives or working odd jobs just to be able to have the next meal. Now, if we correctly play things with the esteemed sir in the lead, she seemed to be careful with the next words she wanted to say, as if she couldn't pull them back once they were out. I found Adelaide doing something surprising again as lifted her dress, her knees touching the ground as the future queen of the Frozen Kingdom bowed her head once again. I can promise to not just deliver you a kingdom, but create for you an empire. The words were calm and clear as they left the red lips of the princess. I looked towards this girl and continued to be surprised by her actions and plans. It wasn't bad to have someone like this helping me out. I quickly moved to pull her body up as I just had not gotten used to someone this grand looking doing something as kneeling. All in due time, my princess. Let me show you something first before we move out to the fields you've prepared. The next thing I did after watching the light of ambition swirling in the eyes of this icy princess was to show her just how much bigger the possibilities were. Both of our figures flashed away as they appeared on the snowy earth of the frozen plateau spiritual land. Adelaide was shocked as she looked around, her shock becoming even greater as she recognized the whitefall trees that were unique to the Sky Peak nest that the frozen kingdom had come to know. This is, she marveled for a few minutes as she walked around the snowy fields, coming across the acres where I planted snowvine and sacred rye, the Sky Peak nest that floated quite a distance from the kingdom. I affirmed her thoughts as I went on to give some pieces of information about the spiritual lands that they called nests. About how the mythical kingdoms on the other parts of the continent fully utilized the blessings of the spiritual land to rise to where they were today and remain strong in the face of the demons. Dangerous words that I liked to hear came out of Adelaide's mouth as she looked around in stupefaction. With your ability and a treasure like this, the world really isn't far from being in your grasp. More and more emotions that I never observed before on the face of this icy princess were coming out as she continued to be surprised at the information about spiritual lands, the plants, and the beasts that now followed my commands. The things outside can still be carried out as planned, but my present to you is this sacred rye you see growing bountifully in these fields. It's leagues above any of the common plants you know, with capabilities of boosting mana sensitivity, strengthening the body, and removing negative effects. The more my words came out, the wider the cute mouth of hers continued to expand in shock as her hands passed through the white gold rye growing all around. She spent the next few minutes eccentrically looking through the fields until she neared the snowvines, too. Surrounding the nearby vines were the epic beasts congregating together as they longingly looked towards the white-blue fruits glistening off the snowvines. Adelaide went close to the powerful beasts with no fear. She trusted my words too much that she only interestingly observed the beasts I told her would follow my commands. She was still rank S, so it was surprising to see her watching collections of epic beasts so curiously as she checked on the grandiose growth of the snowvines, too. My commands were already sent to all the beasts in the frozen plateau about not harming a single hair on anyone that I brought in. The sleek emperor penguin, that still had a trace of arrogance in his bones, looked with interested eyes at Adelaide's intrusion. There was a lot of information for her to process as even grander ideas formed in her head about how to best use the sacred rye she just learned about. She was walking back and forth as she mumbled, merchants and nobles would go crazy for something like this, if it is produced on a mass scale, can even start establishing trade routes with mythical kingdoms. So much to do. The girl was completely in her own head as we continued to explore the spiritual land. I was glad to have someone like her taking care of many things in the background, as my knowledge so far was still that of a dropout college student. The many memories I obtained from Gremory made me much more knowledgeable, letting me see many paths that I could take in the future as time passed. I would be falsely boasting if I said I knew anything about running a country, not to mention a kingdom or an empire. So while I experienced many things and learned more about the intricacies of power and worlds all around me, I would put some trust in this princess I found in the northern lands of the beast world. My strengths lay in the spectacular cheat that was my nearly endless mana, as well as all the powerful things I continued to obtain and use to elevated levels because of it. The spiritual lands were just one of the treasures that was unique to the beast world, and I still only had mine at tier 2. There were many more tiers and mysteries for me to explore as time passed. There were also many other unique treasures in the many worlds out there, and I felt the excitement just thinking what sorts of mystical things they held. I was thinking too far ahead though, as I was still just a legendary ranked individual in a small corner of the beast world. I would progress rapidly but surely, and be sure to learn about even more secrets and mysteries of the fantastical things all around me. Because of the memories of Gremory, I could already see the path ahead. While I was about to prepare to solve some of the crisis of food plaguing the Frozen Kingdom, I was also looking a few days or weeks into the future where I saw a huge incident occurring. From the memories, I was now somewhat familiar with the mindsets of demon kings and demon lords. The demons would not sit still after a true death had just occurred, but they would also move carefully to try and understand why. So I didn't expect to be swarmed with hordes of demon kings just yet. The information I held told me that I would most likely be faced with another demon king a few days or weeks from now, and I already had an inkling to which one it might be. A dangerous smile formed on my face as I walked through the spiritual land with the princess while browsing through the memories of the identities of the rulers of the demon world and their unique and ultimate skills. Chapter 125, Cheat Farming. The tour of the spiritual land finished soon enough as the excitement of the princess was palpable, completely unlike her usual self. Our figures flashed back into the large hall of the manor as I used anchor to place the spiritual land onto my body once more. My figure became hidden as the princess had her veil cover her face. The barrier around the room disappeared a few seconds later as the large doors opened, many of the nobles that were waiting outside looking in with cramped faces. A significant amount of time had passed while they were kept waiting. After all, Adelaide ignored all of this as a command left her mouth. Prepare the carriages, there are many things that need to be done. People moved around as various tasks were relegated. Workers and guards were quickly assembled all around as new commands continued to be given. I had my own task as I teleported out of the manor towards the locations of farmland Adelaide had mentioned to me beforehand. Not too far from the manor, there were large empty fields where many seeds had been sown. I could sense multiple guards around the perimeter of the farmland, with some shadow guards here and there. The first field I flew down to was a field that held white radishes, as I was able to observe the rapid growth of the plant after I cast budding farmer. An expanse of blinding essence was all that occurred before the guards in the surroundings saw a fantastical sight of instantaneous and bountiful growth of seeds they never expected to sprout in the cold, unfertile lands. I moved past the first field with quick speed as I flew around the snowy peak after this, following the lines of acres of farmland as I used budding farmer to repeatedly cause the growth and ripening of various fruits and vegetables. A hectic sight was taking place on the snowy peak where the princess had commanded for many workers and farmers to be assembled, along with a variety of storage and transport tools to be taken towards the lands they had sown seeds. The people had complete trust in their princess, but they couldn't help but wonder the logic of preparing to harvest goods that didn't even have a chance of sprouting in the barren lands. The progression of workers filled huge lines as they went forward to a particular spot on the snowy peak first. They found guards and other people that were there to see the flash of light some time back where they got the chance to watch the fantastical show of instant plant grown. Many had to rub their eyes as they looked at the vibrant field full of greenery and glistening fruits and vegetables. It is a blessing from above. We have not been forsaken. Many people were shocked to their core when they came across what used to be barren fields that were now glistening with vibrant growth. The actual farmers rushed to the fields in shock as they checked the produce, their hands trembling as they slowly brushed against the leaves and fruits of the plants. Such a thing is impossible. Yes, it was a realm of impossibility. Those knowledgeable understood how something like this could not just happen, and after the initial shock, they soon found themselves turning around to look at the person that sent the command for them to move out. She knew that this would be happening. The workers up front and the nobles that followed in the back were looking fearfully at Adelaide's cold figure as she nonchalantly began giving commands. Unlike the produce in the spiritual land, the normal plants in the outside world could reach optimum growth with a single cast of budding farmer. The fields in front of them were fully grown trees with fruits and vibrant produce that made the inhabitants of the north rub their eyes as they began to collect everything. Adelaide stood in the front lines as she conducted the movements of many people, spreading them out in this field, and then once things seemed to be moving, she moved the groups of people to the other fields where a similar miraculous growth had taken place. The next few hours of the day were spent spamming budding farmer as I moved across many fields in the snowy peak. The peak was as large as a city, and it made it seem small in my eyes as I could move around so rapidly with my speed and teleport. While I was undertaking this role as a farmer for today, many thoughts were passing through my head as the maxed thought acceleration worked at high speed to think of all the different possibilities that could play out in the coming days. After spending a significant amount of time thinking and going through all the skills and tools I had at my disposal, I found myself becoming calmer even after knowing the monstrous enemies that I faced. After finishing the many acres of fields in the snowy peak, I paced myself and called it a night as I wanted to finally sit down and get to combine my skills. I used the communication medallion to check with Adelaide, and it seemed like she would continue to be busy until late into the night while overseeing the proper storage and movements of all the produce that was magically brought to full growth. I grabbed a few white radishes and frozen apples for myself as I transferred into the miniaturized spiritual land and appeared deep underground. The beautiful small and snowy grass waved majestically all around me as I looked at the huge expanse of space that I was transferred into not too long ago to undergo a trial. I pulled up my panel as I enjoyed these feelings of safety, activating many skills that I couldn't keep active before because of my environment. I activated Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation, Absolute Zero, and many other skills that would cause a tremendous amount of damage to the surroundings just from being used. This was another way the Frozen Plateau spiritual land would be of benefit to me. I can spam my skills without worry and continue to rapidly increase my proficiency, and most likely even faster than before at that. I watched my body become elevated as the incarnation fully took shape. Bear Emperor's Fur was also activated as the incarnation became bestial, the long sword in its hands releasing a deadly blow as boosts from all skills were fully applied. It would be a rigorous period of training up skills for the time to come as I prepared for the oncoming powerful enemies. The legendary skills were also used, with Demon King's Haki being able to be kept active at all times. When activated, I could see the grass around me trembling, but I didn't feel anything since I was the one casting it. I would have to wait and use it against new enemies to see just how powerful it was. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony was also cast every now and then. As the blue runic circle that erupted out had layers of red after the usage of the E-Power Jewel, Primal Conqueror was another ecstatic addition to my skills as I tried it for the first time, even though I didn't need to use it as unique skills had no proficiency in front of them. I summoned the blue manticores I had seen the Demon King used and gave them some simple commands. They flashed through with extreme speed with their wide wings and sharp stingers for tails, looking ferociously in the surroundings. I summoned the troll next and watched the previous spirits disappear as a brown monstrous figure came to life. The trolls neared 8 meters, being summoned with powerful clubs in hand as they stood menacingly awaiting orders. Lastly was Dullahan, where the 2 summoned creatures were terrifying skeletal horses with an obsidian headless metal armor sitting atop it releasing green smoke. The smoke wrapped around the entire body of the Dullahan, as if it was the only thing holding the armored headless knight above tightly to the skeletal horse. I was marveling at the sight of these spectacular skills that I could now use. I was actually experiencing the amazing feeling where the stronger I grew, my speed of rising up did not seem to slow down, but actually sped up. It was a crazy thing to think about. The only negative aspect out of all this was the fact that I would have very little sleep from now on. It wasn't crucial for someone of my caliber, but the refreshing feeling of a decent night's sleep could not be beaten. I stopped my grumbling and began combining the skills that had long since reached 100 proficiency while activating offensive skills I would normally not have a chance to spam outside of battles. Today's combined skills were Water Barrier Pain Resistance, a Water King's Skin, Rune of Defense Dragon Scales, S Draconic Armor, Lion's Heart Speedster, S Windborne, Aura of Belligerence Protection of the Wounded, S Aura of the Demented, Obfuscation Flash, S Hidden Endeavor. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 425, Focus, Strength, 429. Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Flight 100, Instant Transfer 100, Recorder 100, Language Comprehension 100, Lion's Roar 23, Pierce 100, Executor Speed 100, Sense Heat Source 100, Silent Communication 75, Regal Archer's Eyes 100, Cook 38, A, Arctic Zone 100, Relegator Spear 23, Immutable Regeneration 100, Paladin's Blessing 11, Pursuing Infernal Lightning 1, Water King's Skin 1, S, Enfeeble 100, Phoenix Arrow 1, Shield Slam 8, Budding Farmer 38, Ricocheting Shield 1, Bears Fighting Style 1, Archer's Gamble 1, Smoldering Sword Strike 56, Earthen Spears 1, Thought Acceleration 100, Crisis Avoidance 100, Illusory Cover 33, S, Devastation 100, Draconic Armor 1, Windborne 1. Aura of the Demented 1, Hidden Endeavor 1, Epic, Corrupted Sword Saints Incarnation 54, Iceberg 41, Absolute 0-39, Bone Spears 29, Bear Emperors for 31, Lifesteal 19, Teleport 28, Arctic Breath 16, Summon Holy Blight 23, Legendary, Sigil of Hegemony 14, Demon King's Haki 1, Memory Plunderer 3, Unique. Spiritual Land Management, Primal Conjurer, Equipment, 3x Spearing of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, Epic Kingslayer, Epic Rat King's Mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Unshattered Charity, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots, Chapter 126 A Demon in Disguise. News of a victorious battle had slowly disseminated from the lands in the north. Surprised sounds came from the knowledgeable people standing at the top ranks of mythical kingdoms as they looked for the connection between the battle and the recent movements of demons. They had taken a huge loss with the defeat of the Demon King that was advancing in the north, and it seemed worse enough that he didn't even come out alive. The surprising contenders of the battle that caused this change were placed on the spotlight as many tried to find who they were, and Imperial Phoenix was surrounded by resplendent red clouds on a high-tier spiritual land floating far in the skies as flames flared in and out of their nostrils. She listened to this news interestingly as she continued to observe the movements of demons that seemed to be acting much more prudently these past days. Just what exactly did you do to ruffle their feathers this much, human? This Imperial Phoenix was the only mythical beast among the 3 kingdoms who somewhat knew of the identity and sequence of events that occurred in the north. Becoming even more curious of the human who became the first of his species to own a spiritual land, the fact that he was able to defeat a demon king and not even allow them to escape put them on a huge pedestal that even the mythical kingdoms had to respect. She stopped herself from sending a piece of consciousness out towards the north once more and just sent down messages for communications to be established with the lone kingdom in the north. The imperial phoenix was not the only one doing this, as other powerful mythical beasts also saw the disruption of balance as another powerhouse appeared on the stage. They also sent their people to the north for clarity of the situation and to establish communications. A little girl was following a procession of many carriages of merchants that were making a trip towards the north for the first time in a while. Messengers had arrived to all parts of the continent carrying a singular message, that there was a tremendous opportunity for profit in the north. A sequence of positive events had continued to occur after the victory against demons, where the agricultural industry of the Frozen Kingdom had exploded, when its citizens were facing the prospects of famine and refugees continued to fill up the streets. The queen-elect of the Frozen Kingdom caused a miracle to say the least. The air of despair and mourning that was plaguing the north was quickly replaced by hope as people found the abundant verdant fields of green that seemingly erupted overnight. These merchants were rushing to this kingdom to have a piece of this pie, as anything to do with agriculture that was this big meant a tremendous amount of profits. They were taking with them multiple products from the surrounding mythical kingdoms for exchange as they trekked this perilous journey to the north. There were still demons moving around, yet many processions of merchants could be seen moving. Mercenaries and adventurers were abundant as they worked to protect their employers from any enemies. In one of these merchant processions, there was a little girl sitting atop a carriage with her legs swinging back and forth. She had a sweet little smile as she hummed while bobbing her head side to side, looking curiously at the landscape that passed around them. She had a dark ponytail with a frilly dress and a long heart-shaped staff that she waved around in the air. They were gradually passing the lands filled with greenery from the borders of the mythical Phoenix Kingdom and stepping into a land filled with snow. When news of the victory and sudden agricultural boom were spread, the Phoenix Kingdom was the first one to send its people and merchants to the north, a command apparently coming from the top. The Beastman merchants following this particular procession all thought this girl was the daughter of one of them. She had a small furry tail coming out from behind as she cutely observed everything around her. Amidst her playful swings of the heart-shaped staff and hums, a dangerous light could be seen passing through her eyes. What these merchants thought to be the daughter of someone just playing around, was actually something much more dangerous. The girl happily taking a ride in the merchants that were heading for the Frozen Kingdom was a terrible figure that could massacre all of the people around her without batting an eye. On the concept of caution, the demons were moving around carefully to find out exactly what had happened in the north. Their first piece to play was this little girl. She was the singular individual that had such perfect skills for reconnaissance and spying that even the strongest assassins would be ashamed in front of her. Her battle power was not the highest, but she was the one to give the most trouble and often caused the downfall of many kingdoms and empires across the worlds that the demons conquered. Her power laid in the two unique skills that she held, making her one of the more terrifying demon kings to hold something like this. But the universe was always fair, and not everything would be given to one being. Even though she held two unique skills, none of them were geared towards fighting. This was the Demon King Aureas of the 59th rank, holding the unique skills of spatial travel and shapeshifter. Her skills made her uniquely capable of moving around rapidly over large distances while also being able to become someone completely different. Through the usage of shapeshifter, her entire aura and being would be changed to the form she wanted without any mistakes or giveaways. If she wanted to be a little girl, she would completely be a little girl. If she wanted to be a gallant knight in shining armor, nobody would be able to tell the wiser. This Demon King was actually one of the direct keys that caused the downfall of the Draconic Kingdom. She had disguised herself as a powerful adventurer that gained many military exploits when the war against demons began, winning over the good favor and love of a princess knight that was fighting in the front lines, to a demon king that had lived for hundreds of years. How easy was it to play with the heart of a girl that was hundreds of years younger? It was a very thorough process that took some time. But she was able to bring the princess knight to her side and eventually use abyss magic from the hands of Belial, the master of illusions, to hatch a plot that took down the most powerful mythical beast of the Draconic Kingdom. Now, the same girl was going towards the north, with the Frozen Kingdom as her goal. A twisted smile could occasionally be seen as she hummed and bobbed her head side to side. She knew the news of the unbelievable boom in agriculture that should in no way be possible, and the only thought in her mind was which character to play in order to gain the trust of the highest echelons and learn about all of their secrets. Who was the being that had actually taken down Gremory? And did they have any hand in the huge moves the Frozen Kingdom was making right now? Her lips curved into the cutest smile as she thought of the mayhem she would cause in this kingdom. Chapter 127, Days of Peace. The past few days have been a scarce period of calmness that I rarely came across since the moment I awakened. I hadn't been getting an ounce of sleep as I trained my skills and moved around using budding farmer to cause explosive growths of the agricultural sector that would now be the biggest thing for the Frozen Kingdom. I was surprised yet again by the fact that Adelaide had already begun sending words through merchant channels across the continent to begin for the sale and trading of the many products that continued to abundantly flood the kingdom. They were all taken care of with the highest scrutiny as everything was calculated and stored, either to be sold in the kingdom or for the oncoming caravans of merchants that could smell money in the air. The citizens found themselves gaining a semblance of hope after the misery as the streets of Frozen Kingdom became lively once again. I remained in the spiritual land most of the time as I continued to increase the proficiency of my skills, while at the same time thinking about doing something that would be somewhat cruel. I had the mindset to just start picking some rank A and S beasts in the spiritual land and using my authority as the owner of the Frozen Plateau to create a dungeon that would allow for me to farm skills for combinations later. But after reflecting and looking at all the benefits the beasts would bring in the long run, it outweighed the small boost in power I would have after collecting and combining a few rank A and S skills. A majority of the epic beasts were weakened after I absorbed their origins during the Trial of Supremacy, and beasts at their level were one of the keys to upgrading the dungeon, so I wasn't planning on continuing to weaken them by stealing their origins. If I began weakening the strength of the lower-leveled beasts too, it would lead the overall same result and I would shoot myself in the foot as I need more beasts to rise through the ranks in order to upgrade the tier of the spiritual land. The benefits that would come from upgrading the spiritual land heavily outweighed gaining a few rank A or S skills when I've already begun getting legendary ones, so the past few days were essentially a grinding session that never ended, constantly spamming my skills and learning more information about the spiritual land. The proficiency of my epic and legendary skills also continued to rise steadily. It was so tiring that I was actually looking forward to a very interesting enemy that should be approaching the kingdom very soon. From the memories of Gremory on how the rulers of the demon world moved and thought, this event where one of them died would be taken very seriously, and someone they all had high trust in would be tasked with the important job of learning everything about the situation by coming here first. I had a sense of slight excitement as I thought about the ways I could use these significant memories of the 56th ranked Demon King to plan so many things. It was hundreds of years of habits, likes, dislikes, and many secrets shared between high-ranked demons. If I used them well enough, even with the terror of the power that the demons displayed, I stood a chance of gaining huge benefits. Aside from the training of skills, I was able to witness the first harvest of produce in the spiritual land as the sacred rye was fully ready yesterday. The rye became an even brighter shade of blue and gold as they waved around proudly in the snowy fields. The spiritual land had a gorgeous transferring function that harvested all the ripened plants and placed the produce into neat rows in the underground layer that was freezing cold. As soon as they were harvested, I used spiritual land management to plant new ones on all of the fields as I checked out the sacred rye myself. I hadn't worked with something like this before, and had to reach out to Adelaide on how rye was prepared to become flour or fermented to become something else. I tried to enjoy the rye just as it was without any other prepared taste pervading my mouth as the world around me seemed to become just a tad bit brighter. It seemed like they could even be enjoyed as they were without necessarily having to be processed. The process was long, so I left all of it to the people that the princess delegated as I transported a significant amount of the sacred rye towards heavily protected storage rooms that she specified. She had plans of using this grain that could only be planted in the Frozen Plateau spiritual land to make specialty products of bread and fermented drinks that would be a huge sensation and bring in a significant amount of money and cores into the kingdom. Everything seemed to be on track for extreme growth, but I knew of the huge threats lurking in the dark that could bring everything down in an instant. I recalled the trap I had thoroughly concocted after spending a significant amount of time analyzing the memories from Gremory about one particular demon king. This was a particularly eccentric one, ranked 59th, Demon King Aureus. She was a peculiar demon king that enjoyed taking the identity of many different personas through the usage of her unique skill. Her usefulness was so high that the unprepared powerful beasts of the Draconic Kingdom fell with her help. If the demons were to make any moves, she would be the first one. I smiled as I thought about this possibility, and I was more than 90% sure about it playing out this way. Based on all the memories I looked over, it would be even more alarming if something other than that was to occur. I was actually in a war of information with some extremely scary and powerful individuals. They had no information about me or my abilities, while I had the memories of someone in their ranks that carried huge significance. I knew about their unique skills and, even more importantly, their personalities. Aureas enjoyed playing many different personas, but she had the one important trait, and that is she always took the same form of these personas. Whether it was a gallant knight, a sickly old lady, or an innocent girl, she always changed into the same faces. It would usually not be something that would be considered a weakness, as anyone that ended up being around her was already dancing on her palm and would be dead soon enough, but it became a weakness if an enemy knew about it. Besides her skill that allowed her to shapeshift, there was another particularly strong and peculiar one that made her extremely fearful. But it just so turned out that I had something that could completely take away the advantage of her powerful unique skill when the time came. I had a daring smile as I continued to train my skills and prepare. If you do end up coming, which shape will you be taking, O Demon King Aureas? Chapter 128. Father and daughter. The Iliudatus. King of the Frozen Kingdom was looking at an outstretched field of green in front of him. Many things seemed to be happening that he did not understand these past few days, with them bordering on the corner of miracles. He was filled with regrets of not moving fast enough to quell the fears of his people after the battle finished, having used most of his time occupying himself with his son and mulling over the decision of just what to do with him. These days, he found himself questioning if he still even had the qualifications to rule. As these thoughts passed through his mind, the guards that were around him shifted as they felt movements, and they say the figure of the Ice Princess making her way over. They quickly moved aside and put a distance between them and the two royalty, spreading across the field to watch at all vantage points. They were currently of King's Crown, which also had a few acres of fields set aside that were now glowing a vibrant green. A father and a daughter stood amidst the peacefully waving produce in front of them as the daughter spoke first. How are you feeling? It was a fairly simple question that many people hear every day, but always carried a different connotation depending on who was asking it. The question from Adelaide seemed like a very simple one, where it could be referring to the health or emotions that the aged king was feeling, but at the same time it seemed to be asking about even more important things. I feel tired, my daughter. The king said this with a sigh as he looked away at the miraculous sight of produce that rose overnight these past few days and looked at his daughter. He felt tired. Tired from the constant struggle of trying to stand out exceptionally in a world where they were a minor species that held less power, tired because they were in a time of war, and he was always advocating for peace. He felt a piece of himself breaking every time a soldier died that day. He felt tired when he came back home and saw the result of mourning and loss that he expected, but he could do nothing about it, yet he still had to hold strong. Because if it wasn't him, who had the power to take the lead when the stronger enemies came once again, when he got to this point he looked at his little girl who seemed to be growing up too fast. The shock her actions had caused did not just stump nobles and the common people these past few days, but they had shocked him even more. How had his daughter been able to do it? I know you're tired, father. You've been working tirelessly for tens of years to bring all of us where we are now, and it was almost all undone in the span of a few days. Adelaide walked across the field and stroked the white radishes that were growing vibrantly and yet to be harvested. I know you're tired, father, so I came to ask you to rest. Rourke looked lovingly at his daughter as a laugh escaped from his lips. Huh, are you that eager? You know that plans and calculations aren't the only things needed to get us back on track. Power is also one of them. If a single legendary or mythical being came, no plans would work in the face of that power. A period of silence passed as the two family members thought before Adelaide released some shocking words. How do you think we were able to pass the trial of the legendary Demon King just last week? Shock ran through Rourke as he heard this, his body trembling as he looked at his daughter incredulously. You're connected to them? Who are they? No, multiple questions came out as the daughter gave a calming smile to her father, a smile that wanted to do its best to reassure the increasing tension. They're people that are willing to help, but they do enjoy their privacy, so I can't really say much about them. Huh? The world has not forsaken my kingdom just yet. Good. The king seemed riled up as a semblance of his legendary power shot out, startling the nearby guards who couldn't hear a single thing about what the father and daughter were talking about in the fields. They had a hand in the miraculous events with these fields too, but which mythical kingdom are they from? Have they finally decided to come down their high pedestals and offer a hand? The king was vigorously talking as he walked back and forth, his head fully trying to wrap his men around the new information before he sternly came to look to his daughter. You trust them? Rourke looked questioningly at his daughter as he turned serious at this question. He didn't want to be duped into causing a colossal mess just because some individuals lent their power. I trust one of them, and he has control over all the others, so they're in nothing to worry about. To reassure you even more about how I was able to get in contact with them first, I'll let you in on something that even Mother chose to keep to herself. What? The king was dumbfounded at the mention of his deceased wife, Annalise, and probingly looked for his daughter to continue. The reason my mother was of such help to you in the past, the reason this kingdom was able to be so smoothly established in its beginnings, was because of a unique skill my mother held. Secrets that were only known between two people were now being shared. When she left us, she passed that unique skill down to me, warning me of an impending calamity that could be solved through the use of this skill. Golden rule. But Adelaide turned from the white radishes she was stroking as she looked strongly at her father. Even when she was growing up, this secret had stayed with her. Now, it was being released because there was a need for it. Its usefulness had shown itself, and now it was needed to convince this very careful man. I have found the solution to that impending calamity through this skill. It has never before lied to Mom, and it has never lied to me. That is why I am so confident when I ask that you to rest and leave everything else to me, Father. I want you to sit back and enjoy your time, as you watch the spectacular show about to play out in the future. Rourke felt the shock from all of these bombshells increasing as he looked at the woman in front of him. She wasn't his little girl anymore. He thought of his dear wife and recalled everything he had done well because of her words. If he had known his daughter had the same gift as her mother, would he have bothered even going to ask for advice from his ministers? He fondly looked at his daughter as he stroked her head. Silly child, why didn't you say so earlier? Kingship, is it? I'd been holding on to it for too long anyway. Come, let's get the preparations underway. Chapter 129. A little girl arrives in the north. A large number of carriages and people were standing in long lines behind the large fortress walls of the frozen kingdom. Merchants had brightly shining faces as their eyes settled on the kingdom that had boundless opportunities. Nobody in their right mind could explain the agricultural boom that had occurred, but as long as there were products, there would be people to buy and sell them. Among the merchants, there was still the usual flow of refugees coming into the kingdom. Every single person was being checked thoroughly before entering, the guards being on the highest alert. A little girl was swinging her legs happily as she rode on top of a carriage and looked upon the fortress walls with shining eyes. Demon King Aureus had finally arrived in the northern kingdom. The carriage she was on passed through the checkpoints with no problems, and soon the sights of a bustling town with people rapidly moving about made itself clear. Aureus was observing everything around her with rapt attention as she listened to the conversations she heard. The king is retiring so soon, huh? I'm excited to see the coronation of the queen in the days to come. Bah, you're still going on about that? That's the wrong thing to focus on, man. It's all about the new foods being distributed and sold right now. I wonder how the princess was able to do what she did. It's a blessing from the world, simple as that. Come on. Let's go buy some more and stock up for the future. The people in the kingdom seemed to be relatively happy, not the types that knew they were in the middle of the war with invaders breathing down their necks. Aureus absorbed these sights as a small red pen and black notebook appeared in her hands as she began writing notes. Morale is high in the kingdom. Change in leadership is imminent. The carriage she was on came to a stop at a certain shop as the merchants began to batter and unload their products, looking longingly at the shining produce that could be seen in many of the shops around them. There were signs of construction going on across the town and in most other places you looked at as more inns and houses were being built to accommodate the continued refugees that fled into the kingdom. Aureus continued to scribble in her book. Unlike how most other kingdoms in this world are currently, the kingdom in the north seems to be actively expanding. She was recording the littlest of things as she tried to be very thorough. Even if they didn't seem important, when she went over them later she might find something that could point her in the right direction. She moved around carefully as she continued to observe the kingdom, most of her information coming from the conversations that continued to occur around her. Sir Adventurer, I heard you were in the battle and watched firsthand how the hero defeated the Demon King. Can you describe what you saw? A small conversation quickly made her ears perk up as she neared the location where a bunch of mercenaries and adventurers were US tiered. Haha, you want to hear about how the Demon King fell? Very well, listen closely. The hero flew valiantly in the skies with wings of light blinding the Demon King. Hell flames were summoned all around as the hero raised his hands to the sky and called down a golden sword of light that vanquished the Demon King where he stood. The notes Aureus was writing in her book stopped as she looked at this drunkard that definitely did not see how that crucial battle went. but she continued to collect any information about the newcomers that appeared that day. They were the individuals she needed information about the most. She continued to walk around the first town of the kingdom as she looked towards the 4 floating peaks in the skies. Her eyes turned into slits as they shined red and focused, her figure disappearing from the crowds of people as she silently teleported to one of the peaks in the skies. Her unique skill, spatial travel, had been used. Oria's daring figure appeared on Snowy Peak, the floating landmass where most of the talk about the soon-to-be enthroned queen was taking place. If there was anywhere with abundant information, it would be here. The figure of the little girl inconspicuously moved across the crowds of merchants and adventurers on Snowy Peak as she continued to collect information. In the next few hours, a significant amount of time has been spent observing so far, nothing out of the ordinary. Except a distinct feeling where I received looks longer than I should have, but that could just be from my cautiousness. She finished her last note as she prepared to find a hideout to stay in before she carefully continued tomorrow, with another body and face at that too. It was at this moment a dark-haired man that seemed like the most overly dressed noble opened the door to his carriage that was passing by the road. "Ah, such a sweet little child, where are your parents?" The man seemed very caring as he looked at the figure of Oria's, his eyes showing a disgusting expression as they sn.a.k.d up and down. The Demon King's attention was quickly picked up as she smiled cutely. "Ha, I was lost, and I'm looking for them right now. Would you help me find them, mister?" The man holding the carriage door open looked around the environment, as if checking to see if anyone was paying attention before replying. Yes, I'll help you find them. Come into the carriage and you can tell me where you lost them." He seemed to hurry her along as if he didn't want to be seen. Orias looked at this bumbling man as her eyes shined dangerously. This was one of the reasons she preferred this small form so much. It seemed so defenseless and easy to bully, that disgusting people like this would always appear to throw themselves at her. She enjoyed killing these disgusting creatures in the most vilest of ways. The moment they thought they were a predator about to prey on an innocent girl, they found themselves headless with their lives turning into complete darkness. Aurea smiled innocently as she stepped into the carriage which closed its doors. It looked like she had found her hideout for the day, as the location this carriage was heading to would only find itself bathed in blood today. She looked at the disgusting expression on the man's face that seemed to say he couldn't wait as his slimy hands reached out towards her and landed on her shoulders. A dangerous light passed in her eyes as she prepared to innocently ask what the man was doing when a drastic change occurred. A flash of silver light erupted from the man as his expression wholly changed to become one of utter focus as killing intent erupted. After the silver light passed, the carriage became empty. In the short span of time that was 1 minute, the area around the carriage had been completely cleared as preparations put into place and luck met all at once, causing this astounding scene to occur. The 59th ranked Demon King as well as the dark-haired man that baited her, had disappeared. Chapter 130 30 seconds. A plan can be made perfectly, but then many things can go wrong after. One of the only ways to make a plan successful is to be the one holding the most information and account for all the possibilities. The possibility that a lone Demon King that was proficient in spying and quick movements would come to collect information about the place where a momentous event occurred was high. The question after was how would you know who this Demon King was, and even possibly get your hands on them? The memories from a close-knit individual from their ranks gave all the answers, and brought about the outcome occurring now. Multiple posters had been passed out over the last few days showing the very clear face of a little girl, a gallant man, and a poor old lady that were in Gremry's memories over the many soldiers and guards around the kingdom. The moment they were to see any of these figures, they had to quietly report right away. Shadow guards were placed on the front lines with their covert abilities and had been working overtime these past few days, yet, this was just one of the cards that I played. Another one that was even more foolproof was the unique skill of my favorite princess, Golden Rule. The skill allowed the user to see different colors of light depending on what intentions and possible effects a person could have on the user. The effects that a Demon King could bring were huge, so Adelaide would be able to confirm whether I was facing a Demon King the moment the eyes spread out all over the kingdom found any resemblances of the pictures drawn out. Among the many forms she took, Demon King Oria's favorite form was that of a defenseless girl that any disgusting pervert would try to get their hands on. Oria's favorite hobby was flaying these perverts slowly as soon as they showed themselves to her. This was the form I placed a high chance of seeing, so all I had to do was to first find her as soon as she appeared in this form, confirm I made no mistakes with Adelaide's eyes, and put on a play of something she had been used to seeing. The moment the communication came through that a girl matching the description had been found, I felt the adrenaline rush through me as the plan seemed to be perfectly falling into place. I silently moved Adelaide out of the spiritual land and watched as her face drained of color when her eyes landed on the figure of a little girl moving around Snowy Peak. After getting this confirmation, everything was ready to move on to the next phase. The battle had to take place at a completely different location. As too many lives would be lost if I attacked her right in the throngs of moving people, I changed into the most extravagant clothes I prepared and rushed out with a carriage towards the location she was moving in. Shadow guards were on standby as they got ready to clear the area out at the slightest signs of any issues. Putting my emotions in check, I opened the carriage doors and acted the part of the vilest human in existence, and I was able to get my hands on her before I cast teleport on the both of us. The next part of the plan lies here. This Demon King was one of the few that held two powerful unique skills, one for quickly moving anywhere she wanted, and another for changing into her many forms. She didn't have high battle power, but could simply use her unique skill that was leagues above, teleport, to simply leave as soon she felt a threat to her life. This was the next thing that I had to counter, amazingly enough for me, after using the Demon's Power Jewel on my legendary skill and creating Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, a beautiful new feature that perfectly countered the powerful spatial skill of the Demon King was there. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, a highly protective sigil, establishes itself as far as 30 meters around you, empowering you and your allies while hindering your foes for 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds are required before the runic forces can be activated again. Absorbs half of all damage dealt while active. 300% casting and attack speed. 300% damage to enemies in sigil. 300% speed. Minus 75% enemy elemental resistances. Minus 75% enemy speed. Restrict movement is applied. Restrict movement, this newly added function after being enhanced by the Yi Power Jewel, allowed the skill to heavily restrict any movements while enemies were in the range of the skill, and this also applied to spatial movement. This meant that the Demon King's unique skill that allowed her to teleport anywhere she wished would be of no use for 30 seconds. It was in these 30 seconds that I had to kill her. If these seconds passed and she was still alive, she would run away in the next instant and they would finally have information about me. In these next 30 seconds, I couldn't even allow her to think. RAA, the Emperor Penguin, and other beasts were already waiting on standby in the underground area of the spiritual land. They threw out their most powerful attacks where the figures of me and the Demon King just appeared as a blue runic sigil inlaid with red was already spreading out to cover all of us. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony was initiated. 30 seconds, ONG, Aureas quickly adapted as she found herself in this perilous situation, her body quickly transforming to become blood red as her figure exploded in size. Hellish flames began to swirl around her as they formed into multiple layers of shields. My attacks were already flying out as every single powerful skill I had was initiated. Primal Conjurer was cast beforehand as two terrifying trolls carrying heavy weapons struck down on the body of Aureas, smashing through the fiery shields and mangling her flesh while grounding her bones as her body received the full debuffs of the Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, and a recently cast Enfeeble, all while my summons were heavily boosted by it. The two trolls, summoned from the Primal Conjurer skills, were extremely physically powerful legendary beasts, their strikes causing panic to appear in the blood-red eyes of Aureas. The Holy Blight had the hordes of defiled corpses already throwing themselves at the blood-red demon as they exploded spectacularly, a poisonous breath rolling out from it right after. Not a single inch of breathing room was given to the Demon King as attacks continued to rain left and right. At 20 seconds, my body was moving backwards from the center of this explosive mess as the incarnation of a corrupted sword saint wrapped all around me, bare Emperor's fur, wrapping it up right after, and Demon King's Haki, activating and making the entire area around me tremble, pushing Aureas' figure into the ground as freezing storms of ice elements surrounded me from absolute zero. A red light was blooming from the Demon King's body as she tried to retaliate the swarming of two legendary trolls, epic beasts, and the Holy Blight's attacks. All that met her was an Arctic breath that was thrown out from me next, freezing everything in a storm of destruction that was dissipating right after. Her figure let out a wail as the hazy outline of a terrifying banshee formed around her, elevating her injured body while trying to heal the heavy wounds she was dealt. 10 seconds, my now large figure spun rapidly in midair with a humongous blade in hand, gaining speed as I shot myself down like a missile with the sword stretched out right. Bone Spear was cast as multiple deathly pulsating spears appeared en masse and went down with me towards the struggling body of the Demon King. The hazy outline of a red banshee was broken through and scattered as the blade pierced down towards the frozen earth. Boom! The blade broke through the freezing ice and the figure of the Demon King that was held in place, meeting the forehead of the demon and nailing it to the ground. I breathed heavily from the adrenaline as I watched the destructive cold elements split apart muscle and bone, a red light shining thereafter as the 59th ranked Demon King met her end. 0 seconds. Chapter 131. An astounding retreat. Shock and horror passed through the minds of every single ruler of the demon world as they felt the death of yet another one of their peers, and in such a short instance at that. Yet another channel of communication was opened as the rulers congregated, and found the one to be missing was the one they all had immense trust in for the ability to keep themselves hidden and safe as they could disappear to the ends of the world at the slightest sign of trouble. There was only silence in the communication channel as an inviolable calm voice that was filled with wrath at the same time rang out, "Pull out all forces from the beast world." There was another period of silence after the rulers heard this command. Nobody could raise an objection to it, its will seemingly descending down across the vast worlds they were in. The voice rang out once again, "Blacklist this world and add it to the list. It is not worth the losses to continue a battle with an enemy we do not know." The voice paused for a short moment before continuing, this time directed at a specific person that was also listening closely and seemingly about to erupt. "I don't want to hear anything from you, Barbatos. You've defied me long enough. Prepare your forces and be ready to descend to the lost world of Atlantis. The supreme treasure, the trident of Neptune, might be in our grasp in the coming months. Make haste." An arrogant huff filled with anger that seemed to be screaming, "I told you so," was the only reply to come on the other end as the rest of the rulers remained quiet. The reality of losing two of their peers in this middle world in the corner of the universe gave them a shock, but a reminder at the same time. No matter how confident they were, there were always unexplained beings and mysteries that could take the lives of individuals as powerful as them. They didn't know which terrifying expert they had provoked. But it made no sense to continue sending their forces in a location where even more of them could face true death. The demons were arrogant, deceitful, and strong, but they knew when to pull back when they hit a tough wall. Not a single ruler in the communication channel defied the voice that spoke as they swallowed their anger and talked about how they would move thereafter. The voice that demanded the attention of all of the rulers that neither of them could go against was coming from the ruler that was ranked first in the demon world, the oppressive tyrant, Barbatos sat on a throne made of bones in the center of a destroyed world. A dark miasmic air was floating around as she stood up and looked at her legions of undead that stretched for miles. Ferocious-looking skeletons holding jagged swords, deadly liches that could summon droves of zombies, and bone dragons were just among the many undead that she controlled. A dark light escaped from her hands, forming into a black pearl that shone its light towards the legions of undead around her. As if escaping in a black hole, all the powerful figures were sucked into this pearl as Barbatos continued to move. She was furious at the old fool that always called the shots, but she couldn't defy him. Even with her terrible level of power, Ball still wasn't someone she could go against. She would have chosen to descend down into that beast world no matter how many treasures they had to use to bypass the laws that protected the middle world. As long as the world was lower level, universal laws would not allow powerful individuals vastly surpassing the level of power that is the peak for that world to descend. Otherwise, every single world would be taken over by the prime worlds by now. Yet, for huge worlds, it did not matter what level you were, as the laws were loose when it came to worlds where powerful figures roamed. This made it much easier to use weak pieces to travel across worlds. For someone like her to descend in a world that only had mythical beings at the peak, the cost was simply too much, so she would take this loss on this beast world that reduced the number of rulers of the demon world to 68, but she would definitely not leave it alone. Expert, huh? What need would there be for you to scurry around if you were such a high being? She wasn't convinced, so she would definitely move to act later. For now though, she would comply with the commands of the tyrant, the lost world of Atlantis. "I haven't been to the sea in quite a while." Alright my darlings, let's go have some fun." Barbatos waved her hands as the throes of undead disappeared into the black pearls in her hands. Anger and madness could be felt from her laughter. As the necromancer of chaos moved, things were rapidly changing as huge movements began to occur with the demons at the center of the beast world. The demons that had been advancing this entire time began taking defensive positions and pulled back towards the center of the draconic kingdom. The unwilling demon kings looked at the world that they would have in doubt taken down in time as the command of retreat rang throughout their minds. There were just too many things they didn't know. With the enemy holding a power that directly countered them, it would mean senselessly throwing themselves to get killed if they continued to poke around in the north trying to find out just who held the power to cause a true death. Their losses were huge, so they would take them and try to recuperate for the time being. A congregation of essence was abundant around the Draconic Kingdom as red light shined out, the forces of demons constantly reducing as they were transferred back to the demon world. The powerful demon king Asmodeus oversaw the retreat as he stood atop the head of the old ruler of the Draconic Kingdom and wildly released his power. The retreat was very quick and unexpected that even the mythical kingdom's forces had no time to move as they watched cautiously. When the day turned into night, only Asmodeus and a bone dragon were left standing at the center of Draconic Kingdom. Asmodeus looked around the lands he already had under his control, and thought about the ones he missed just because of this one incident. His heart was ablaze in flames just like all the other rulers about the death of two demon kings, but it seemed he was still too weak to do anything about it. A red light began to shine out from him that covered the entirety of his body, and the bony figure of the mythical undead dragon as the most powerful demon king in the beast world disappeared. Chapter 132. Baffling, an unexplainable sight had occurred as those watching the movements of forces around the continent found the demons making a hasty retreat towards the Draconic Kingdom. None of the mythical kingdoms moved their forces to attack as they followed cautiously, having learned their lesson of how wicked the demons could be. Yet, it didn't seem to be a plot as the moment dawn broke, golden light shone through the skies into the occupied Draconic Kingdom, showing an empty site with no demons to be seen. The beasts that had been enslaved in the surrounding lands found themselves waking up to find the people torturing them every day gone. Those that saw the retreat were even more baffled as they watched it happen. In the skies of the Draconic Kingdom, three powerful beings floated as they looked down at the destruction the demons left behind. It was a gloriously glowing blue turtle that had a wizened expression, a fiery red phoenix whose fire blazed across the skies, and a white tiger that had white shining fur letting out a blinding light. They looked at the destruction the demons left behind as they moved their forces to multiple positions across the fallen kingdom. All they found left behind were destroyed spiritual lands and enslaved people that had already been broken. A process of long recovery would be needed, but their first actions would be to prevent something like this again. For an invasion like this to occur, a significant amount of time was needed for the powerful demons to establish the connection and break out of it. They would be manning every position they could see around the continent from now on, and at the slightest sign of a connection being made, erupt out. Their hearts were full of wrath against their enemies, but they were nowhere to be seen. I breathed heavily as I felt the excitement of taking down another demon king. This time it wasn't just from brute force, but something that took days to plan and many pieces to be in place before it occurred successfully. As the red light signifying the death of the demon shined out, I moved the explosion of items, cores, and what seemed like two powerfully glowing skill books into my storage pouch. RAA. The epic beasts were looking around excitedly as they saw the fall of yet another powerful legendary being, their excitement still not coming as close as when they neared the snowvines, where the fruits crucial to their advancements were about to ripen. I moved out of the crater of toxic pools and frozen ice as the mangled body of a red-horned demon king made itself visible to me. Its head was perfectly nailed to the ground as it still had the expression of shock frozen on the face. I sent the beasts away from this location as there were many things that would occur after my actions. And I had to move fast. First and foremost, I instantly took out and absorbed the new skills appearing from the Demon King. It was only 2 skills this time around, but my smile grew wider as they were the things I wanted to get my hands on the most. Spatial travel. You become heavily proficient in space, being able to travel to any location you've previously seen. Shapeshifter. Not a single soul can distinguish between the different forms you take. The descriptions were concise and simple, and yet these skills were the thing I was aiming for that would allow me to make significant movements from now on. If I was a ferocious tiger prowling powerfully around with my nearly endless mana before, now I was actually given wings that would make me even more terrifying. Taking down Aureas would be one of the most crucial events that would propel many of the things moving forward. The demons would no doubt take a step back after this, having taken such tremendous losses they could have never expected from their invasion into one middle world. The powerful rulers that had their ranks in the top 10 of the demon world were terrifying to think about, but I wouldn't be meeting them anytime soon. What I would be doing though, is continue to completely disrupt their plans, and eventually bring about their own destruction. The beast world wasn't my enemy. The demons that pulled the strings and used the beasts here to massacre beings in another world would be the ones I would continue chasing until the ends of the universe. As for my actions towards the beast world from now on, I smiled at this thought as I looked at a blue crystal lying carefully in my storage pouch. I still had some time. Besides the 2 skills and cores, I was also able to get my hands on another, ruler's medal, for the region in the demon world that Aureus controlled, and another 2, power jewels, bringing my total to 3 and giving me many options to choose from which of my skills to enhance next. I put all of these aside for now as I sent a message to Adelaide that I might not be able to be reached for a day or 2 as I approached the body of the dead demon king and activated Memory Plunderer. Aureus was a particularly interesting figure whose life should hold even more expansive memories than Gremory because of her unique skills. Her memories should be on the same level of rewards as the skills I gained from her. I prepared my head for the potential pain to come as the red light shined out, and a long film played out before me. This time around, the pain was not as excruciating as I watched the life of this demon king without blacking out. The memories were spectacular to say the least, as each demon king led their own life even though they had similar goals. This was especially so for Aureus, as I watched her do the vilest things in the most spectacular ways. Even more secrets opened themselves up to me as I continued to receive more of the memories. I could feel my excitement bubbling again as they continued to play. Already seeing how I could use them to cause extreme mayhem and pandemonium for the demons, the process lasted a few hours as I gained something even more crucial than the powerful skills I had, and this was not exaggerating. I had to calm myself down as the memories of another being swirled around my head yet again, taking me another 2 hours before everything settled itself down and I found myself calm again. A smile bloomed on my face after this as I realized the many different paths I could take, but for now, I would do the one thing that will allow me to move forward. I knew that after the death of Aureus, the demons would be backed into a corner by their unknown enemy, with the only smart choice left for them being retreat. They would not stupidly rush headfirst into an environment where 2 of their people fell. This meant that my goal to disrupt the movements of demons in the beast world had effectively succeeded just by taking out 2 of them while playing a game that kept them in the dark. My objective for the beast world was actually achieved this way, propelled forward by many months and arduous battles from the use of the stolen memories, as well as the uniqueness of the system that allowed for the true death of demons that fell through my hands. I pulled out a glowing, plain crystal from my storage pouch and added mana into it, watching it float in front of me. These crystals were a unique material that allowed for the smooth transition between worlds and were not necessarily needed to travel across. But simplicity was always good to work with, as much more essence would be required to form a channel otherwise. Not that this was a worry to me. The crystal expanded and struck down into the ground of the frozen plateau spiritual land, soon forming into a monolith similar to a dungeon. The monolith was blue in color, and continued to pulsate in a blue light that seemed to signal the arrival of something big. I moved back from this location as I prepared to move to another chapter of my journey, something inexplicably even more exciting than everything I had been experiencing as I watched the monolith grandly shine out before it exploded. When the light cleared, the air around me trembled as I looked at the new arrival. It was a girl with striking blue eyes and hair as white as snow that appeared. Chapter 133, An Anomaly. The instant the white-haired girl arrived into the spiritual land, the air continued to tremble and did not seem to stop. Her fair hands moved as if grasping something in the air, her blue eyes turning a blank shade of white as the trembling came to a stop, and a voice I had not come across before rang out in my head. "My little knight in shining armor, why did you bring your master here so soon?" The voice brought a surprise to me as I didn't expect to hear this tone from another entity so soon. The tone was similar to when I talked with the planetary core from my world, but holding a bit more emotions in its words. Before I could reply, the figure of Sophia, the person who had first sent me to the beast world, spoke. "The discussion can stay between me and you. I have a proposition." The words came out of her mouth in a bland tone as they rang out, the white in her eyes gradually fading and becoming blue again as she came towards me with a smile. "Hi, big brother, you moved fast." I smiled at this figure of an innocent-looking girl as the words of the 2 planetary cores faded away from my head. That's right, with the intrusion of Sophia into this world, I had effectively brought about the consciousness of another world into the beast world. Of the things that the planetary core shared with me, the fact that Sophia could stand as the representative first shook me. But I accepted it as a fact after seeing all the other fantastical things around me. My entrance into the beast world was to look for possible ways to disrupt the demons' plans, and causing the true death of 2 of their rulers did exactly just that. This unexpected development that came about after colliding with Gremory caused a vast acceleration and disrupted the ranks of demons heavily. As soon as this goal was accomplished, I expected the retreat of the demons who would not want the possibilities of even more losses. I could now move on to the next task that would not be too hard to handle once the first one was completed successfully. Every world had a consciousness, and the beast world knew of my intrusion and the intrusion of demons, the same as how my own world's planetary core felt the intrusion of beasts that woke it from its slumber. They had influence in the way their world operated but were still restricted by universal laws where they couldn't directly intervene in many cases. The planetary core of my world, though, seemed to be bent on twisting and breaking as many laws as possible. I had never heard the voice of the beast world's core even while I was actively moving against beings she considered her enemies. The only time there was ever a semblance of a possible communication was the abnormal skills I continued to receive when I cleared a dungeon or obtained a spiritual land for the first time. Yet, the moment Sophia arrived in this world, I heard another world's voice right after. There were many things I still didn't understand. But I knew what the ultimate goal that the consciousness residing in Sophia's head had in mind. The world had taken a risk and successfully formed a connection with one of its inhabitants, granting it more leeway on just how much influence it had. Yet, it wanted a whole lot more than that. I felt my own weakness and took steps to get stronger so that I would never be put in that position again, and my homeworld was doing the same thing, but even more drastically. I didn't know how long the discussion between the two entities would take, so I smiled at Sophia and replied, "Let me show you around one of the unique treasures of this world while we wait." The world cores took their time. The entire process taking a few hours as I walked around the spiritual land with Sophia and showed her the abundant beasts and acres of bountiful magical produce. The snow vines were almost ready to harvest, which meant I could possibly stand a chance to upgrade the tier of the spiritual land soon. It all depended on whether the beasts that would consume them had the talent to break through to the next rank. I planted many fields of snow vines so that the chances of success stood by more than 90%, but we would still have to see how things go. I was talking with Sophia when I felt the change, as the blue in her eyes faded and whiteness replaced them, a bland voice coming out right after. The talks were successful. We were able to rope in another contender that should boost our power by another level as soon as the process is successfully completed. I already had an inkling of what the planetary core was talking about, but I asked just to be sure, and the replies were as crazy as usual. Similarly to how the risk of forming a connection between the world and an individual was successful, why stop there? Dangerous words that would shock anybody that heard them came out, and they weren't done as even. More continued, there are many worlds spanning this universe, and from the memories you've been obtaining, we've seen that lower worlds continue to be bullied and taken over. Yes. From Gremory and the recently deceased Oria's memories, the many worlds they had been on and all of their experiences played out. The invasion that my world and the beast world faced would normally end badly for the natives and the world, which the invaders claiming victory and using the world and its people for their own uses a lot of the time. There were many worlds out there that were invaded by higher beings which sent powerhouses at the peak of the level of power in that world. The natives who were just learning what strength was eventually being defeated as time passed. This changed with the anomaly that was me. The gamble that my homeworld's core took to connect me to the world allowed for a reversal that would not have been possible in the position we were in. It allowed for the vast power of a world that could not be moved because of the many restrictions surrounding it to be accessible to a single individual. The lower worlds cannot fight back. It is not logical. It is not fair. The universe seems to be bent on rules and restrictions, and yet this unfairness is still present. Which means we have to find new ways for us to fight back, even if the risks are high. More and more emotions seemed to come out of the bland voice as the monologue continued, grand words that would be the beginning of something world-changing continuing to ring out. At the center of all of this is you. The next step that should be less risky if sufficient time is placed is to form another channel with this current world. If it fails, it will cause a destabilizing effect on both worlds, and we could see the deaths of the beings in each world by the billions. If it succeeds, it sets us up on a path on no return, where the only option is destruction, or coming out as victors that would never again be bullied by higher worlds. Yes. This was the ultimate goal of the planetary core when I was sent to the beast world. If I could use my power to successfully push out invaders that were massacring the world's inhabitants and showed the world just what possibilities lay in my power, there would never be a fear of invaders appearing and causing mayhem in the world again. The planetary core had succeeded in convincing the beast world to undertake the risky plan, and now even crazier things were about to occur. I have calculated the countless possibilities, and the chance of success is high as long as a significant enough time is given to this task. When it does succeed, though, it will not be just one world you have access to the mana reserves of. You will be the sword that countless small worlds will depend on as we fight back, for we have been bullied for too long. Chapter 134 Home. Words filled with conviction and strength continued to come out of the mouth of the system as the planetary core talked with me for the first time in a while. Much of the topic this time around revolved around the memories that allowed us to see the grander picture all around us, and the different ways to move forward from now. I still had a few events to finish in the Frozen Kingdom before I began moving to another phase of this adventure. There were two paths for me to take after this, and I was pondering on just which one to take. The memories from the hundreds of years old Demon Kings were actually the biggest prize to receive so far, and they're showing two very clear ways to move forward, but I can't decide on the path to choose. I was weighing the risks and rewards, and maybe I just needed a push from someone else before taking the leap. Yes. The two best possibilities are heading to the demon world, or to the lost world of Atlantis where powerful demons and other beings are congregating to look for a supreme treasure. Atlantis will be much riskier, as the levels of power are extremely high, but the rewards are that much higher. From the memories of the Demon Kings, I knew many of the hidden secrets, especially the recently plundered Aureas who had even more spectacular ones. One of the main objectives of the rulers of the demon world currently was to obtain the supreme treasure in the lost world of Atlantis, the Trident of Neptune. This meant many powerful demon kings and demon lords would be running rampant in that large world. And their power levels were nothing to scoff at. It would be much riskier, but as long as I clashed with the demons and killed them, I would continue to obtain the ruler's medals from them that gave me direct authority over the demon world even without having gone there. As long as I continue collecting these medals, along with the possibility of obtaining something even more spectacular in this large world, Atlantis was the better path to take for now. The lost world of Atlantis. A dangerous light passed through my eyes as I pondered the time when I would descend in that world and disrupt the plans of demons yet again. Some time passed as ideas were thrown back and forth, and I asked about how the world I left behind some time ago was doing. Hunters from all over the Blessed Empire and United Federation were doing their best to advance through the ranks by combining their skills. Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail had already obtained their first epic skill from combination, allowing them to lead the world forward in strength once more. Other hunters were closing in as time passed, but there was a slight delay as a few days back, many dungeons the hunters had been diving in became permanently destroyed as the demons stopped providing any more essence to replenish the origins of the beasts in the dungeons. This caused the slow process across the world where the dungeons that were always shining orange or red gradually became light blue until they exploded. A new set of system to increase the hunter's strength needed to be introduced. The hunter's rise in power will only get faster, as I will be instituting dungeons similarly to the ones in the beast world. I have absorbed enough essence from beasts and demons that you've killed to recreate versions of them into these new dungeons. The beings in the beast world would also benefit from the same system of skills that you've been used to after the new connection is established successfully. There were many things being looked at ahead of time as the planetary core continued to strategize and introduce new ways to bolster the strength of everything it was connected to. I thought about going back myself just to see some of the faces I had been around briefly when I began this adventure, but shook my head with a smile as I looked forward to moving in the next direction. The most powerful hunters in my homeworld were already at epic rank, and I was only touching the bounds of legendary. We still had a long way to go before we could be considered somewhat strong in this wide universe. I would go back and look at everyone else after I've accomplished something even more spectacular. The day after all of these events finished spectacularly, having taken down another demon king and even starting with grander plans that involved multiple worlds. Tomorrow would be another eventful day where the coronation of a certain princess was occurring. I had already begun leaving my footprint behind in the Frozen Kingdom, and still wanted to see just how far the calculating princess could go in expanding the kingdom. Someone of her caliber wasn't too bad to have at the helm as one of the people leading the masses of people in the future. My homeworld and the beast world still needed competent leaders, and acting as the individual to choose them was an exciting role, to say the least. As things continued to occur in the background, the morning of the next day was celebratory as masses of people gathered around the kingdom, and especially so around the snowy peak, where a grand coronation was taking place. The coronation came with the news of the retreat of demons, confirming the actions I thought would occur after the true death of yet another ruler of the demon world. There were too many things they didn't know, and could not continue to risk the lives of more of their people to an enemy they had no information about. I smiled as I found the success of my plans while I watched the ceremony taking place. Adelaide chose to stay in the peak she had been occupying, leaving her father to remain on the king's crown. All she wanted was authority, and now she was receiving it. After this, one can only imagine how rapidly the frozen kingdom can develop. Important figures were standing in a large hall in the manor located in the middle of Snowy Peak as they watched King Rourke pass down a symbolic crown on Adelaide's head. The moment the crown touched her head, a boisterous voice from one of the epic commanders rang out, "Respects to the Queen, respects to the Queen." WO, cheers and exclamations rose out from all beings in the frozen kingdom as they watched their old king move to the back and prop up the new queen. Even with the old king not making it an option for the people, almost everyone unanimously went along with the anointment, as the person being made ruler was the one to rescue them miraculously from a famine, cutting it off before it could even spread. With power like this, they saw their lands only heading in the right direction thereafter. The nobles and knights found themselves kneeling down towards the new ruler. As a new chapter began for the frozen kingdom, the new queen looked at her father with thankfulness as she looked at the people below her. Humans and beastmen were kneeling on the ground submitting themselves to her, and yet she didn't feel any exhilaration. There was just one person she wanted to see and enjoy the company of right now, as her intuition was giving her a foreboding feeling. She had just given her aid in detecting a demon king and contributing to her downfall, with the continent receiving the news of a retreat soon after that. She was smart and knew there should have been a link to these two rapid events, realizing the esteemed sir had most likely done something even more incredible that she had no idea about. With the retreat of demons, as well as the plans for the expansion of the kingdom with the bountiful explosion of the agricultural sector, she should be feeling great and looking forward into the future. So then, why was she experiencing a feeling as if she was about to lose something? Chapter 135, A King in the Shadows. There were still many things to be done, and I was looking forward to something spectacular tomorrow, where I would get the chance to see the next tier of a spiritual land. The snow vines had fully matured and ripened yesterday, and there was an abundant amount that many of the beasts could consume because of the effects of budding farmer. The fruits were specially made to raise the ranks of the beasts on the spiritual land, and their effects were apparent. Just on the past day when their consumption and absorption began, the emperor penguin was the first to successfully advance to legendary after consuming multiple fruits from the snow vines. His figure became slightly larger and more compact with the advancement, the sleek fur on his body becoming even glossier as the arrogant heir returned. His origin was injured beforehand, and yet he was still the one to advance towards the next rank first. His attitude aside, I was happy about this as the more talented beasts like him appeared, the faster I could upgrade the spiritual land after meeting the requirements. One of the requirements that was about to be met was the advancement of beasts born in the spiritual land to become legendary. 5 beasts had to undergo this transformation before the first condition was met. As for the second condition, I smiled as I thought about it and heard movement from the large hall that was boisterous with celebration. It was now a few hours after the coronation that I watched in the dark while I was veiled. The celebration would continue throughout the night, but the new queen rose from the throngs of nobles and stepped out from the hall while being led by an epic guard. Adelaide's own rank should be raised soon enough as I'd already given her access to an abundant amount of epic cores, sacred rye, and even the fruits from the snow vine, that were much less effective on beings not born in the spiritual land. The queen's face had slight delight showing as I heard her voice ring out silently beside my ear, "Esteemed sir, if you would please follow me." The guards were left behind as the queen entered her grandiose room with the excuse of resting. The shadow guards took their hidden positions as the newly instituted epic guard stood in front of the closed doors. My figure flashed into the grandiose room, being met with the sight of the icy queen who seemed to have a complicated expression on her face. I feel like I've achieved something, and yet at the same time I'm feeling something else I cannot explain. She seemed to be thinking about many things as she spoke, her gaze landing on my calm figure and becoming even troubled. She seemed to have made up her mind as she moved with a brave face and kneeled down towards me. I can't shake this feeling, but there is still something that I can do. I was about to tell her to rise up for what seemed like the third or fourth time as she had done this before, when her next actions threw me a curveball. Her white hands reached behind her and unclasped the grandiose white dress she wore. It slid down her body as she looked up at me with conviction in her eyes. My king, in the spiritual land, a powerful emperor penguin, with his beak raised high, was overseeing the advancement of his brothers. The long, white mamba was coiling around itself as its body pulsed a white light. Its breakthrough imminent after absorbing so many of the blue-gold fruits from the snow vines. These fruits were multiple times better to these beasts born in this spiritual land than even cores of the next level. Normally, they would be extremely rare for them to obtain, as close to 8 months were needed before they matured and ripened. Even when they did, their output was extremely low. Yet, budding farmer had thrown all of this logic down the drain. There was an abundance of the fruits now growing in glistening blue and gold all over frozen plateau spiritual land, where the epic beasts had their pick with the permission of their master, and even the leaders that were rank S received their own share. The sleek penguin observed this unbelievable growth that should have never been possible, even with all the possibilities of the spiritual land. He looked at the white mamba, winged spider, and many other beasts that were trying their best to put their experience to use and break through to the next rank after absorbing treasures specifically catered to them. Maybe his master wasn't too bad after all? A scene that would shock many was playing itself out in a grand room where barriers preventing peering eyes were erected. A young woman was laying her head on the chest of a man and tracing the protruding lines from the chest to the abdominal muscles as her crystal eyes seemed clouded. "You're not staying, are you?" Instinctively, Adelaide had seemed to understand what the foreboding feeling she continued to have was. Everything seemed to be on the right track, with the invaders retreating and their kingdom headed for extreme growth and expansion. Yet, when thinking about the man whose hands made all of this possible, where did he fit in all of this right now? Would he stay, enjoy, and revel on the rewards of the things he had accomplished? Adelaide had been around him for many days these past few weeks, and somewhat understood his mindset, even if it was just a bit. The man in question heard the words as his eyes stared into the ceiling, not knowing exactly what to say. "I'll still come by. There are just too many things to be done, and even those that retreated from the fight right now did just that, only a retreat. The threat still exists." There was a period of silence as the girl just continued to trace the lines of muscle. "You could always just stay. Relax and kick back. Watch as the thing you've just begun creating bloom into something beautiful. I haven't even given you the empire I promised, much less the world." Noah gave a mysterious smile at these words as he replied, "I'm relaxing now, and that's enough for me. I'll see if I can relax like this every now and then when I find the time." The night was long, with many people spending it thinking about the future while not fully living in the present. Early morning of the next day, something magical was happening in the skies of the frozen kingdom. In the middle of the 4 peaks floating in the sky, a 5th one had appeared. Those knowledgeable would be able to recognize this peak as the Sky Peak nest that had disappeared mysteriously some time ago, while others just watched in shock at the appearance of it. It seemed to be glowing in shades of white and blue as boundless essence began congregating in the skies. In the center of the spiritual land, Noah was looking at the 5th beast that was successfully promoted to the legendary tiers by consuming and absorbing the inordinate amount of fruits from the snow vines. The process had only taken the span of a few days, but they achieved the stupendous results of the rise of 5 legendary powerhouses. This number was shocking, as there were still 10 other epic beasts on the frozen plateau spiritual land that had consumed the same treasures and might have the talent to break through soon enough, not to mention the rank S leaders that were trying their best to achieve the same result. If you took into account the strength of someone like Demon King Gremory, who was ranked 56 among the rulers of the demon world, and held the power equivalent to 3 legendary beings with his unique skill, you would become even more astounded by the treasure that was the spiritual land. It could give rise to powerhouses like this, but it was normally never as explosive. The unfair skill that was budding farmer made it possible for this event that defied the norms and created 5 legendary beings in a few days. Yes, these were the beasts that had the top talent in their level and just needed the stimulus and energy to break through. Yes, maybe there won't be others as talented that would rise as fast as they did. But that was still the genuine advancement of 5 legendary beasts. It would still give a shock at the speed in which it was achieved. Beside the suave emperor penguin and deadly white mamba, the winged spider, snow leopard, and a winged golden eagle, that was among the epic beasts to not participate in the trial of supremacy. All stood proudly as they looked around the spiritual land that seemed to be trembling in excitement. The first requirement in order to upgrade to the next tier of the spiritual land was now met. 5 beasts born from the land itself had risen to the legendary rank. Now came the second requirement. This requirement was one that evaded many beasts and caused their spiritual lands to be stuck at the second level for many years. It was a requirement dependent on the master of the spiritual land, as it was not only the beasts born in it that should be strong, but also its master. Simply, the second requirement needed the owner of the spiritual land to be powerful enough and have a large reserve of mana that many in the legendary stage struggled to have in order to catalyze the transformation of the next tier. A light laugh escaped Noah's mouth as he couldn't help but raise his hands into the air and watch the explosion of essence around him. The figure of Sophia could be seen standing serenely by his side as she watched the show in fascination. Noah looked around him excitedly as he waited to see what surprises this unique treasure of the beast world would provide for him in the future. It gave him an unscratchable itch of wanting to look for even more unique treasures across the many worlds out there. He thought of his tremendously risky destination that was the lost world of Atlantis, where he would go to next. It was a world where many powerhouses from multiple origins descended in as they all looked for this large world's supreme treasure. The Trident of Neptune, from the memories of the two demon kings he had plundered, the one that stood atop all the demons in the demon world, was also in this world, searching and bolstering his forces. At the thought of an oppressively powerful being that was his enemy, Noah's heart palpitated in excitement, many thoughts and ideas passing through his mind as he watched the birth of a third-tier spiritual land, and the new functions it would unlock. Chapter 136, Tier 3 Spiritual Land. The congregation of essence in the skies of the frozen kingdom was palpitating as the old king and many others looked at the appearance of this large floating landmass with caution. The sight of the queen standing calmly surrounded by her epic guard on Snowy Peak calmed many as a message came across soon after for none of them to worry. The scene in front of them was spectacular, to say the least, as they looked at this floating landmass that was pulsating with light as if it wanted to expand. The mixtures of blue and white roiled around the spiritual land as the transformation continued. The beasts in the frozen plateau spiritual land were moving excitedly as they watched the upgrade of the next tier occur, the congregation of mana allowing for the birth of new beasts to be visible to the Nakedi, and Noah was observing the constantly changing panel under spiritual land management. As he observed the continuing process, the catalysis from him had occurred, and all that was left now was to wait as the process completed itself. Essence continued to congregate as the panel under the unique skill changed, and soon enough on the section that listed the tier of the spiritual land, the number 3 appeared, a blinding blue, and while light resplendently shone all around at the completion of the process, as a brand new spiritual land stood in the skies. The size was only slightly larger, but it seemed to give a sense of pressure as it towered over the heads of the beings below it. The beasts cheered as their home gained an upgrade, which meant they would have even more chances to increase their strength in the future with the passage of time. Noah looked at the spiritual land management panel expectantly while observing the changes around him. Spiritual land management, Frozen Plateau 3, Beasts, FXXX, IXXX, D24, 650, C9432, B5436, 465, S85, Epic 15, Legendary 5, Plants Whitefall Trees, Snowvine, Sacred Rye. Available for planting, Icefire Persimmon, Pygmy Melon, features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, locked, at hashtag, email protected, %, locked, time dilation, locked, email protected, hashtag dollar, locked, upgrade conditions not met. At %carat hashtag dollar, 3 new features had been unlocked with the upgrade of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land. Noah looked at the one he had been eyeing when he chose to let the upgrade happen in the center of the Frozen Kingdom. It was a feature that seemed straightforward, simply being boost surroundings. So what effect did it have on the surroundings? A tremendous amount of mana coursed through Noah's body as he clicked on the feature in the panel, his figure flashing away from the inner parts of the spiritual land and appearing higher in the skies to watch the transformation. The blue and white light that had just died down began shining brightly again, this time going around to encompass the 4 peaks around it, as well as a portion of the frozen kingdom below. The blue and white light went around every nook and corner of affected lands, leaving a new environment as it receded back into the spiritual land soon after. The people felt the land they were in begin to feel much different as the air became easier to breathe in and they could feel a denser collection of essence surrounding them. On the many acres of land spread out around the kingdom, the produce yet to be harvested shined ever so brighter as even the land seemed to be affected by boost surroundings. Noah watched the results of the wide buff that seemed to cover thousands of miles as he became shocked at the effects of a spiritual land once more. This feature that increased the concentration of essence around its surroundings would remain active over time, only reducing in its effectiveness after around 2 months. Adelaide was surrounded by guards that were looking around them dumbfoundedly. She had thought she couldn't be any more surprised, but it seemed she continued to be wrong. Beside the amazement and wonder that she felt, there was still a tinge of sadness as this seemed to be a goodbye gift, even if the goodbye would be short and he would be back sometime soon. In the skies, Noah's figure flashed away and reappeared in the inner parts of the spiritual land after observing the effects of boost surroundings. The next feature he was itching to try was architecture. Another plain name, but he would undoubtedly be surprised at what it did. Clicking on this feature expanded it to give a wide array of options for what the user of the spiritual land management wanted to do. When it said architecture, it really did mean just that. Grand buildings that could be seen all across the Frozen Kingdom were showing themselves in a blue holographic format, but those were not the only thing. skyscr.a.p.airs, houses, and other modern buildings that were definitely not from the Beast world were also possible as options to choose from, giving a wide array of choices on what to do. Besides, these were also classical and Gothic architecture he had only seen in his homeworld in the past. There were many possibilities, but he started with a simple one first, and selected a modern home that you would only find the extremely rich be able to afford and play with. The selection of the hologram caused Essence to roil in the air as on the snowy land of the spiritual land. A structure was being erected, the soil, trees, and everything around it seemed to be used as they faded into particles of light, and something new that was visible to the naked was forming. Noah watched in amazement as an elegant and sophisticated modern home built itself in front of his eyes. The house had 3 levels and seemed to be made of mostly reinforced glass and concrete. The land around it became leveled as small, whitefall trees, seemingly rearranged and surrounded the house elegantly. It felt like he had returned back into an old time as he flashed near the door of the house and went in. There was a cool air flowing in the house as a symmetrical formation of luxury fluffy leather couches were in the living room. A rectangular structure was elevated as it had blue flames waving beautifully atop it, giving the room a serene look. There was a simple styled kitchen shining smoothly in another section of the house, showing a large fridge and other structures you would normally not see in a world like this. On the second level, there were multiple rooms with large beds that seemed to scream softness, each room having its own private balcony with reinforced glass surrounding it. On the third level was a wider expanse of rooms, as a glass pool was presently covering more than half of this topmost floor. The pool had steam and bubbles dancing off of the clear water as it invited people to come and enjoy. Noah looked at this astounding sight around him as he realized he had yet to understand just how ridiculous the management skill in this spiritual land he held could be. Chapter 137 Advancing. There were still many things yet to be checked out as the ones that were looked at continued to bring more and more surprises. There were new plants that would undoubtedly have even more spectacular effects to look at, as well as the third feature that was unlocked, the frozen barrier. It seemed like a significant amount of time would have to be given just to play around with architecture, but that could wait for later. Noah wanted to check one last feature before he began moving towards the next steps laid out in his mind. He clicked on the last feature, frozen barrier, as he felt the congregation of Essence erupt yet again. This time around, it formed into runic sigils that appeared in a circular formation around the spiritual land. The blue sigils shone and had complex lines connecting and running around, coming all together to form a huge net that covered the entirety of the spiritual land that was larger than a city. When every single runic sigil connected, a transparent blue shield formed over the spiritual land. It shone a light blue light all around as it made the floating landmass look even more magnificent. This frozen barrier was a feature of the spiritual land that allowed a protective barrier that defended against most attacks from those at the legendary stage. If you were to hide like a turtle in a shell in your spiritual land, the barrier would only be broken through when attacks continued to rain down until the reserves of energy being used to maintain it rang out. Noah watched the strong barrier surrounding him, and then observed after 1 minute as it began to fade. It was a barrier that was powerful enough to block attacks from legendary beings as long as mana was provided. It would not come without its restrictions. The frozen barrier could only be activated once every 24 hours, and it provided ultimate defense against the spiritual land's invaders for an entire minute before the runic sigils faded away for another use 24 hours later. Noah smiled at this stupendous defense as his eyes moved to the legendary beasts around the spiritual land. They were at their happiest now and moved around with vigor. He would put them to work as soon as he began moving. He would check out the other new things later as his hands reached towards the spiritual land once again, this time using size regulation. As the grandiose floating landmass became small with speed visible to the naked eye, the landmass shrunk down until it could be placed on the palm of his hands, as the hidden Noah, who was only visible as a blinding light towards a certain queen, used anchor to attach the spiritual land to himself. He then moved with excitement as he activated a new skill which would become one of his main cards to propel him even further as time passed: spatial travel. The unique skill was an upgraded teleport, essentially, just much better with a whole lot less restrictions. The unique thing about the skill was that it allowed you to transfer to a place that you had seen. As long as you had been to any place and seen it, you could go back to it as you wished. The further the distance you wanted to travel, the more mana you needed before the skill could be activated to bring you to the position you had in your head. The skill made it possible for Aureus to do many crazy things, with one of them being traveling across the world she had been to as she wished. She bypassed the making and using of plain crystals to go across worlds and simply used her skill to get there, and now, Noah would be doing the same. He had a light smile on his face as he thought back to an area he was in not too long ago. Blinding red light flashed as the unique skill, spatial travel, was activated, and Noah's figure flashed away. Just as it had appeared, the floating landmass disappeared from the skies of the frozen kingdom. The only thing it left behind was the boosted environment that had a higher concentration of essence, as well as the amazement and dumbfoundedness of those that saw it. The four peaks and the land that was affected by the buff shone brilliantly. The old king looked towards his kingdom as he felt a semblance of peace, while the newly anointed queen looked into the skies with a sad expression. Noah had talked about all of these events and how he would start moving soon. After that he would be able to come back routinely to check how things were going. There would not be any approaching enemies anytime soon, and in the case there was any he promised to come back in a blink of an eye. But if there wasn't any danger to save them from, when would he actually take the time to come back? Would it be a week, month, or even more? She recalled the many epic cores and a few legendary cores he had left for her to do as she saw fit. The expression of the new queen had a tinge of sadness as these thoughts passed through her. The shadow guard, Knight, was observing her lady with a complicated expression as she found the one she served to be showing more and more emotion she had never seen before, especially today. What had happened to give her an air that made her seem like a brand new woman? Her questions wouldn't be answered. As the truth was something that wasn't even an option in her head, she knew very little of the movements of the esteemed sir, but the miraculous event that just happened now was definitely through his hands. Now, when would they see him again? At the same time as these thoughts passed through the mind of the shadow guard, a fiery red light was crossing the skies towards the frozen kingdom from another location in the continent, the Imperial Phoenix, that Noah had come across and provided the help that allowed him to obtain the spiritual land was coming to check just how this human had progressed, as well as understand his clash with the Demon King and how it was connected with the retreat of demons from their world. There were many questions passing through her head, but they would not be getting answers anytime soon as the person she was looking for had just disappeared from the beast world. A flash of red light, and Noah's first spatial travel across two worlds from the use of a skill had occurred. He appeared in the skies of the small village that was surrounded by a light barrier that protected them from many things in the outside world. Landing on the ground, Sophia's figure flashed out from the spiritual land as she looked at her home with a smile. Big brother, how much time will you spend here? Here. The here she was talking about wasn't just the mountain and village they were on, but the world they stood on. Not too long. There are still many things to do, and I can't waste it needlessly. There were a few people he actually wanted to see. The confident Kazuhiko that was now epic ranked, the woman that was taking charge of a small city where he came to prominence, and the stout man with a spear that stood as the protector of the empire. I'll give a few people a visit some other time. Before the journey to the lost world starts, I will just give a little help to their lands. The spectacular sight of him traveling across worlds with a skill had just finished, and he was about to move with the spiritual land to boost the environments of the places where most humans congregated to increase their power. Chapter 138. A landmass appears above skliscr.a.p.airs. It was a bustling day as usual in the Blessed Empire, and today it was bustling even more as a momentous event occurred. After days where almost all the dungeons in the world began breaking down permanently, in the last 24 hours, new ones had begun appearing. Hunters and governments had been gravely worried that the rate at which they increased their strength would drastically reduce without the constant supply of cores, skills, and items, but their worries did not last too long. A few days after the initial panic, huge monoliths began appearing around the world once more. The monoliths were different than the ones they had been used to, as they appeared black and did not have a change in color over time. They never would have thought that they would be happy at the sight of dungeons, but people moved eagerly after these new ones appeared. They worked differently compared to the old ones, and the hunters would learn more about their secrets as time went on. The bustling day today was interrupted by the appearance of something nobody could have guessed in their wildest dreams. Above the skies of the small city in the periphery of the Blessed Empire, a floating landmass that entirely blocked the skies appeared. The landmass caused surprise and panic on many hunters as they thought an unexpected attack had arrived yet again. And they were preparing themselves as they watched a blue light expanding from the landmass. The light went on to cover every nook and cranny of the small city, lasting for a few seconds as the people in it began feeling the air around them change. A dense collection of essence was swirling around the city, and amazing scenes could be seen playing out. In one location, a child that was on a swing set found himself thrown in the air as he used too much force, and surprisingly landed on the ground unharmed as he began to feel unknown strength coursing through him. A status panel appeared on his eyes soon after, as he stupendously realized he had somehow awakened. Those that had some talent and luck found themselves with a status panel appearing in front of their eyes as many people underwent their awakening to become hunters all over the city. The converging essence being a catalyst for such a surprising event, the veteran hunters found themselves being able to move faster and easier as if they were constantly receiving a buff from the air around them. They moved ecstatically as they stared at the landmass blocking the sky. A top hunter and admiral in Star City who held multiple S skills and was now a peak rank S, Elizabeth, was looking stupidly at the floating landmass as the air around her continued to change. She watched with surprise as just as it had appeared, the landmass began shrinking rapidly before it disappeared in the blink of an eye. She thought that she felt a gaze land on her in an instant from the disappearing landmass as she shook her head in confusion. Clear skies returned as things returned to normal, but the city itself had experienced a huge change. This scene repeated itself many times over the areas of the Blessed Empire where most people were congregated, as a magically floating spiritual land appeared and disappeared, leaving behind a changed environment where the essence had become increasingly dense. This process was already happening naturally as the world continued to grow, and the levels of essence in the air would sooner or later reach a similar level as that of the beast world. But just like how the lands in the Frozen Kingdom benefited from boost environment, the cities around the empire that experienced the same thing benefited even more. When the spiritual land appeared in the skies of the capital, Steel Mikhail stood proudly in the air, two spears rotating around him as the air crackled with power. He felt the changing of the air as the newly appeared landmass continued to release a blue light that covered everything. His mind shifted to a certain man that had left not too long ago. Was it even just over a month? Had he obtained something this spectacular so quickly? Mikhail thought of H's own power as he looked up to see the floating landmass disappearing. He was somewhat glad that the person inside of it did not come down. He felt ashamed as he thought he was strong enough when he combined his skills to gain the power of epic rank. But it seemed he was still far behind that man who was chasing their enemies who knew where. Steel Mikhail felt the air around him that seemed to open up his pores and fill him with strength as his sight turned to the large monolith which appeared at the center of the empire a few days ago. The monolith was ranked to be an epic rank dungeon, and even now it was not fully explored. He would prepare his team and dive down into this dungeon over the coming weeks, training his skills as much as he could and increasing his strength. He could not lag behind someone that was fighting for all and too much. He knew his role as the protector, but was slightly envious of the things outside this world he hadn't yet gotten a chance to see. When would the chance come in the future for him to explore the unknown places out there? Many countries in the United Federation found themselves experiencing a similar occurrence with the floating landmass. The event would later be termed simply as a worldwide buff as many places experienced elevated levels of essence that caused the awakening and strengthening of many individuals. With the advent of new dungeons that were not undergoing dungeon breaks if they weren't constantly cleared, along with this new occurrence, the hopes of the humans were extremely high. A surprising sight had played itself out in the United Federation when the floating landmass first appeared, where its top hunter, Kazuhiko, bolted into the skies trying to reach it. Hey hey hey, his screams rang out in the skies as he stood on a katana surrounded by darkness which was propelling him further into the skies. He didn't care for the dense essence filling the air as he bolted towards the landmass at even faster speeds. He found it to be shrinking as he neared it, seemingly about to escape his grasp. His figure flew even faster as he tried to reach it before it disappeared, but it flashed away, and so did his figure. This was the first case that people noticed and talked about later, where a hunter had reached and gone inside the floating landmass. It continued to appear and disappear all over the countries that held a significant amount of people in the next hour. Where the figure of Kazuhiko also flashed out as the last country was covered by the blue light, hunters and governments would call and ask Kazuhiko exactly what he saw in the floating landmass when he reappeared, but the reckless hunter didn't give any answers. People only found him to be diving into the newly appeared dungeons with even more and more vigor, occasionally screaming out how he wanted to see demi-humans and own his own land. Chapter 139, The Lost World. The frozen plateau spiritual land appeared in the skies of the hidden village once again, where Noah was sighing exasperatedly at the guy that chased after the spiritual land. He saw the amazing things on it and asked about the place Noah had gone to, his eyes flaring as he wanted to go there himself. This was something that would be easily possible with time. so he was told to wait some more as he got stronger. Power at the epic rank would not be too big a deal in places that had mythical monsters. The advancement of his and Steel Mikhail's strength would be under the eyes of Sophia from now, as they were about to come in contact with their benefactor sometime in the future. Noah breathed out in relaxation after having spent the inordinate amount of time teleporting across the two superpowers as he used the boost environment feature of the spiritual land. This allowed for the increased rate of strengthening for the hunters in his homeworld. His eyes were now looking at a whole other location as he finished talking with Sophia in the hidden village. Many plans and possibilities were discussed with the system, also known as the planetary core, as the next location was decided. Something wondrous was about to occur, as another usage of the memories obtained from the Demon Kings was going to happen. The unique skill obtained from Aureas allowed the user to travel to any location they had seen before. This was the description of the skill, plain and simple. So then what about places and locations you have seen from the plundered memories of your enemies? Memories usually remain with the person that experienced them. They could talk about them or explain them to others, but they were theirs to keep. The skill, Memory Plunderer, allowed Noah to take the memories of his enemies and experience them as if they were his own. This naturally meant that through the memories from Gremory and Aureas, he had seen many locations and places. This coincided with the spectacular unique skill that allowed for spatial travel to any location you had seen before, as the combination brought about something that would normally never be possible. Noah smiled as he looked at the particular memories of the lost world of Atlantis that Aureas had descended in before. This was a large world, one level higher than the beast world, and had the besieging of many beings from multiple origins. The reason the Atlantis has the words lost world attached to it was because of its uniqueness. The inhabitants of Atlantis were so technologically and magically advanced that they created something from the combination of technology and magic which allowed them to shield and hide their world from being located. This was something that would rarely be found across the universe, thus the large world gained the title of Lost. Over the years though, beings that wanted the technology and treasures in Atlantis did not give up, and used their own mystical means to locate and find the appetizing world. The demon world was among those that succeeded in getting the coordinates of the lost world of Atlantis. With the unique skill that Aureas held, they were never able to lose sight of it again, as whenever the Atlanteans activated their terrifying technology that moved their world and hid to a different location, Aureas could still use her unique skill to go back into the world she had already been to and seen. Their coordinates were thus always in the hands of the demons. In this world, there were many things that Noah would come across, but there were a few things he was paying attention to. First and foremost was the demons running around in the world, the unique treasures and even possibly the supreme treasure that everyone was searching for, as well as the beings from other worlds besides the demons that would undoubtedly be looking for the same things in Atlantis. Everything seemed to be in order as the spiritual land was safely anchored to Noah's body, the preparations fully complete for this next stage of the journey. Sophia stood outside the hidden village as her eyes flashed shades of white and blue, becoming a face filled with conviction that would soon return to an innocent one as the seconds passed. Left with her were some legendary focus cores and various epic cores that she could use any way she wanted. Whether to be given to the protectors of this world or used to first strengthen the body where true consciousness resided was up to her. Noah looked through the memories obtained from Aureas about the lost world as he closed his eyes and chose the starting location. The unique skill, spatial travel, was activated as a tremendous amount of mana was consumed to fuel this travel across the universe into a world that was tucked away in mystery. His figure disappeared in a flash of red light, heading to unknown lands where many things awaited. Today's combined skills: Pierce Executor's Speed, a piercing speed, flight instant transfer, a warp flight, Regal Archer's Eyes sense heat source, a searching thermal sight, immutable regeneration. Paladin's Blessing, Blessed Regeneration, Arctic Zone Pursuing Infernal Lightning, Pursuing Spirit of Ice and Flames, Devastation Aura of the Demented, Epic Hellish Descent. Windborn Hidden Endeavor, Epic Aurelus, Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 431, Focus, Strength, 437, Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Recorder 100, Language Comprehension 100, Lion's Roar 100, Silent Communication 100, Cook 59, A, Relegator's Spear 100, Water King's Skin 100. Piercing Speed 1, Warp Flight 1, Searching Thermal Sight 1, Enfeeble 100, Phoenix Arrow 1, Shield Slam 8, Budding Farmer 71, Ricocheting Shield 1, Bear's Fighting Style 1, Archers Gamble 1, Smoldering Sword Strike 100, Earthen Spears 100, Thought Acceleration 100, Crisis Avoidance 100, Illusory Cover 100, Blessed Regeneration 1, Pursuing Spirit of Ice and Flames 1, S, Draconic Armor 99. Epic, Corrupted Sword Saints Incarnation 91, Iceberg 89, Absolute 0-92, Bone Spears 88, Bear Emperors for 91, Lifesteal 89, Teleport 95, Arctic Breath 87, Summon Holy Blight 98, Hellish Descent 1, Aurelus 1, Legendary, Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony 68, Demon King's Hockey 55, Memory Plunderer 5, Unique. Spiritual Land Management, Primal Conjurer, Spatial Travel, Shapeshift, Equipment, 3x Spearing of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, Epic Kingslayer. Epic Rat King's Mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Unshattered Charity, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots, Chapter 140 Atlantean, a flash of red light, brief darkness, and then a shining blue light stretching itself across the horizon. The process of arriving in the lost world of Atlantis was that fast with the use of spatial travel. It felt as if Noah had just strolled from one corner of the land to another, but it was actually across many stars before arriving at a place in Orias's memory. He opened his eyes to a clear blue sky, and even clearer blue colors below him as the sea moved by. Every single corner of the skies that he turned to all showed a vast array of the body of water stretching across the horizon. There were calm waves moving by as almost all life could be sensed in the sea. Noah knew he was looking at the wrong places as he smiled and activated another unique skill, Shapeshifter. The painful sound of bones and the human structure being changed rang out as the body he had always been used to rapidly began changing. The process was quick, which cut the pain short and allowed for a rapid transformation to occur. His body changed and soon became the depiction of something he had seen among the many memories, one of the native species of this lost world that was known as the Atlantean. They were an interesting species, having a body similar to that of humans, but with extra features that adapt under the heavy pressure of the sea and the amphibious characteristics that allowed them to breathe underwater. Of course, someone of the legendary rank would not have trouble surviving underwater due to the lack of oxygen with the power they held, but this change to become an Atlantean was not for the purpose of just adapting to the sea. Noah felt his new body that seemed to match everything he had seen in the memories, from the general outlook to their soft and moist skin all over his body. Not too much had changed with his body. The only thing vastly different was the golden hair that replaced the dark one he had been born with. He felt the actual physiological changes when his body began sinking into the sea. A feeling of likeness entered his mind the moment he touched the water, as he sunk completely into the sea and opened his eyes to a brand new world. He was looking at the wrong places when he stared in the skies as he arrived, and now, he was beginning to see the fantastical sight of the world teeming with life. All sorts of organisms he hadn't seen before were visible as Noah used the recently combined, searching thermal sight, to quickly locate many of the beings around him. The cold-blooded organisms that took the temperatures of their surroundings were still clearly visible to him with the use of this skill. With a single thought, the skill allowed his eyes to hone in on the direction and being he was thinking of. On this surface layer where he was in, he could only see many organisms with the characteristics of fish swimming around. Their bodies glimmered as their colorful scales whizzed by, their speed being something you don't normally see. If he wanted to get the chance to see more important things, he had to go much deeper into the sea. A smile appeared on Noah's face as he felt the comfortableness of being underwater with the body of an Atlantean. Under the water, he opened his mouth to hear words and sounds coming out with no problems, the vibrations of his voice traveling in the water as if he was in the air. Even if his voice could not be heard, he still had silent communication, to imitate one of the traits of Atlanteans that he would no doubt come across soon. The Atlantean species was loved by the sea, and they received boosts in their power whenever they fought in their natural habitat. Noah had no problem adapting to the new body as he began moving around using warp flight. With this combined skill, he could fly while at the same time transferring around nearby locations as he chose, the speed even faster than before. Having gotten used to the new feeling and seeing breathing come to him even easier than when he was in the air, Noah's figure barreled down deeper into the sea, very keen to meet the inhabitants and fully start his journey. He used his skills to actively sense for and look as he dived deeper and deeper, the first location already laid out in his mind. In the vast sea, a few nautical miles away from a city that was known as Liquinia, a brutal scene was playing itself out. 3 Atlanteans were surrounding another species that was native to the lost world, known as the merfolk. There was a clear distinction between Atlanteans and merfolk, with the latter having the lower half of a fish most of the time. This time, a particular merman was injured and continued to take heavy hits from the Atlanteans around him, a gruff voice ringing out from the leader, "You should not have followed us, Sud. Our employer is very thorough, and does not allow any mistakes." "I am sorry," The Atlantean with golden hair seemed sorry as his apathetic voice rang out, the green trident in his hands shining with a black light as it went towards the chest of the merman. Thuck, it sank in with little resistance as Sud, the merman, looked at his friend in shock. Son twos. We grew up together, why collude with, guh, painful words came out as bright green neon blood dyed the sea, with a dying sound from the merman coming out in the end as the one that he considered a friend twisted the trident in his chest and took his life. The cruel look remained on the Atlantean's face as he pulled out the trident and swung it to the side. He was about to tell the two beside him to take care of the body when another voice rang out before his. Wow, I chance upon murder as the first thing I see. The voice seemed to contain calm and curiousness, turning the face of the Atlantean grim as without even giving a single second to understand who just appeared. A command left his mind and entered the minds of the two beside him. Attack! The command rang out in their heads, and in the next second, there were three Atlanteans hoisting green tridents as their figures bolted where the voice was coming from. Water rapidly rotated around them as their speed increased, nearing the position of the voice in an instant. The tridents glowed green as they waited to hear the sound of flesh being pierced. A sound did come, but not the one they expected. Swoosh, a terrifying feeling overcame the three Atlanteans as they felt their tridents hit nothing, and a second after began seeing green blood flowing out of them as it quickly froze over. The area around them had become enclosed in ice as a long blade passed through each of their bodies and took their lives. Absolute Zero had a killer effect in the sea as it stopped the movement of anything in its range while the long blade being wielded sliced apart the rank Atlanteans as if they were nothing. The curious voice that had come upon the scene of murder rang out once again. Now, what stories will your memories tell? Chapter 141 Liquinia, one of the cities that was in the euphotic zone where sunlight could still reach. The city was teeming with all sorts of life around it, as at its center was a large bubble that repelled any water from coming in. This was a city where Atlanteans held control. In their history, it was mentioned that Atlanteans were originally those from the human race, but after spending a significant amount of time in the sea, they adapted to living there. The curious thing was that for a majority of the cities they controlled, there were many areas where they used their technology to create pockets of air where many of the old human activities were carried out. Their counterpart, merfolk, preferred the sea in its entirety. Their cities were fully wrapped around in the water as this was their natural home. Noah gazed at the city of Liquinia and curiously observed the new things around him. He saw a futuristic city full of lights, with multiple vehicles that looked like the most terrifyingly weaponized submarines docked around the city. The buildings were a mixture of Gothic architecture and the most futuristic additions you could imagine, with some tall skyscr.a.p.airs created spectacularly that it seemed like Jenga blocks were just stacked together. Atlanteans and merfolk floated around the perimeters with glistening tridents in their hands as they went in and out. This was the city where the three Atlanteans he had just taken down were from. From the memories he obtained, they were under the employment of the same beings he was chasing, where they were in contact with a subdivision of a legion under a demon king. The demons were already actively moving around the lost world of Atlantis and forming connections with the locals, turning those with weaker hearts against their own people already. When the three traitors who had just killed their friend without batting an eye died, they also provided a few more things besides the memories. Low-level telepathy, you can send your thoughts to those near you. The distance is limited. Aquatic adaptation, the sea is your home. Your speed and maneuverability are increased whenever in the water. Footman's trident, a trident that those with slight distinguishment use for battle. The gifts were two skills and the tridents that the three rank Atlanteans were using. The telepathy skill was one that many beings living in the sea had and used, while aquatic adaptation just went to further increase the ease of moving around in the water. Using the skill, it felt even easier while swimming across. As Noah arrived near the underwater city that had large tubes that made their way in and out of the pockets of the city that were filled with air. Memories of the city and its happenings swirled around his head as he found the first step to take. There was already a general idea of how he should move in this world, and the Atlanteans' memories provided an in-depth path that would allow Noah to follow the path laid out in advance while also being able to join the ranks of beings that held actual power in this world. To do this, an identity had to be obtained, and it couldn't be of the rank Atlanteans he had just taken down. That power would not be able to put any dents in the larger picture. Yet, an easy way to obtain an identity presented itself, as currently, a test was being held in the city of Liquinia to choose which champions to send to the center of the lost world, the city lying in the deepest parts of the sea, Atlantis. As the city that held the name of the entire world, it was the grandiose location that was the center of control for this world. Getting there, though, was a headache for many. This was because the deeper you went under the sea, you would be faced with powerful deep-sea creatures that swarmed and killed Atlanteans and merfolk for lunch. The sea was wide and large, covering a majority of the world. It bore many species of powerful creatures that hunted in its waters, and there were a tremendous amount of them. The only pockets of protection were the ones provided by the world itself, where cities like Liquinia and Atlantis were surrounded by the sea's blessing. The sea's blessing was an area of protection that surrounded many underwater cities for quite a distance, giving them a safe environment to move in. The moment you left the area of protection, though, you might just become food for the many monstrous deep-sea creatures prowling the deeper waters. The city of Atlantis, that was the central location of this world, was in the deepest parts where the most powerful of creatures ran amok, and yet it was where Atlanteans and merfolk prospered the most. The futuristic look present in the city of Liquinia seemed advanced, but it could not compare with the things to be found in Atlantis. To get in this city, an identity was needed, and the one of a champion was the best possible one. Noah moved past the gorgeous-looking submarines and Atlanteans wielding sharp tridents as his figure swam towards a seabed where many figures were gathered. A mock fight was already occurring as powerful shock waves were transmitted through the water. Two Atlanteans were practicing gleefully as their figures twisted and turned. Overseeing the mock fight was a merman holding a shining green trident, along with a neon armor that wrapped all over his body. Even without sensing his power, any knowledgeable being living in this wide sea would know the identity of someone who wore this type of armor. In the order of power, they were blue, neon, and then gold. The armors were pieces of Atlantean technology that were given only to the most powerful, providing further boosts in their fighting power. They corresponded with epic, legendary, and mythical for the beings that wore them. The merman floating stably over the seabed was letting out a powerful aura of legendary rank, the neon armor extenuating it even more. Noah knew the customs from all the obtained memories, so he neared the powerful merman and stopped a few meters before him, bringing the trident in his hands towards his chest and voicing out loudly, "Neon Commander. I would like to take the trial of champions." The voice powerfully reverberated out, catching the attention of the onlookers as they began whistling. We have another critter who wants to descend the heavens in one step. Hey, look at that shining confidence in his eyes. Maybe he's a future champion that's about to trek through the dangerous waters towards Atlantis." Many shouts and murmurings erupted out as the Neon Commander stared at Noah, a telepathic method being sent out right after. "Your life could be in jeopardy during the trial, as I will not be holding back." The legendary commander was smart, first starting the communication with telepathy, an ability that was only common with Atlanteans and merfolk. In the case Noah was something else, he would be found out right away. A light smile appeared on his lips as low-level telepathy was used, answering the question of the Neon Commander. "I would expect no less to earn the title of champion." Light twinkled in the eyes of the legendary merman as the message registered, and frighteningly white sharp teeth spread out as his mouth curved into a brutal smile. "Good, come." Chapter 142. Champion. In the city of Liquinia, on an artificial seabed beside the bustling underwater sh.i.p.s and exquisite buildings, a battle was taking place to decide if an Atlantean was worthy of the title of champion. Those who gained this title earned the right to trek the dangerous journey to the sea's depths to Atlantis, where an even grander stage would be waiting for them. The Neon Commander was taking the test seriously, using all his power as the water around him vibrated and became hotter. The shining trident in his hands lit up even more as green rays shot out and went towards Noah. There were a variety of skills to counter the deadly green rays from the trident of this powerful legendary merman. And Demon King's Haki was activated first. The sea around the entire area trembled as those around felt themselves sinking lower, the merman feeling the brunt of the force as he felt a crushing weight falling onto him, turning his face serious. Demon King's Haki was followed by a skill that heavily boosted Noah's speed and damage, while strictly tying up the enemy's movement and defenses. The blue runic sigil that was inlaid with red lines spread out to cover both the legendary beings, the merfolk on the other end feeling even more pressure. Next up was a skill that directly countered the deadly green rays rushing forward and the bubbling heat that continued to emanate from the Neon Commander. It was Arctic Breath. Noah's mouth opened as destructive ice elements condensed, forming into a wide ray of ice shooting outwards. The breath let out a droning sound as it smashed into the green rays and dissipated them, reaching the body of the Neon Commander as everything around them became frozen. A laugh rang out from the merman encased in ice, as his surroundings began to shatter and become hot once again. He moved even more vigorously towards Noah, the fun seemingly just beginning. Hammerhead's delight, a spectacular skill was cast as the merman pointed his trident forward and shouted, the water around him solidifying and beginning to form into a dangerous creature only seen in some of the deepest waters of the sea. The outline of a powerful hammerhead shark encased the merman as he rushed forward like a missile towards Noah's position. Noah smiled brilliantly at the new types of skills he was experiencing as he used his first combined epic skill. After being boosted by a legendary skill that was even further enhanced by the demon's power jewel, the epic skill neared if not fully had the damage of a legendary ranked 1, Hellish Descent, was cast as a red light began to spread out around his body. The light expanded rapidly and broke apart, forming into multiple dense circles that pulsated and let out vibrations in the water. The figure of the transparent hammerhead shark neared as the dark red circles shined. Before they let out blistering rays of molten flames and lightning, they looked like the most destructive lasers as more and more dark red origins formed which continued to let out damaging rays of flames and lightning, affecting the entire area as arcs of electricity spread out and the water rose far past the boiling point. Schluck, the rays of lightning and flames pierced into the encased figure of the hammerhead shark, leaving multiple simmering holes that destabilized the illusory figure and caused it to break apart. Boom, an impact that pushed the two individuals back resounded, the merfolk and Atlanteans in the surroundings hoisting their tridents and cheering at this spectacular battle. The Neon Commander had blistering hotspots on his shining armor as he looked at Noah with expectant eyes, waving the trident forward and calming down the sea. Good. You have the qualifications of a champion. His words showed goodwill as they had found yet another powerful Atlantean to reinforce their power against the swarming enemies. A small green gem with the shape of a trident appeared in his hands and floated towards Noah. This is the champion's trident that will be recognized the moment you near Atlantis. It will act as a guide and allow you safe passage, as well as the opportunity to participate in something extremely rewarding. The sharp teeth on the merman expanded out with a smile as his hands reached up and grasped a pulling force coming out that sucked an anglerfish that was swimming more than a nautical mile away into his hands. His sharp teeth shone in the clear waters as he bit down and took away huge chunks from the fish's body, a bloody sight spreading out. All you have to do now is take the journey to the depths of the sea, pass through regions of blistering lava and flames, escape from killer whales and vampire squids, and hope you never come face to face with the slumbering kraken. Boisterous laughter resounded from the merfolk, brutally biting into the flesh and bones of the anglerfish, as all others around him laughed and enjoyed the sight of a new champion being appointed. Noah looked at the new culture and behavior he was observing as his eyes shined at the mention of the powerful deep-sea creatures. Just what type of skills would they drop? He grabbed the small green trident-shaped gem and put it away, nodding respectfully towards the Neon Commander he had just gone up against and moved away. A few Atlanteans and merfolk were already swimming over to mingle, but he acted the part of the loner and neared one of the many tubes that made their way into the city of Liquinia. There were doors on both sides of the areas where a bubble covered a few miles. Atlanteans could be seen walking around these pockets of air as if they were normal humans, only the golden hair on each of their heads being distinct. The entire city of Liquinia was proportioned half and half into areas that were fully covered in the sea, with other areas surrounded by bubbles that kept out the water and allowed the powerful Atlanteans to walk through. Noah looked at the futuristic city, at the connecting tubes that SN.A.K.E.D across the area and the weaponized SH.I.P.S and submarines around him as he entered one of the tubes and came inside one of the protected bubbles. The archaic and yet futuristic buildings made themselves clear as he left the water and tasted air again. There was a sense of wonder at how the inhabitants of this world so seamlessly mixed technology and magic, as he could see levitating square rides that Atlanteans got on and off of. It was something to do with the concept of magnetism and mana, with the Atlanteans working to combine theories of sciences and the use of essence to make levitating rides as well as modify the SH.I.P.S and submarines he had seen outside into the weaponized forms they had. A new world filled with different sights opened itself up to Noah's eyes. Chapter 143, Relaxing amidst turmoil. Noah used an hour to walk around the city of Liquinia to enjoy the sights of Atlanteans and technologies he had only seen in the stolen memories. Rides that were levitating off the ground, colorfully designed buildings, and most interestingly of all, the advanced weaponry. The guards in the city of Liquinia could be seen walking around with guns that pulsed with a blue light. These were laser guns that were deadly to anything below rank S, and could injure those in the epic rank if they weren't careful enough. There were many things that Noah could do to explore one of the first underwater cities, but he had achieved his goal of obtaining the identity that would allow him entry into Atlantis. Now, he could do something that he was looking forward to doing for the past few hours. A smile appeared on his face as he thought about the memories from the dead Atlanteans he obtained not too long ago. They showcased the location where they met with the subdivision of a demon legion, where an epic commander was taking the lead. It would be a nice end to the first day if he could take out a portion of the first demon legion he had come across in this world. As for the demon king that stood at the top of this one he would find out in time. His figure walked among the throngs of people as multiple hiding skills were activated, his robust Atlantean disguise becoming thin and disappearing from everyone's eyes as he then activated spatial travel. The location was outside a large underwater cave that was expertly hidden. No movements could be seen on the outside, but the searching thermal eyes showed multiple beings moving in the air-filled underwater cave. The location wasn't too deep, and the demons had made this one of their hideouts as they began communicating with Atlanteans and merfolk. The strongest demon in this group was epic rank. So Noah didn't waste any time with tricks and would go forward with brute force. With enough speed and precision, the demons wouldn't even know what hit them before they fell. He liked doing things in a grandiose fashion though, so he began with a cast of corrupted sigil of hegemony to heavily boost his power, with the addition of absolute zero that quickly encased the sea around him in ice. In the next instant, hellish descent was cast repeatedly as vibrating circles that would shoot out molten flame and lightning lasers spread around the underwater cave in its entirety. A passive look was on Noah's face as he continued to cast the skill, not initiating the shooting of the molten flames and lightning just yet as more and more of the dark balls were lined around the entire cave. Searching thermal eyes kept track of all the demons walking around the cave as the command was finally given, and hell descended. Zzzzzzzzom. Multiple sharp sounds of concentrated lasers of fire and lightning shot out and pierced through the cave walls, piercing into the hundreds of demons tiered in the cave without mercy. A thin layer of ice covered these lasers of flames and lightning as they struck. Screams could be heard as they felt this unexpected attack which took their lives in the next instant. It didn't matter if they were rank A or S, as even the most powerful epic commander died at the lasers that skewered the cave and the beings in it from all locations. A few seconds passed, and not a single being remained alive in the cave. A division of a demon legion in the Lost World had thus fallen like this, unexpectedly and without mercy. The impassive look remained on Noah's face as he went into the destroyed cave to do what he enjoyed doing the most nowadays, obtain some memories. A traitorous Atlantean led him to a division of a demon legion. Where would the epic commander's memory of this division lead him to? The process of collecting the loot and memories from the dead didn't take too long, and Noah was done with it in a few minutes. He didn't go back to the city of Laquinia, and transferred himself into the spiritual land that was anchored to his equipment all this time to go through the new gains. The miniaturized spiritual land acted like its own little world, nothing affecting its working even when he had been moving underwater. He transferred himself into the modern house he practiced with building first as his facial structure and body changed to that of his old self. He had moved around the lost world of Atlantis today and learned a great deal of things not found in Gremory or Orias's memory, and he had to digest the many gains he received before he began heading towards the city at the center of this world. The goal there could only be achieved with the entrance of using the title of champion, and the rewards would be something spectacular. His body returned to normal as he opened the glass door of the only house in the frozen plateau spiritual land and went inside. He was met with a surprising scene as on the soft couches beside the elevated rectangular fireplace where blue flames were flickering, a miniaturized sleek penguin had its feet up as its body sank into the couch, its face one of contentment. The Emperor Penguin now had the power of legendary rank, and could easily perform something as changing the size of its body. But what made it so bold as to do what it was doing currently? It seemed to have sensed Noah's entrance as its eyes switched from laziness to full alert. Rising up from the couch, its beady eyes stared blankly at him as if it was caught doing something that should have never been seen. Noah shook his head at this peculiar penguin and left it be as he was in a good mood currently. The sleek penguin looked at the figure of Noah that moved up the stairs, craning to see as soon as he was gone and sinking back on the luxurious couch with its beak raised high. Noah went to the topmost floor of the expensive-looking house and took off his clothes, putting himself in water again as he relaxed in the bubbling hot and steaming pool on the third floor. He began going through the gains of the demons eradicated today, as he found an epic skill from the commander that was worthy of mentioning. Chains of lightning binds any beings on the same rank as the skill with fearful lightning for as long as the energy is provided. It was a binding type skill that seemed extremely suited to him. As his eyes lit up at the description, he had many skills that he had to continue rising the proficiency of and combine. The spiritual land provided the perfect space for that. he enjoyed the bubbling and steaming pool a bit longer before he would force himself to go to the underground area of the spiritual land to practice his skills. This time around, it would be even more fun as he would have partners to go against him. A smile lit up on Noah's face as he thought of the arrogant legendary penguin that decided to laze around today, as well as the other 4 beasts of the same rank. They would make great opponents to test out against and become even more familiar with his new skills as he also increased their proficiency. Chapter 144, Journeying to the Depths, ARRGH, painful screams were ringing out at an unknown location beneath the sea. There was darkness all around, except for wisps of green light that seemed to be spread out by the hundreds of thousands for miles. The one screaming out painfully was a robust Atlantean that had multiple bone spears nailing him to the seabed. He was stretched like a starfish as some bone spears pierced his palms and others passed through his ankles. A golden armor lay carefully beside the Atlantean. This was an Atlantean with a golden armor, meaning he was a mythical ranked being. Yet, screams continued to resound from him as a small figure moved around beside him. I've cut off any ability for you to move, leaving behind only the sensation of pain. Her words rang out calmly as if talking about the most casual thing. Pain is actually a very interesting thing that allows us to get to the core of the truth. She finished her words as she bent down, a sharp bone spear dripping with blood in her hands as it moved towards the face of the mythic Atlantean. It stood an inch away from their right eye, shining menacingly as the being lying down could not even move a muscle to prevent its descent. Splutch, a sound of a pop could be heard as dark energies spread out from the sharp bone spear and burst apart the soft right eye. RJH, brutal screams continued to resound. As an apologetic tone rang out from the small figure doing all this, whoops, I was supposed to ask a question before doing that. Oh well, you still have another eye. The bone spear in her hands moved from the destroyed eye where pus had begun leaking as it went to the other side. Where is the trident of Neptune located? Silence. The painful screams from the Atlantean stopped just for a second as this question was heard, and the remaining eye that could barely make any movement focused on the woman voicing it out. It actually seemed like a teenager dressed in gothic black dress, yet the voice that came out was that of a woman. The Atlantean looked at the apathetic eyes that seemed like bottomless holes as an unnatural laugh began to leave his barely moving lips. The laughs were filled with pain, but seemed to carry a mocking tone at the woman holding the sharp bone spear above his remaining eye. Ah, you have a sense of loyalty, huh? Very well, the one with the voice of a grown woman but the body of a teenager rose up, the dark bone spear disappearing as the black light around her intensified. I must tell you, I've dabbled a little in life and death, and can easily regenerate your lost limbs and organs. Whenever you feel like you're on the edge of death, I'll pull you back to life. The dark light around her intensified as the green wisps that were surrounding them on the seabed floor for miles shined brighter. The wisps of glowing lights began moving up and down, making a thrumming sound as their master prepared a painful game. The wisps of light were the eyes of hundreds of thousands of undead, their power spreading out across the waters unhindered. The soft hands of Barbados, the necromancer of chaos, glowed with the dark light as they neared the body of the Atlantean yet again. If it so happens that you cannot hang on to life anymore, well, then there is a glorious death with years of service waiting for you on the other side. A wicked smile gleefully spread out on her face as the screams resumed even louder. A high-speed battle was taking place as 5 legendary beasts were surrounding and throwing attacks at a huge demonic incarnation that swung around a sharp sword with endless vigor. Dense circles that shot out concentrated flames and lightning would occasionally appear, as even larger icebergs fell from above every now and then. The powerful attacks caused mayhem and pandemonium as Noah practiced against 5 legendary beasts all at once. Attacks continued to land on him as he was pushed back. When the fight began, he could only defend and stop the 5 beasts from tearing apart the incarnation. As the fight carried on for longer and his attacks began to land on the 5 beasts, Life Steal effectively dispelled all the damage as it healed the instant it was dealt. The epic Holy Blight remained summoned and stood by the side, not joining the battle with its thousands of defiled corpses it controlled as Noah took on the beasts alone. It was great practice to be matched against 5 legendary beasts, going a long way to hone his fighting skills while also allowing him to spam all his skills to increase their proficiency. Whenever Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony finished its cooldown, the 5 beasts would find themselves taking a beating for the next 30 seconds before retaliated. The time after that, a sleek Emperor Penguin seemed to be filled with vigor as its flippers shining with a silver light struck out. Its body would appear and disappear randomly on all sides as very dangerous attacks flew out of its flippers. They seemed like silvery blades of light, and yet their damage was greater than the skills similar to the other beasts mostly using the ice element. Ra! The fight continued for a few hours, the eventual winner being Noah. After being pummeled to the ground by the beasts for hours, they finally lost their juice near the end. While he could still continue to cast skills at the same rate with no issues, a sulking penguin could be seen becoming smaller in size as his beak pointed down and his body flashed away. Noah breathed out slowly as he could feel his tiredness spreading out through him. The beasts were not a joke, and he was glad that even more of them were on their way. Among the remaining epic beasts that had begun consuming the fruits from the snow vine, a few more were almost near the point of breakthrough, and it would just take some more time. This finally made him get around to checking the new plants available after the spiritual land became Tier 3. Today's combined skills: Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation Bear Emperor's Fur, Epic Fiendish Sword Beast Transformation, Arctic Breath Bone Spears, Epic A Storm of Ice and Bones. Chapter 145, Journeying to the Depths 2. The spiritual land was looking more and more different as Noah spent more time using the unique skill, Spiritual Land Management, to plant and design even more things. On the side of designing, when he checked the panel of the unique skill under the feature of Architecture, he was surprised to find that the advanced futuristic designs he saw in the city of Laquinia were now added amongst the things he could choose. Now he had designs that were common in 3 worlds he could play around with. He felt like he went back in time when he was playing computer games that allowed you to build cities and kingdoms. The one good thing was that he didn't have to wait long periods of time for the buildings in the spiritual land to finish. On the snowy location outside where he built the advanced modern house with luxury amenities, he began building new things around it. Taverns and inns commonly seen in the beast world had popped up, their designs instantly showing the large contrast against the modern house in the center. When the large buildings he saw in the city of Laquinia also appeared, the mismatch became even greater as a complex air began to emanate from the very different architecture. He was just having fun with the things he could do, so he continued to play around with it. On the other side was the planting of fantastical things that would go towards boosting the strength of the beasts born in the spiritual land and bring about a possibility for the next upgrade of this unique treasure of the beast world. Icefire persimmon, a treasure that rarely grows and ripens, needing a specialized environment and care. A perfect fusion of 2 elements is contained within, allowing for the beings that consume them an easy path of breakthrough to the next rank. Effect severely reduced for beings not born in the frozen plateau spiritual land. Time until maturity, 1 year. Pygmy melon, good for the body and soul. Heals injuries and reduces stress. Even the best healing potions lose when it comes to their effectiveness. Time until maturity, 2 months. The additions of new things to plant was a welcome one, as it provided new avenues for increasing the strength of the beasts in the spiritual land even more. The beasts were still consuming large amounts of the fruits from the snow vines and the sacred rye, which had been causing an explosion of advancements as more Ranes became epic, and a new legendary beast could appear any day now. The main factor in all of this is if they had the talent for it. After spamming budding farmer on the newly planted acres, there was a change to the maturation of the new plants similar to the old ones. Icefire persimmon, time until maturity 3 weeks. Pygmy melons, time until maturity 4 days. The skill continued to be one of the biggest rule breakers so far, continuing the trend of reducing more than a year that was required for magical fruits to grow and ripen to just under 3 weeks. Noah's finished designing the new buildings and planting the many empty plots of land in the frozen plateau, heavily changing how the spiritual land looked from before. As time passed, the change would become more and more prominent, and he didn't even know how it would look a few weeks from now. Once this was finished, his journey to the city of Atlantis could begin. After receiving the champion's trident, he had effectively received a key, and didn't have to remain in the city of Laquinia. The key acted as a GPS, pointing him towards the direction to the grand city below. Many Atlanteans or merfolk with the title of champion ventured out to the dark waters when they were ready. Some would fall to the unexpectedly powerful creatures they come across, others would be lucky and powerful enough to get past the deep and reach the magical city at the bottom. Even though Atlantis laid at the deepest parts of the sea, their expansive strength and technology allowed them to move around unhindered even after they came out of the area where the sea's blessing was applied. Noah reappeared in the cave where he massacred a squadron of demons. He knew that nobody would be alerted anytime soon about their deaths. The burnt and destroyed bodies lying around didn't make him flinch as he moved out. He had obtained even more memories, and the hideout of multiple demon squadrons, as well as the location of the demon lord moving around in the nearby waters, a ruler of the 29th rank, demon lord Astaroth. This was particularly powerful, even stronger than Asmodeus, who was leading the charge against the beast world. He had strength nearing the peak of mythical rank, and his power was terrible to think about. Noah wouldn't be going near him or other rulers anytime soon though. The reason was that the moment they clashed, it would either be their deaths or his. If true deaths began to occur once again this early, the demons would group up and go in hiding, becoming even harder to kill. A vicious smile was on Noah's face as a plan to corner and kill demon kings and demon lords en masse had already formed. He had many memories that allowed him to know the identity and locations of many legendary ranked demon kings he could ambush and kill. But he didn't just want a small piece of a pie, he wanted the whole damn cake. If he acted with the power he had now, he might be able to kill one or two more rulers before they become completely spooked and swarm together in the demon world. If he waited and acted later when his power was much higher, he could move even faster and take down even more, but there was nothing stopping him from taking down their minions that did not have the same ability to resurrect like them. They would face disruptions and be left to grind their teeth in anger, searching for the identity of the one moving against them and taking down their forces. But they would find no respite or answers. As things stood now, his power didn't even reach someone of the 29th rank who stood powerfully in the mythical rank. Now, the way to increase his own power rapidly? This was one of the goals for coming to the lost world of Atlantis. Besides possibly getting his hands on the supreme treasure of this world, which required him to be much more powerful than he was now to even contend for it, the other main goal was the many deep-sea creatures roaming the seas. Oria's exploration memories of the lost world showed her dying multiple times to mythical ranked creatures when she went too deep into the sea. She would come back as good as new in a few months to continue her exploration and be met with even more different levels of creatures. The plan was to go slowly and catch multiple legendary creatures on the way to Atlantis, before possibly matching against a mythical ranked one with the help of all of his forces. This was another boost the spiritual land provided, and he couldn't wait to use the beasts in it to gang up on something of the next. His body physiology soon became that of the golden-haired Atlantean as the journey to the depth of the sea began. Chapter 146, A Group from Another World, with the direction set. The adventure began as an Atlantean fearlessly charged to the deeper waters of the sea. Everything around him was dark and gloomy, with the occasional oversized fish swimming by without a worry. Noah met a variety of sea creatures as he continued to dive deeper and deeper into the endless waters of the lost world while following the signal of the champion's trident. Among the fish he came across, their strengths varied from large groups of fish that were letting out power that was seemingly rank FC, with the groups becoming smaller as they individually increased in power. After going down for a few hours and meeting a few creatures that would be considered bosses or leaders that dropped skill books, he came across his first legendary opponent. The creature was hostile as soon as it saw him, jets of water propelling it forward at extreme speeds. Its figure matched that of a black dragonfish, but it was much larger with even sharper teeth. It took the appearance of a long eel that was more than 10 meters long, with sharp spikes coming out from its body. It was an ugly thing to look at. Noah observed the new attacker with enthusiasm as it rushed through the water at high speeds, starting off by putting extreme pressure on it with Demon King's hockey. The straight line the dragonfish was rushing and faltered as the pressure descended, causing its wide jaws packed with sharp teeth to swing below Noah's Atlantean body. The unique skill, Primal Conjurer, was used as two legendary Dullahans appeared on either side of the dragonfish. The undead horses with headless knights situated on top of them felt no discomfort in the water as green light and smoke spread out. WAAA, a droning sound was let out as green spears appeared in the hands of the two headless knights and struck down into the body of the legendary dragonfish. The scales were dented as it began to bleed, and Noah wasn't far behind as he activated Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, and then cast one of his first epic skills from skill combination. Any skills and those gained from combination were skills not normally seen, and they had spectacular effects as usual. An example was the Holy Blight that controlled bodies of the dead at epic rank. If it continued to be raised up through combinations, who knew just how crazy it would become? The skill cast after the runic sigil became active was the combination of Arctic Breath and Bone Spears. A storm of ice and bones, VOM, a terrifying sound rang out as the water around them trembled. The dragonfish held down against the two Dullahans felt a threat of death appear as the environment quickly began to freeze over, and a destructive storm began brewing in the water. VOM, hundreds of deathly spears encased in destructive and unstable ice elements appeared while spinning rapidly. The spears caused ice to form around the water as they went to strike down towards the body of the dragonfish. Before they even arrived, rays of cold light shot out from them to pierce their target first, and then the cold bone spears arrived themselves to skewer the enemy. spulch, deathly throes could be heard as the storm of icy bone spears that shot out cold rays of light pierced in and out of the body of the dragonfish. Noah was casting it multiple times as he watched a glacier forming in the water, the storm of ice and bones, continuing to rain down destruction as deathly green spears also landed on the poor fish from the Dullahans. The legendary ranked deep-sea creature that he came across in the Lost World fell down like this. It had no time to breathe as it was swarmed by two legendary primal spirits, as well as someone even more frightening. Multiple cores, a skill book, and an item appeared in Noah's storage pouch as he went to check them out enthusiastically. Whirlpool, draw on your enemies in a rapidly rotating storm of water that will shred the weak to flesh and bones. Deep sea armor, a heavy scale armor capable of alleviating all pressures under the sea while completely protecting its wearer. The skill was spectacular by itself as Noah learned it right away while putting on his first legendary piece of armor. A sleek black armor that seemed to suck in the water around it appeared on his body, making him look more and more like a dweller of the sea. He moved the large dead body of the dragonfish into the spiritual land, with the plan of cutting it up and making something for himself later. He hadn't had a chance to enjoy his own cooking for a while. He continued down the sea with even more vigor as he looked forward to another appearance of a similar beast that would add on to his legendary skill collection. More than an hour passed as the journey down continued, and vibrations could be felt emanating up front, signifying a battle was occurring. The power of the vibration was nothing to scoff at, making Noah adopt a serious face as his body became fully wrapped in covert skills. He went forward and used searching thermal eyes, as a sight a few nautical miles away from him opened itself. It was another large underwater city similar to Laquinia, and if the memories he had been stealing were correct, the position of this city at this depth would make it one of the larger cities right before the entrance of the bathypelagic zone where Atlantis could be found. This was a city where merfolk prospered, and it stood grandly in shining lights as a blue shield was currently covering the entire city. A few damaged futuristic buildings could be observed as a battle was currently taking place. Atlanteans and merfolk were using advanced plasma guns that shot out blue lasers towards their enemies, while others fought in close quarters hoisting tridents and controlling the powerful submarines around them to blast off the enemies. To Noah's surprise, the enemies were actually humans? He looked closer and became even more surprised as he found the identity of the attackers. He knew the clothing they wore and the colorful skills they were using from the memories of the demon kings he had killed. This was one of the groups of beings from another world that was currently moving in the Lost World for their own purposes. They were prolific powerhouses that held a level of power across a few worlds as their system of strength focused on the fundamentals of the world. Words that drew the annoyance of anyone who heard them rang out as Noah made out the figures leading the attack against this underwater city. I, Disciple Bob, won't be hindered by a group of fish. Arrogant words came out from a figure dressed in purple robes. A force seemed to emanate from his body that pushed away the surrounding water with ease. His arms were crossed behind his back as he stared down at the city in complete contempt. Around him were two others with purple robes just like him that were looking down coldly. Behind them were tens of other human figures dressed in light blue robes, all of them surrounded by a sort of field that pushed away the surrounding water. Above all these figures was someone sitting grandly in a purple chair that let out a mystical cloud of light beneath it. The man let out waves of power that were definitely above legendary as he overlooked the process of the attack. From their robes, the way they spoke, and the extreme arrogance in their words, this was the other group that was running rampant in the Lost World, the Cultivators. Chapter 147, Knowledge of Even More Worlds. From the memories of the Demon Kings, there were a few groups actively moving in the Lost World beside them. Beings from the world of cultivation were one of the more powerful ones that matched the forces of demons. They wouldn't normally be attacking underwater cities like this as Atlanteans and merfolk were a power to fear on their own, so the sight playing out in front of me was something interesting to see. The city under siege should be the underwater city of Aquacates. At the forefront of their defense, multiple neon commanders who signified legendary rank could be seen, as well as a gold commander who was a rank higher. The fight seemed to be at a standstill as the two mythical figures of both sides let out wild pressure that clashed against each other, the legendary figures below being the ones moving actively. There were three purple-robed cultivators that let out power of legendary rank, and one of them was actively attacking as his arrogant voice continued to ring out. Our request was simple. We just wanted to come and converse with the locals about the history of your world, yet you treat us with such disrespect. Martial uncle, let's raze this city to the ground. We can act now and ask questions later. These backward locals don't deserve being enlightened. The purple-robed figure that called himself Disciple Bob actively moving around voiced their words to the leader sitting atop the mystical chair. They waited for a reply with bloodthirst that was ready to explode, just waiting for the word. The cultivators had their own ranking of power, but the strongest one here, letting out the power of mythical rank, looked coldly at the city of Aquicades. His strong voice thundered out and covered all surroundings. Will you take us as guests and share your knowledge of the trident of Neptune? Or will you face destruction? The question was aimed at the merman who was a golden commander. The waves of power he let out no less powerful than the white-robed cultivator. We do not welcome nor entertain invaders. Sparks seemed to fly as the small pause in the battle was about to start again, as the powerful voice of the cultivator gave out the command that would cause mayhem to ensue. Very well. Disciples of the Mountain Sea sect, show these natives what actual power is. Oh, the command once again began the disastrous battle as all sorts of color began to appear around Aquicades. Atlanteans and merfolk decked in armors and hoisting tridents stood at guard, with even more of them carrying blue pulsating plasma guns that began shooting out lasers once more. On the side of the cultivators, I began observing new skills and abilities for the first time. Buddha's golden palm, illusory sword strike. Large golden palms cascading with power rushed down as hazy outlines of dark swords formed and clashed with the attacks from the natives of the Lost World. The battle was continuing and seemed to be in a standstill, unless the two figures letting out mythical airs of power began moving themselves. I looked at these new groups of people as I felt my excitement rising. The abilities and skills they were using looked extremely grand and powerful, and I wanted to see just what exactly they would drop if they were to fall in my hands. My figure that was still hidden covertly moved across the waters as it neared one of the cultivators in the outer fringes. I wanted to see just what types of loot would come out of them before moving in earnest. The figure I was targeting was a roughly built man wearing blue robes. He had the water around him changing into 2-meter-long swords of water that rushed towards the Atlanteans and merfolk constantly as a derisive smile spread on his face. I remained hidden without letting out any aura, approaching the figure slowly before a silvery light went to cover his body as the both of us silently disappeared from the battlefield. We reappeared a few nautical miles away from the city of Aquicades as the cultivator looked around him in shock, with the only answer he received being a storm of ice and bones. The epic skill quickly shredded into the body of the cultivator, taking his life without so much as a fight as I watched a blue light erupt from his body. This was the first time I took down someone from the origin of a world that had as much influence if not more than the demon world. I was expecting something interesting from them as their system of strength differed so much from what I was normally used to. The blue light that came out from the death of the cultivator changed into one skill book and a small blue gem, Mountain Sea Sect's first style water sword. The water around you conforms to your will. The higher your achievements in the email protected, #%, $, dollar, email protected, the greater its power, email protected, $, email protected, email protected, percent at email protected, at $. My eyes shined at the appearance of new things as I checked out the skill. A few things were unreadable, similar to when I picked up a plain criddle for the first time. It was something new that I or my homeworld had never come across before. I learned the skill and then observed the blue gem that was still a mess of unreadable words before I closed my eyes and went looking for the solution after also plundering the memories of the dead cultivator. I had to be fast as the battle between the two powers was still ongoing, but I had to find the usage of this new loot before moving forward first. I disregarded the usage of large amounts of mana as I made up my mind and used spatial travel. Just a few days after I arrived in the Lost World, my figure quickly disappearing, a few seconds passed as I felt blackness, before a light came once again and I found myself on the small mountain that had a hidden village on it. I had done something ridiculous and traveled across worlds yet again, but it would be worth it as anything that was still unreadable in my eyes meant it was something new for the planetary core. I didn't even have to initiate as the blank voice of the system I had been used to rang out in my head. You've come across something interesting. Essence congregated in the air as Sophia appeared from the bubble that surrounded the hidden village, her eyes a blank white as she spoke while coming towards me. I looked expectantly at her and asked, "What is it?" "It is an ACCU.mulation of something. Give me a few seconds to put in terms that can be easily understood." The voice of the system rang out as Essence continued to roil around us, before it quickly calmed down and a surprise came out of my mouth as the unreadable portion of the new skill and the blue gem that dropped from the cultivator finally became readable. Mountain Sea Sect's first style water sword. The water around you conforms to your will. The higher your achievements in the law of water, the greater its power. Low-level water crystal, a crystal containing the ACCU.mulations of the law of water. An insignificant portion is contained. The voice of the planetary core continued to ring out as I observed the new loot with shining eyes. These beings from the world of cultivation seem to be playing with a higher system of power. It would be a huge boost to your skills and power if you can take down even more of them. There should be an addition to your panel that quantifies your new gains. I nodded at these words as I went to check out the new addition while I watched the low-level water crystal disappear into my body as particles of blue light. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 437, Focus, Strength, 448, Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Recorder 100, Language Comprehension 100, Lion's Roar 100, Silent Communication 100, Cook 65, A, Relegator Spear 100, Water King Skin 100, Piercing Speed 68, Warp Flight 67, Searching Thermal Sight 69, S, Enfeeble 100, Phoenix Arrow 1, Shield Slam 8, Budding Farmer 82, Ricocheting Shield 1, Bears Fighting Style 1, Archer's Gamble 1, Smoldering Sword Strike 100. Earthen Spears 100, Thought Acceleration 100, Crisis Avoidance 100, Blessed Regeneration 77, Pursuing Spirit of Ice and Flames 86, Lower Level Telepathy 55, Aquatic Adaptation 79, S, Draconic Armor 100. Epic, Iceberg 92, Absolute 0-99, Lifesteal 100, Teleport 100, Summon Holy Blight 100, Hellish Descent 78, Aurelus 90, Chains of Lightning 13, Mountain Sea Sex First Style Water Sword 1, Epic, Fiendish Sword Beast Transformation 11, Storm of Ice and Bones 13, Legendary, Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony 83, Demon King's Hockey 86, Memory Plunderer 15, Whirlpool 1, Unique, Spiritual Land Management, Primal Conjurer, Spatial Travel, Shapeshift, Equipment, 3x Bearing of Storage. A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, Footman's Trident, Epic Kingslayer, Epic Rat King's Mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots, Legendary Deep Sea Armor, Laws, Law of Water. 1%, a new section had appeared right below Equipment in the stat panel. This time, it was something called Laws. I zoomed in on the newly appeared law that had a very low percentage in front of it, Law of Water 0.1%, all water-based abilities and skills are boosted by 10%, this was the years of experience in ACCU. That a cultivator at Epic rank dropped. From the memories I plundered from him, I knew there was a different system of naming that they used for their strength, as well as memories of a brand new world I never even thought about in my wildest dreams. The memories of the epic ranked cultivator who was also called a cultivator at the nascent realm from his memories expanded my knowledge even more as I learnt of so many different and fantastic things from the world of cultivation. Treasures were abundant, with things like secret realms similar to spiritual lands holding their own surprises for cultivators to explore. Things I've never even thought to be possible opened themselves in front of my eyes as I looked at what the system quantified as the power of laws which I could now increase by taking down cultivators and matched it with the memories of arduous years spent to reach that experience in ACCU. That I just stole as loot. My eyes shined at the number shown in front of the law that increased the damage of any water element skills. If I could continue to obtain even more loot like this from cultivators, how long would it take before I start seeing huge passive percentages not just for water element skills, but for all the other ones too? I began feeling the bubbling of excitement again as I wanted to get back to the lost world even more quickly. There was a powerful enemy that was a rank higher than my current self, but I wasn't alone, and I still had my ridiculous source of strength that would not lose against the endurance of anyone else. I was curious and expectant after going through the memories of the dead cultivator and wondered just what things the most powerful one there could gift me. Chapter 148. Fiendish beasts appear in the stormy seas. Martial Uncle Softsword glared imposingly at the figure of a mixture of human and fish. The being let out wild power that was at the same level as his rebirth realm, making him ponder just how these natives cultivated to reach such a stage that he spent years to reach. Their powers were rough yet powerful. They didn't seem to understand laws or the Tao of the world they were in, and yet they were supported by it at the same time. For this trip, he bought many disciples of the Mountain Sea sect to look for the supreme treasure in this world that would act to boost his sect to the top position in the world of cultivation. The supreme treasure, Trident of Neptune, had high affinity and unknown spectacular abilities for anything to do with water. For those that focused on pondering the law of water, it was a paramount treasure. The disciples he brought included the 3 purple-robed disciples at the violet core level, as well as tens of disciples at the gold core realm, and hundreds of disciples at the nascent core realm. Such a team was more than capable of taking down smaller sects, and yet it seemed the battle in front of him would bring some trouble. Besides the unrefined power the natives let out, They had weird weapons and sh.i.p.s that let out powerful blasts that could pierce the defenses of those at the nascent realm as if it were nothing. Martial Uncle Softsword was now faced with a choice as he watched the ensuing battle. If he participated and went all in, it would be a point of no return, and the casualties might be heavy. His face hardened as he recalled the divination about the supreme treasure. And the rise their mountain sea sect would have if they got their hands on it. What is there to worry about natives that have no understanding of the Tao? Today I shall grant them some enlightenment. Oh, a droning sound rang out as wild energies moved. The seawater around the mythical ranked, or rebirth realm cultivator, seemed to tremble and shake as this being began moving. The golden commander on the other end, the mythical ranked merman hoisting a trident fully black in color, stood imposingly as he watched the oncoming invader. The air of arrogance was so palpable around him that he wanted to knock the cultivator off the high chair he put himself in. The trident in his hand pointed forward as the water churned, quickly solidifying and forming into a solid wall that completely withstood the impact of the attack from the cultivator. Both of them used the sea around them for their attacks, meaning that this battle would be a long one unless something drastically changed. Blue lasers continued to shoot out from the plasma guns in the hands of Atlanteans as the merfolk piloted the deadly submarines to veer around the water and blow up anything that neared. The signal for reinforcements had already been sent out to nearby cities, and help should be arriving within the hour. But how much damage would be done by then? The trident in his hands was rotating powerfully and causing the water around him to form into a shield that sucked in all the attacks. He was about to give commands to bring out even more advanced weaponry from the city when a change occurred in the battle. RAA essence roiled as powerful new auras could be seen appearing in the battlefield and attacking any nearby cultivators. Vibrations of a battle cry were spreading far as multiple beasts of legendary rank appeared and caused blood to flow into the deep waters. RAA, a sleek penguin that teleported across the battlefield, continued to cause chaos, taking down any epic cultivators he came across. There was a large white mamba snaking across the waters as it swallowed whole and constricted anything it caught to death. Many of these sorts of beasts appeared and caused chaos. But the most dangerous of all was a white-furred beast hoisting a deadly sword. The beast had 2 horns growing from its head, being more than 8 meters large and looking like a mixture between a human and bear. The instant the beast appeared, one of the purple-robbed cultivators that was at the legendary rank felt a cold sword pierce through their body, the destructive energies disabling any of his defenses as his muscles and bones were shredded. Disciple Bob had fallen. The fiendish sword beast transformation had made its appearance in front of both merfolk and cultivators. This wasn't simply an incarnation that wrapped around the body of the user. This was a full transformation that changed the user's body. Powerful strength emanated from the fiendish beast as the sea around it solidified to chunks of ice. Its blade was pointed towards cultivators as it floated imposingly in the sea. Martial Uncle Softsword saw the death of the Violet Core Realm disciple and howled out, "Beast, you dare intrude and take the life of a disciple from the Mountain Sea sect?" The full power of the mythical ranked, or rebirth realm cultivator, exploded out as a huge loss occurred on their side. The cultivators evaded the newly appeared beasts and tried congregating together with the martial uncle in the lead. Disciples of the Mountain Sea sect, do not falter at the enemy's ambush and fight back. Lend me your energies. Get into the formation and help me activate the Mountain Sea sect's 6th style dragon form, HUUM. There was a dense collection of essence as the cultivators grouped up against the newly appearing enemies. Lasers continued to shoot out from the Atlanteans using plasma guns while even more merfolk were shooting out beams of light from their tridents. The golden commander went towards Noah's figure of the fiendish beast as he breathed out in relief. "I can sense the champion's trident on you, brother. Thank you for coming to our aid." The mythical commander was careful as he saw this power that he had never seen any Atlantean or merfolk display before, but the familiarity of the token of champion could not be misplaced. So he sent a telepathic message to probe. His face became even calmer after receiving one back. "It is something minor. We must stand together against invaders. Come on, let's work together to take down these cultivators." A telepathic message shot out from the body of the fiendish sword beast as the cultivators' formation came to full view. Mountain Sea sect's 6th style dragon form was fully activated. The water around the cultivators warped and condensed, using the many cultivators as nodes, multiple points of blue light forming and coming into the shape of a majestic dragon. The mythical ranked cultivator was letting out powerful energies as he stood at the head of this transparent water dragon, the blue light around him outshining every other cultivator in the formation. The dragon became fully formed as shining blue scales covered its entire body. A resplendent blue dragon had appeared in the deep seas, merfolk and Atlanteans on one side, a deadly formation of cultivators on the other. The two sides clashed. Chapter 149 Against Mythical. A resplendent blue dragon stood magnificently in the depths of the sea facing off against a group of beasts, Atlanteans, and merfolk. The blue dragon was made up from the formation of mountain sea sex sixth-style dragon form. Hundreds of disciples came together to provide the energy to maintain this form, as the rebirth realm cultivator letting out wild strength of the mythical rank stood at the forefront of the blue dragon. Lasers continued to be shot from the plasma guns that Atlanteans carried while rays of light shot out from the tridents that the merfolk were swinging. The golden commander stood beside the fiendish sword beast that was actually Noah, telepathically sending messages as they faced the coming blue dragon. I'll flank it on the right side and try to break up the connection between the beings keeping this terrible formation in place. If you and your friends can disrupt its attention, we can take it down. The merman stood grandly with his trident spinning in front of him, the waters around seemingly listening to his command as they solidified to form multiple shields around them. The transformed Noah gave a nod as the other legendary beasts teared around him. One particular sleek penguin looking at the incoming blue dragon arrogantly with its head raised high, as the impact neared, a resplendent blue sigil inlaid with red spread out from the fiendish sword beast at the center, wrapping around every being around him. Those he designated as enemies in the blue dragon felt weakness and heavy pressure descending on them as corrupted sigil of hegemony was compounded with Demon King's haki, while the Atlanteans, merfolk, and the legendary beasts felt their power bubble in excitement. Noah looked at the incoming figure of the blue dragon as light words escaped his lips. Absolute zero, whirlpool, storm of ice and bones, VOM. A trembling occurred in the seas at the consecutive casting of legendary and epic skills. Jagged spears of ice began spinning around the white mamba, a silvery light that pulsed with power began building up on the emperor penguin. And the other beasts also pulsed with powerful strength as their individual skills were cast. An unbelievable process started to occur in the sea where the body of water surrounding the rushing blue dragon began to solidify and become encased in ice. A suffocating scene of the water freezing over while chunks of ice and bones began to rotate and grind upon the body of the blue dragon occurred. The combination of the overlay of multiple skills was deadly as Noah did not play around against the mythical ranked powerhouse coming from the world of cultivation. Disciples of the mountain sea sect, burn your cores and lend me your power. A rough voice resounded out as the blue dragon roared, a wave of blue light dispelling the whirlpool of sharp ice and bones. The blue light spread out powerfully as the sea encased in ice raised in temperature and became normal again. Power thundered through the formation of the blue dragon that multiple cultivators powered up as a deadly blow came. Dragon's breath, VOM, a droning sound rang out, the head of the blue dragon opening and letting out terrifying vibrations as the water around it formed into an even larger whirlpool that smashed towards the forces standing in front of Aquacati's city. The merman golden commander had a serious face as he watched the lasers and advanced weapons being shot out not stop the incoming attack. The black trident in his hands trembled as he went forward powerfully and cast a skill, born and nurtured in you, your children once again seek your protection. Seas rage, rumble, words spread out from the mythical merman that made Noah's head turn as he focused on casting his own skills to block the coming destructive attack. He felt a cry in the water around him as feelings of anger exploded out, forming into huge blue hands in front of them. His transformed beast form opened its mouth in stupefaction as he watched huge blue hands forming from the water around them and clasp onto the oncoming destructive breath from the blue dragon. The arms clutched onto the whirlpool of a breath as if it was something physical, holding it in place before an explosive sound occurred. Boom, waves and vibrations spread out from the center as everyone was pushed back, the water calming after a few seconds. A stern expression was on the mythical merman's face as he looked to the sparkling blue dragon that was pushed back, and yet still stood powerfully. Ha, you think you can break the formation of multiple disciples at the nascent, gold, and violet core stages, as well as someone at the rebirth realm leading them? Your only chance of living would have been if you stopped this formation before it was formed. Now, you can only face death. The cultivator at the mythical rank that called himself someone at the rebirth realm stood at the head of the blue dragon and stared imposingly at the mythical ranked merman. He felt like this was the only figure that could threaten it, because as long as he kept receiving the energies of everyone in the mountain sea sex sixth style dragon form, even someone at the same level as him would need to take some time before breaking through. At the mention of his arrogant words though, the transformed face of Noah shined a peculiar light as he looked at the figures of multiple cultivators in the blue dragon. Only two remained that were in the legendary rank, one having fallen to his blade, and the mythical cultivator at the forefront. All the other ones, though, were epic rank. His eyes shined as a plan bloomed, and he quickly reread the description of a certain skill he received not too long ago that he had yet to use. Chains of lightning binds any beings on the same rank as the skill with fearful lightning for as long as the energy is provided. His shining eyes looked at the many cultivators acting as nodes to make up the huge blue dragon that was roaring its way towards them again. The skill was only epic rank, so only those at that rank or lower would be affected, but that would be more than enough. Noah's bestial transformed face let out a wicked smile as he targeted the many epic ranked cultivators who were also known as gold core cultivators and those below them in rank as he cast chains of lightning. Zizib, colors of a lighter shade of blue bloomed out inside the rushing blue dragon as screams resounded. And the powerful formation that created an unstoppable dragon that was rushing towards Atlanteans and merfolk came to a standstill. Chapter 150 Against Mythical. 2. Martial Uncle Softsword watched in stupefaction as the dragon formation that was famously known by many sects suddenly come to a halt. The formation was very powerful, as it used the energies of multiple cultivators to keep the form active and bring destruction to Mountain Sea Sect's enemies, yet at this moment in time, in a body of water where the abilities of the Mountain Sea Sect's 6th style dragon form should have been even further boosted, it had come to a complete stop as the disciples at the gold and nascent core became wrapped in arcs of blue lightning. The blue lightning wrapped through all of them indiscriminately and began causing shock damage while holding the disciples in place. Martial Uncle Softsword's face became hard as he found even when he sent his rebirth realm energy to disrupt the lightning that wrapped around many of the disciples in the blue dragon, it wasn't doing anything. Shock. His mind moved as he wondered just which expert he had overlooked could perform such a peculiar skill that even he couldn't break. The question was, why did it only target those at the gold and nascent core, and leave the remaining disciples at the violet core as well as him untouched? His mind worked at high speeds as he tried to find a solution. Sweat trickling down his face amongst the sea of water as the blue dragon form he controlled came to a standstill. The pain on the disciples' faces increased over time as the ones they were attacking also began to retaliate, the one letting out strength similar to him moving actively with his pulsating trident to land attacks on the blue dragon. A few seconds later, the disciples at the nascent core began letting out dying screams as the lightning binding them had caused too much damage. And their figures were burnt to a crisp. Martial Uncle Softsword's face became livid at this as he screamed, "Why is someone strong like you targeting weak disciples, huh? Come out and face me." His screams were only met with more attacks from the Atlanteans and merfolk as they found something to be wrong with the enemy's side and threw down even more attacks. Submarines carrying lasers and explosive weaponry neared the blue dragon that seemed to be held in place as colorful lightning resounded inside it, with sounds of pop ringing out every now and then as more and more disciples faced death. Do you think the Mountain Sea Sect would take this lying down? We will find you. Martial Uncle Softsword was livid as he could do nothing to break the chains of lightning wrapping and taking the lives of his sect's disciples. His wrathful face looked at the remaining 2 violet core disciples as he sent a message towards them. Disciple Darren, Disciple Lana, you all must escape and get word to the other sects that descended to this world with us. We from the world of cultivation are not so easily bullied like this. His face was impassive as he let out these commands silently, trying his best not to falter from the screams he continued to hear. He cared a lot for his disciples as he watched them grow and taught them all they needed to know in order to reach the stage they were at now. Even if he couldn't save all of them, he would save a few and let even more experts know about this humiliation. Martial Uncle, let us fight to the death with you. The 2 violet core disciples were unwilling as they let out the messages. Not bearing to see the sight in front of them where the chains of lightning continued to reap the lives of disciples they had known since they entered the sect. No. There is that fish letting out power similar to me, and the devil taking the lives of our disciples that should be someone of the same power. I will stay behind and hold them back, but I do not know if I will make it back alive. His voice was somber as he watched deadlier attacks come, ice forming around them as spears of ice and bones formed to shred the resplendent scales of the blue dragon. A whirlpool of lesser strength than the dragon's breath of the formation he controlled also appeared to cause the chaotic rotation of the sharp spears around them even deadlier as IPS began to appear on the scales of the blue dragon. The disciples in the tail section and claws of the formation were either already killed by the chains of lightning, or now became shredded at the appearance of these new attacks. Martial Uncle, he ignored the shouts of the violet core disciples as he sent his rebirth realm energies towards them, transporting them out of the Mountain Sea Sect's 6th style dragon formation. The two disciples had unwilling faces as their figures appeared outside the blue dragon and they began rushing out into the depth of the sea. They would not waste their martial uncle's sacrifice. Atlanteans and merfolk saw these two figures running away as multiple submarines went to chase towards them. On the other side, where fiendish beasts were letting out constant attacks on the halted blue dragon, a silvery light flashed as one of them disappeared, a battle cry resounding soon after. Martial Uncle Softsword looked around him with bloodshot eyes as more and more disciples continued to fall from the lightning that bound them or the powerful attacks that tore apart the blue dragon. "My disciples, I am sorry." Painful words came out of his mouth as he looked at the disciples he had no way of saving, and released control of the formation of Mountain Sea-Sex 6th style dragon form. Even more screams rang out as the protection from the formation faltered and was ripped apart. Fast-moving enemies that had the faces of lions with wide wings and stingers were moving around the sea effortlessly and reaping the lives of the chained and separated disciples as the other beasts and Atlanteans around them let out even more ferocious attacks. Martial Uncle Softsword's heart felt pain as he looked with bloodshot eyes to the enemies that caused all of this. His anger reached the peak as he stopped hearing any more screams and felt the enemies aim their pulsating weapons and tridents towards him. He was the only one remaining. He hoped the disciple Darren and disciple Lana would be able to get the word out to other sects so that they could stop playing around in the sidelines and move earnestly to attack these unenlightened fish. His body let out vibrations of power as the mystical seat he had been sitting on earlier showed itself again and he sat down in it. He looked grand and magnificent as he was surrounded by enemies. The merman letting out rebirth realm waves of power pointed its sharp fork towards him as the fiendish beasts that had appeared and caused the destabilization pulsed with their attacks ready. "I have lived hundreds of years learning about the laws of the world. My achievements were not little, and I became renowned in the world of cultivation. I will not be falling to some fools who have not even touched a sliver of the Tao." His eyes blazed with anger as the power in his body thrummed. Mountain Sea-Sex 5th style The Descent of the Emperor, a blue pulse released from him at the center as a transparent outline of a powerful monarch surrounded his body. A transparent blue crown appeared on his head as regal robes were donned upon him. His body thrummed with power as he looked to the enemies all around him. "Come."